Autodesk Revit is the industry standard tool for practicing building information modeling, or BIM. Revit will allow you to create projects whose parts are integrated into a coordinated and connected whole. Changes made to floor plans and models will be reflected in elevations, sections, documentation, and schedules, freeing you from tedious and repetitive rework so that you can focus on what you do best, creating great architecture. Whether you're brand new to using Revit or whether you've been using it for a while, this course will systematically walk you through all the essential skills you need to be successful using Revit to create architectural projects. Hi, my name is Paul F. Aubin. I've been a member of the architectural industry for over 30 years, and I've authored numerous books and video courses on Revit for architecture. I can't wait to get started sharing Revit essentials with you.
An important consideration for the exercise files in a course related to architecture is the units of measure. I'm happy to say that this course makes reference to both the imperial and metric system throughout. Let me explain how this will look while you're taking the course. Regardless of your preference of units, this is the course to watch. However, we are providing two complete sets of exercise files, one in imperial units and the other in metric. You can choose to download the exercise files in your preference of units. You do not need both. Typically, the files in the metric download will have the letter M as a prefix to their file names. Otherwise, they will share the same name as their imperial equivalent. There are a few exceptions. In some instances, the file provided will be the same in both measurement systems. This is the case when the units are not an important part of the lesson. For example, many of the files in the early chapters are the same for both imperial and metric downloads. Please be assured that this will not affect your learning experience. And in some cases, I've even included a text note inside the file to indicate when the file is the same to clarify that. In most cases, I will be working in the file that's in imperial units on screen. However, when it becomes necessary to indicate a specific value, I will audibly mention the required value first in imperial units, and then I'll repeat it again in the metric equivalent. For example, I might say something like, let's place this element here at 3 feet away from the corner. If you're working in metric units, input 900 millimeters. In some cases, this will be accompanied by a visual cue on screen as well, showing the metric values that are required. We feel that this approach to the exercise files provides a better learning experience by focusing on the required Revit skills while diminishing the specific numerical and unit values wherever possible. What is Revit? Who would benefit from understanding how to use it? And how do I get it? If you're brand new to Revit, these are common questions. In this and the next few videos, I will review what Revit is, how to get it, and important information about its files and file formats. Now, if you're already familiar with these things and you already know what Revit is, you can feel free to skip the remaining videos in this chapter, but getting a refresher is always helpful as well. So just what is Revit? Revit is a software application for the design, documentation, and delivery of buildings. Virtually anyone involved in the design and construction of buildings can benefit from using Revit. Revit is a product from the software company Autodesk, and it's available as a standalone desktop application or as part of a larger collection of tools called the Autodesk AEC Collection. Revit is purpose-built for building information modeling, or BIM. BIM is a process used by architects and others responsible for building designs that incorporates all pertinent building design data in a single, accessible, and always current data source. With tools for architectural design, interiors, building engineering, structural design, construction, and even fabrication, Revit is the premier tool for building design creation within the AEC, or architecture, engineering, and construction industry. For those only interested in architectural design, there is also a limited version of Revit available, suitable for sole practitioners and small teams. This version is called Revit LT. A comparison tool is available at Autodesk.com where you can see the differences between Revit, the AEC collection, and Revit LT. You can purchase these products directly from Autodesk.com or through a value-added reseller. Autodesk Revit is available as a desktop application on PCs running the Windows operating system. You can download a fully functioning 30-day trial directly from Autodesk.com, or you can work with an Autodesk value-added reseller to acquire your software license as well as a variety of other related support services. The Autodesk Reseller Network provides sales, support, training, and consulting services for Revit and a wide variety of other related tools, services, and products. You can learn more about the authorized resellers at the Autodesk website. If you only need to purchase Revit and aren't interested in any of the other additional services that a reseller can provide, you can visit Autodesk.com and purchase it directly online. Revit is a powerful piece of software with some robust hardware requirements. So be sure to visit the website for detailed hardware requirements to ensure that the computer in which you plan to run it will be suitable for the task. Installing the trial version first can be a good way to be sure that it will run on your specific system. Revit can be acquired in a few varieties. These include the full professional version, the LT version, and the educational version. There's also the AEC collection. The full version of Revit is best for mid to large size firms. It comes as a single standalone application, but it is also included as one of the applications within the AEC collection. The AEC collection includes several Autodesk tools used within the building industry, including the full version of Revit, but also AutoCAD and many others. However, each project within the collection remains a separate standalone application that is functionally identical to its standalone counterpart. The main benefit of the collection is the access it gives you to several important industry-leading tools at a bundled price that is significantly less when compared to purchasing these tools separately. The collection also includes Autodesk Docs. This is the cloud-based common data environment that provides document management and control for your entire project team. Therefore, if your workflow requires frequent use of other Autodesk tools like AutoCAD, Navisworks, or Autodesk Docs, then the collection is likely the best way for you to acquire Revit and those other tools. If you are a small firm or a sole proprietor working in the architectural discipline, and you don't need access to all of the features of the full version of Revit, you can instead opt for Revit LT. Revit LT is a limited functionality version that is focused on small teams working within the architectural discipline only. Just be sure to consider this choice carefully. One of the most significant limitations of Revit LT is that it does not support the team collaboration functionality or work sharing that is part of the full version of Revit. If you do opt for Revit LT, it is available as a standalone application or within a bundle that also includes AutoCAD LT. For firms that don't require the full version of Revit, the LT version comes at a very attractive price point. And it's also important to note that the files created in either the full professional version or the LT version are fully compatible with one another. There's no conversion necessary to move between the two. Now, for those who qualify, there's also an educational version of Revit available. Now, be aware that the educational version adds a watermark to printed or PDF output. But except for this limitation, this version is functionally equivalent to the full version of Revit, except that it doesn't give access to a few of the subscription-based features that the collection offers. To acquire the educational version, there are certain eligibility requirements, so be sure to visit autodesk.com/education to learn more and to see if you qualify.
Like most products in the Autodesk portfolio, Revit has a major new release annually, with smaller feature releases being made available to customers on subscription throughout the year. Each major release is enumerated with the year number, like 2024 or 2025, with smaller releases receiving a point designation such as .1 or .2 throughout the year, and so on. Each major release of Revit introduces a new file format. New point releases do not. The critical thing to understand here is that once you upgrade to a new annual release, you cannot save the files backwards. In other words, Revit is not backward compatible. Therefore, it is important to know which version of Revit you are using, and further, that anyone you wish to share Revit files with is using the same Revit version as you. It is not advisable to attempt to work with users on different Revit versions. If you do, the person with the more recent Revit version will be able to open the older files just fine. But as soon as they save them, there will be no way for them to resave them back to the older version, making it impossible for the person using the older release of the software to access those files moving forward. And naturally, this will make it very difficult for you to collaborate. Now, speaking of Revit versions, we're not talking about different flavors of Revit here, such as Revit or Revit LT. We're only talking about the year number. Now, you can identify which version of Revit a file is in the Open dialog. You simply select the file and the version number will be indicated over on the right-hand side of the dialog. If you try and open a file that was saved in a later version, you'll get a message that looks something like this that says that the file cannot be retrieved in this version. And sadly, there is no way to work around this. Now, if you select a file that's saved in an older version, this is fine. When you select that file and open it, it will begin an upgrade process on that file. And it will mention that in order to avoid this process in the future, you simply need to save the file to make the change permanent. If the file you are upgrading also contains Revit links, then you'll get a second or possibly third or fourth message indicating that the linked file will also be upgraded. However, the upgrade of the link is only temporary. So if you want to make the entire process permanent, you should first open the linked files, upgrade and save those, then open the host file, upgrade and save it, and then it will be permanent moving forward and you won't have to go through the upgrade process again. But of course, remember that this is a permanent process and it's not backward compatible, and this is by design in the Revit software. So there is no workaround to this, so please plan accordingly. So now that you know what the issues are surrounding file formats, I just want to mention that if you're watching this course and you're not using the latest release of Revit, I have many courses here in the library, and Revit Essential Training and Learning Revit, we tend to update every year in the new release. So if you're using a different version of Revit than the one that I am here in this course, I recommend that you go into the library and find the version of the course that matches the version of Revit that you're using. I know you're likely anxious to get into Revit and start working, but before we do, let's talk about a few high-level concepts first. For starters, when folks talk about Revit, you'll also often hear them talk about BIM. But just what exactly is BIM? BIM stands for Building Information Model or Modeling. This term has been part of the AEC industry for many years now, and it's used to describe the process of creating virtual computer models that represent actual building facilities. Revit is often described as being purpose-built for building information modeling, and this is certainly true. But this often leads to confusion that somehow Revit and BIM are the same thing. Revit and BIM are not the same thing. Revit is a tool used to help us achieve BIM, and BIM is a process that we follow to create building model data that is essentially two things: coordinated and computable. There is certainly more to it than that, but in my opinion, these are the two most important tenets of BIM. If all the parts and pieces that make up your BIM project are fully coordinated with one another and don't require any manual updates in order to keep them in sync, and if you have a robust and rich data source of information that can be used both internally by the system and exported out to the project team to do meaningful computations, then you have BIM. Some examples of the benefits of BIM include performing design computations or energy analysis, or calculating structural loads. You might want to do lighting design or heating and cooling computations. Any of these things become possible when you have a rich and robust BIM. Now, there's lots of different ways that you can achieve BIM, and Revit is an excellent tool to help us achieve it because it does many of the things that I've just described natively.
But there is one common misconception that I want to address. Often when you hear the word BIM in the same sentence, you'll hear people talk about 3D. And you could be left with the impression that in order to be BIM, you must be 3D. And conversely, if you have 3D, then you automatically have BIM. Well, sadly, neither of these is true. Now, don't get me wrong. 3D is very important and useful. If your primary goal is to perform clash detection between, say, your structure and your mechanical systems, or if you want to ensure that your stair tower fits into the overall architectural design, then 3D can certainly be very handy for that. If you want to do visualization or high quality rendering, then 3D is going to be pretty important. However, when talking about BIM, 3D is only part of the equation. Let's remember that it is BIM. And I think that the I in BIM is sometimes even more compelling than the M. Consider a cost estimation task or specification writing or calculating energy loads or doing heating and cooling analysis, managing a program of area requirements. All of these things require data, and data is what we mean by the I in BIM. BIM puts the data and the graphics on equal footing, and more importantly, keeps them both in the same place. Your model is both a graphical or 3D model and a data model. Instead of manually and externally computing all of the various things that we need to do to achieve a proper design, why not let the computer do what it does best? Compute stuff. That is what the I in BIM is all about. Still not convinced? Well, let's consider one more powerful benefit offered by Revit. It does 2D just as well as it does 3D. That is to say that the physical building model and sheet-based documentation remain fully coordinated and always in sync. No updates, no refreshing required to output a set of sheets or PDFs. The documentation is driven by the data within the model. Each view in a Revit project is specifically designed and intended for a certain task or purpose, be it 3D modeling, design coordination, or the output of a 2D permit set. It all comes from the same BIM. Therefore, as we begin to learn Revit, we will not focus just on modeling, as compelling as modeling is, but we will also think about the information, the I in BIM, and the documentation tasks. Having all of these things together in a fully coordinated package is why Revit gives us a fully implemented BIM solution. In this video, I want to give you a simple firsthand look at one of the most powerful benefits of working in Revit and its implementation of the building information modeling paradigm. And that is what I like to call the single coordinated building model. So to help us understand this, the exercise file that I have open here has actually opened up with 4 separate views. Now, if you, for some reason, do not see all 4 of those tabs, you can open them separately using this interface over here, the project browser. And you can see the names here. We've got a 3D axonometric view, an east architectural elevation, an enlarged plan, and then a little further down, we have a door schedule. Now, those are already all open for me. So what I'm going to do next is go to this View tab here, and then we're going to click this button to tile those views each into their own separate window. Now, next, what I would like to do is reposition each of these screens so I can focus in on certain information in each view. So in the 3D view here, I'm going to right-click and choose Zoom to Fit, and then we'll right-click again and choose Zoom in Region, and then click this little magnifying glass right about here and drag right to about there and click again, and that's going to focus in on this doorway right there. I'll click over to the floor plan next, right-click and choose Zoom in Region, and we're going to just zoom in on the overall floor plan, and then let's repeat that one more time in the east elevation, click in that view, Zoom in Region, and let's focus on that same doorway in this elevation. Now, the reason I'm focusing on this doorway each time is because the first concept that I want to share with you is that even though I'm looking at this from 3 different graphical views, it is the same door that's shown in all views. If I select this door in, say, this east elevation, notice that that element will highlight in the 3D view and the floor plan as well. I'm going to click up here in the floor plan. And when I do, you're going to see that that door remains selected. Now, a small dimension will appear next to it. And if you're noticing that that dimension is in imperial units and you thought you were working in the metric exercise files, don't worry about that because we're not going to do anything with numbers in this video. And so for this file, I've only provided an imperial file because we're just talking about concepts here. So what I want to do is just move this door slightly. And the easiest way to do that for this example is to just use the arrow keys on your keyboard. So we call this nudging. And what I'm going to do is use the down arrow here, and I'm going to just press that down arrow a couple times. And each time I do, you're going to see that door will slowly move down. Now you can press it a few times to move it further, but notice that not only is it moving in the floor plan, but you can see it moving in the elevation and the 3D as well. Now, if you press the up arrow, it'll move back in the opposite direction. And you could even click into the elevation view. And then here, instead of using the up and down arrows, you can use the left and right arrows to achieve the same result. Okay, so that's another example of you're working in a single model, but it's being represented in multiple views. So it doesn't really matter which view you choose to make your modification in. You work in whatever view is convenient for you. Now, I have another view on screen here. It's this door schedule. And I'm going to click on that, and you will see that this is a list of many doors. Now, it's more doors than we're actually seeing on screen. The 3D view and the elevation view are only showing us one door each. The floor plan is only showing us 3 doors. But as you can see in the door schedule, there's many more. So just to stay focused on the area of the plan that we're looking at, let's make sure that we're selecting doors that we actually see in the floor plan. So notice that the floor plan shows us door number 108 and 109. So 108 is right here. And notice that I can select it in the schedule and it will highlight as well in the floor plan. Here's door 109. That will change the selection. And then, of course, the door that we started with is door number 102, and that selects in all 3 of the graphical views. So what can we do in this schedule? Well, in addition to selecting it, you can make changes here. So I could actually change the number of this door. And if I decided that that was going to be door 100, notice that when I do, it resorts the schedule to put that one first. And you can see that the tag in the floor plan has changed as well to reflect that new designation. In addition to that, you could click over into this second column here. This is actually a drop-down list, and we could change the kind of door that we're using to one of these other choices here. Notice I have a single flush. I have a vision light. Now, that wouldn't be very evident in the floor plan if you did that, but you would notice those changes in the 3D and in the elevation. So notice that when I choose a flush door, the glass panels in both the elevation view and the 3D view have disappeared. Furthermore, I could choose this drop down here and I could choose a different size. So if I wanted to make that door taller or shorter, I can pick from the sizes that are available there on that list to make those changes. So those are some really simple examples of what we mean by an overall coordinated building model, or a BIM. The days of needing to make changes in multiple separate drawings and then manually and painstakingly keeping them coordinated, those days are gone when you're working in Revit. In Revit, you just work on the model. You work in whatever view is convenient. You make your changes with full confidence of knowing that a change in an elevation will update automatically across the rest of the model in plans, in 3D, and even in schedules.
All elements in the Revit software fit into a predefined and structured hierarchy. At the top of that hierarchy, we have categories. Categories are broken down into families. Families can have one or more types. And then finally, at the bottom of the hierarchy, we have instances. So let's start with categories. Categories are built into the software and not editable by end users. Now, there are categories for all sorts of elements. The most common would be model elements that represent real things. Examples would include walls, floors, or doors. But there are several other kinds of categories as well. We have items for annotation, such as text and dimensions. We have detail items like lines and filled regions. We have view elements like floor plans, elevations, and sections. And we have datum elements like grids and levels. Now, at the moment, it's not really important to know every single category and go looking for some comprehensive list. What is important to understand is that categories are built into the software, and as users, we can't add, delete, or rename the categories. Now, this at first might seem like a limitation, but actually this makes categories very powerful as well. And the reason for that is that elements automatically inherit the properties of the category. So for example, elements will automatically use the correct category and can't ever be on the wrong category. It's simply not possible in the software. Categories also import many important special behaviors on their elements. For example, if you consider walls, walls will have many expected wall-like behaviors. They'll have length and height. They'll enclose space. They can host doors and windows. Now, conversely, doors and windows, therefore, must be placed on a wall host. They will cut a hole in that host and will automatically stay connected to that host wall if it moves or changes. Now, the next level of the hierarchy is the family. Now, family at first seems like a strange choice of name if you're new to the software, but simply think of it in terms of a collection of elements that share common characteristics, behaviors, and settings. So they're all related in some way, like a family. Now, every category contains at least one family, but in many cases, there can be several. Now, where categories are very general in scope, the family gets much more specific. For example, let's consider the doors category. Doors come in all sorts of shapes, sizes, and configurations. It's a very broad concept that includes anything that cuts a hole in a wall and has some sort of barrier to entry. But we can have single doors, we can have double doors, we can have revolving doors, overhead coiling doors, and each of these would be much more specific and would be examples of what a family is. So when you want to get to that very specific kind of door, as opposed to just saying it's a door, that's when we're talking about the family. But even those distinctions are still pretty broad. In other words, even though we might say that we have a single swinging door with a vision panel in it, there might be several variations possible within that door itself. So those variations can be saved and named as something called a type. So a type is quite simply a saved and named variation of a family. And a very common variation might include the size of the door. So maybe we have a standard size, maybe we have a wide one, maybe we have a tall one. Now, we could even have ones that have the actual numerical descriptions in the name. So the overall configuration in all these cases would remain the same and be constant and driven by the family, but those specific widths and heights would vary with the type. Now, finally, you can select individual elements on screen in the software. And when you do, this is thought of as an instance. So the instance will have its own properties as well. So in some cases, you can select individual elements and modify just that object. So an example might be with our doors again, thinking of the swing angle or how far inset from the face of the wall it is. Those would be instance level characteristics and not driven by the type, family, or category. Now, when you think about this Revit hierarchy, you can really think about it two ways. You can start at the instance and say that the instance belongs to a type. The type is part of a broader family, and the family is part of the overall category. Or you could start at the category and work your way back down again, as we indicated. So think of the category as being the most general and the instance as being the most specific. And so modifications that you make at each level will have either a very broad effect or a very isolated effect, depending on what you have selected and what specific modification you're making in the software. So as you begin to get comfortable with Revit and begin working with it, you'll see that you're never far from the Revit element hierarchy. For now, it's fine to have just a general idea of how the hierarchy works and the kinds of behaviors that each level imparts. But as you get deeper into the software, you'll see just how pervasive categories, families, types, and instances will be across all of your work.
In this video, we're going to take a first-hand look at the hierarchy concepts that we discussed in the previous video, but we're going to do it hands-on directly in the software this time. So let me just remind you of how that hierarchy is organized. We start at the top with categories. These are broad groupings. Those break down into one or more families. Each family can have one or more types, and then finally types will have multiple instances throughout your model. What I want you to see in this video is that we can make modifications at each level of that hierarchy, and the impact will be sometimes very localized if it's an instance property versus very global as you move up the hierarchy to things like families and categories. And I'm going to start by showing you how to identify all that information in the first place. So let's get a little closer. So we're going to zoom in on this plan here. I'm going to right click anywhere and choose zoom in region. And I'm going to start right about here in the third office up and just kind of click the corner of this magnifying glass and then drag a box around the reception area and then click again, just so that we're zooming in on the middle of the plan about like so. So the first thing I want to do is show you how to identify what the category, family, and type is of any element on screen. Now, to start off with, don't click anything. I just want you to move your mouse nearby one of the objects. So we're going to move nearby this wall, and notice the tooltip that appears on screen. Now, after a moment, it will disappear, but it still persists down in the lower left-hand corner of the screen on the status bar. So in either location, the message is telling us three important bits of information. The first part of the message says walls. That's our category. Then there's a separator of a colon, and then it says basic wall. That's our family. And then there's another colon, and it says interior partition 2 hour. That's the type. Now, you'll see that information on any element you hover over. So if I change my mouse's position and move over here to this door, now the category is doors, the family is door passage single vision light, and the type is standard. What about this piece of furniture? The category is furniture, the family is chair courbouh, and the type is chair. Now, this doesn't apply to just model elements. You're going to see the same information if you hover over one of these tags. So room tags is the category, room tag is the family, and then room tag again is the type. And likewise with this dimension, and likewise with this door tag. Now, some objects like this room element here will say the category of rooms. It'll say room for the family, but then it'll say corridor 103. And then if we compare that to this room, it says reception 101. And we'll see the same thing with this dashed line here. That's going to say grid B. This one over here is going to say grid 3. Well, grids is still the category. Grid is the family, but now it's telling us the name of that element instead of the type. So in the case of named elements like grids and rooms, it's going to tell you the name instead of the type on the tooltip. But in all cases, we can also see that information by first selecting the object. So I'm going to come back to the original wall, click on screen to select it. And so we can then see that same information over here on this properties palette, and it's just organized a little differently. So we've got the category here, and then above that, we're going to see a drop down that says basic wall, interior partition 2 hour, basic wall's the family, and interior partition 2 hour is the type. Now, regardless of what you select in this case, you're going to see that information. So notice if I select a grid this time, grids is the category, grid is the family, and this time instead of telling me that's grid 3, it says that it's medium bubble. And likewise with the room. If I select the room, it's going to simply say the room's category there. Actually, rooms are an exception. So they won't tell us family and type information, but it will tell us the room's category. Okay, so now you know how to identify the category, family, and type of elements on the model, either by hovering over them or looking on the properties palette. So now let's look at some ways that we can change the elements at each of those levels. And I'm going to start with a simple room tag example. So I want you to come over here and select the tag for corridor 103. Now, this is the actual corridor here. We want to select the tag element, so the label that says the text information. Over here on the properties palette, it'll say it's a room tag, and it'll say room tag again here. This is actually a drop-down menu. So you can open that up and change the instance properties of this tag to a different type. So I'm going to change that to room tag with area. Now notice that the area now appears beneath that tag, but it does not appear anywhere else in the floor plan. So every other tag on this floor plan is not showing the area, only the one in the corridor is. So that's an example of an instance level modification. I've decided that this tag should show the area. Okay? Now you could do that for other tags as well, but you would have to select the ones you wanted to change to make that change. So let's move up one step on the hierarchy now and make a type level modification. I'm going to switch tags for that. So I'm going to move over here into Office 112 and select this tag. Now, to make a type level modification, you use the Edit Type button here on Properties. So I'll do that. That displays this window. And let's do something really simple like turn off Show Room Number and click OK. Now notice the impact of that change. Every tag except Corridor 103 has now hidden its room number. And that's because I've made that change at the type level. So a type level modification is more global, and you can see that you don't even have to have the elements selected in order to make that change. So naturally, you want to do that cautiously, but assuming that you didn't want to see room numbers for any of your room labels, that could be an effective way to do it. Let's move up one more step on the hierarchy. Now, to get to the family level, which is the next step up, we need to actually edit the family in an environment called the Family Editor. So I'm going to keep that tag selected and click this Edit Family button right here. That's going to bring me into the family symbol, and I can actually now make changes to it. Let's select the room label. Let's edit its type. And I'm going to do two things. I'm going to change to a different font. It doesn't matter which one you choose. Just choose any font that will be noticeably different. And it doesn't matter what color you choose. Just choose any other color of your liking. I'm just going to simply pick red here. So my text got compressed. It turned red. I should be able to see that difference pretty easily. I'm going to use this button here on the ribbon to load these changes back into the project. When I do, it will say that it already exists and ask if it's okay to overwrite the existing one. So I'm going to choose this option here to overwrite the existing version. And now notice what's happening. It's pretty interesting, right? This time, it didn't affect just these tags, the ones without the room numbers. It also affected this one. That's an example of a family level modification. When you edit at the family level, it will impact all instances of that family, not just the ones of a particular type and not just the ones that are selected. So each time we're moving up the hierarchy, you can see that it's having more and more impact globally across the model. Now, that brings us to category, our final highest step on the hierarchy. And to show you a category level modification, I'm going to switch categories now. So instead of the room tags, I'm going to switch over here to these furniture items. And I'm going to use furniture because it's pretty easy to tell them apart. This is furniture, it's a chair. This is furniture, it's a table. This is also furniture, that's a custom reception desk. This is another kind of chair. So naturally, we have a wide variety of furniture elements available to us, and what separates each one from one another is that they are all different families. Well, if I want to do something to all the furniture, regardless of instance, regardless of type, regardless of family, then I need to work at the category level. So I'm going to select any furniture element, it doesn't matter which one, go to this paintbrush, override by category, and what I'm going to do here is apply a solid fill pattern in some color. So you can choose whatever color you like. I'm going to choose this purple color here and click OK. And now notice the effect of that change. Every piece of furniture regardless of family, regardless of type, is now shaded in this purple color. That's the most global and the highest level on the hierarchy. So hopefully this exercise is giving you some sense of how that hierarchy works and how important it is. As we move through the course, we're going to see plenty more examples of working at each of these levels of the hierarchy. And the more that you practice it, the more you work with it, the more it will become internalized. But it's really a core concept in Revit that you really want to make sure that you're comfortable with, because it's really one of the most powerful features of the software and certainly something that you want to be comfortable with. In this video, I want to give you a quick overview of the sample model that's included with the Revit software. Now, there's actually several. I'm in the architectural model here in this video, but there is one for structure, for electrical, for plumbing, for mechanical, and then there's even a site model and an existing conditions model that you can open and access. Now, they're all linked together, and we'll be talking more about links in a future video, so don't worry if you don't understand what I mean by that just yet. But all of these disciplines come together into a complete building project that I encourage you to spend some time exploring, because it's a really good way for you to get a sense of what's possible in a Revit project, particularly if you're a new user. So I'm going to start here on this cover sheet for the architectural model. And let me just show you how I got to this file. It might be accessible directly from your home screen. And we're going to talk about the home screen very shortly in a future video. But even if you don't see it on your home screen, you can still get to it from the file menu. So I'm going to go to the file menu here, hover over the open command, and then down toward the bottom of the open menu here, you should see sample files. If you click that and scroll down, you will see each of the sample models listed here. Now, the name of the project is Snowden Towers, so that's going to come first. And then here's the architectural, the electrical, the facades, which is the existing conditions that I mentioned, HVAC, plumbing, and here's the site model I mentioned, and structural. So you could open up any one of those to explore, but I'm going to stick with the architectural model for this video here. Now, I'm on the cover sheet, as I mentioned, and I'm just going to roll my wheel here to zoom in a little bit on this rendering that you see here in the middle of the screen. And you can see on the right-hand side of the rendering, there are these brick facades. Those are the existing conditions. So what's unique about this project is there's actually a real site where this project is located. It's in a town called Brownsville, Pennsylvania. And those existing facades were actually present on the site until very recently. Now, what has happened in this project is it's been reimagined as if those facades were still standing, and they've been incorporated into this new facility. So that new facility incorporates not only these existing facades here, but also the structure to the left. Now, to the left, you've got down at ground level a cafe. And then above that is office space behind these sloping facades here. And those are solar panels on the sloping facades. And then the existing conditions over on the right that I pointed out, those brick historic facades, there is retail spaces on the ground level and then residential spaces on the floors up above. So it's a mixed use facility where you can really get a sense of some of these different functions put to use in a Revit project. Now, if I hold the wheel in and I drag, you can see that there's a note beneath that rendering which explains to you how to use this project. So it's telling you about each of those models that I've already pointed out to you. And then there is some information over here about how to access and link those together. And then right here is a note that says that you can open up a sheet called G001 if you want to learn more about the project. Now, the way you get to the sheets is to scroll all the way down here on this palette here called the project browser. There's a sheets branch here. And if I continue to scroll down, you're going to locate that G001 sheet. You just double click it to open it up, and it will display this view where you can see this multi-page description of the project and some of the important features. And I encourage you to read through all of that. Now, next to that, you're going to see this how do I schedule here. And you can almost think of this like a checklist. In fact, if you double click this, it will open that up as a separate view in your interface. And you'll notice that there's these little checkboxes over here that you can actually click. And what that means is you can kind of go through each of these topics. And then after you've read and understood those topics, you can kind of check them off the list. Now, what those refer to, if I go back to the cover sheet, is these little pillbox symbols here that you'll see peppered throughout the project. And whenever you encounter one of those, you can select it. And then over here on the properties palette, you will see that it gives you a summary right here. In this case, it's saying place raster images. And then beneath that will be a URL, which takes you to the help file for Revit and explains more information about using that feature. So many of these features we will be talking about throughout this course, but some of them we won't. And even the ones that we do, you'll have these direct links to the help system where you can learn more. And so I really encourage you to do that, especially if you are a new user to the software. Now I'm going to open up just one or two more of these sheets here just to give you a little bit of a flavor of this project. Let's start with A101 first floor plan. And this is a sheet that has the first floor plan of the building and this little planting schedule here. Now, let me just kind of put my mouse right about here in this white space and kind of roll in a little so that we can see a little bit of the view itself and then the schedule down here. So this little park out in front of the building, this planting schedule is referring to those, right? So that you can see there's different trees here and park benches and so on. If we then kind of look around in here, you'll see this floor plan has dimensions and it's got wall tags and window tags and so forth. So it's a very complete sort of construction documents level floor plan. And obviously you can see that there's many learning links throughout this view. If you scroll through the list of sheets, there's several other sheets available. We've got elevation sheets and sections and schedules. I'm going to open up one of the elevation sheets here. And I like this one. This is A202 because it shows this really nice view of the historic facade right here. So this is kind of a close-up view of that main facade. And again, it's got some learning links, but you can kind of see the details of that historic structure. So take some time to go through this model, familiarize yourself with it. You'll be learning about Revit along the way, and you'll be seeing a really good example of the kinds of things that we're able to do in Revit, many of which we'll be covering throughout the videos that follow throughout the course.
In this video, I'd like to introduce you to the Revit home screen. Now, the home screen is simply the screen that greets you when you first launch the software and you don't yet have a project file open. Now, if it's the very first time you're launching the software and you've just installed it, you may also see this message over on the right-hand side of the screen that says, "Hello there." This is a wizard that will ask you some questions and potentially customize your Revit interface to suit your own personal preferences and the job you do and what kind of tools you're interested in. So in order to run this wizard, you would just simply click the start button here and it would ask you a few questions and then it'll customize your experience a little bit. In this case, I'm going to ignore that. I would rather just have the full interface at my disposal. You can always go back and modify your Revit user interface anytime. So even if you've gone through the wizard previously and answered some questions and you decided you wanted to change your mind, then you can always get back to the options dialog and make changes to that later. And I'll show you where that is in a moment. So I'm just going to close this without going through that wizard. And instead, I want to focus here on the home screen. So the home screen is organized into a few key areas. On the left-hand side, we have some buttons to work with either models or families. These are two different types of Revit files. So a model file is typically your project file that contains all the geometry that will make up your building model. And you can either open an existing one or create a new one with the buttons over there on the left. Families are typically components that you'll place within a model file. So think of those as like furniture and equipment, and they also have open and new buttons over there for those kinds of objects. Now, we're going to talk about both of these kinds of files throughout the course, but for now, I just wanted to point out those buttons to you. Now, beneath that, you're going to see that there are three areas here that are almost like tabs. So we're currently on the one called Recent Files. And with that selected, you will see the Recent Files screen on the right-hand side. But if I were to switch to Autodesk Docs or My Insights, it would change the screen to show different things. Now, Insights you can almost think of as like an analytics tool within Revit. Since I've just installed Revit, I don't really have anything useful here yet to show, but over time it will start to accumulate information about my usage of Revit and maybe suggest some things about how I might want to use the software. And so you might want to check back here after you've been using Revit for a while. If you're using Revit in the cloud, then you will have access to items here under Autodesk Docs. So you can see that right now I'm not logged into anything, so I don't have anything showing here, but on your own work and in your own office, if you are a cloud-based user, then you will see some stuff here, and you can talk to your administrators there in the office to figure out how to access cloud-based projects. So for us, I'm just going to switch back to recent files, which is locally based files, files that are on this computer. And what I'm seeing on the right-hand side is the sample files that come with the software. So what you see on your screen might look a little different depending on whether you've already started using Revit. So if you've already started using Revit, what happens is that as you open and close files, they will show up on this list in the order that they were opened. So your most recently used file would appear right here, and then it would compile a list beyond that. So again, I'm seeing the sample models here because I haven't opened anything yet. Now, to open a file from the recent files area, you just simply click on it. And so I'm going to click on the architectural model that's there, but you can click on literally anything that shows up there. So whatever that first entry is for you, just go ahead and click it and it will open that file. We're not going to do anything in this file, so we're going to be closing it in just a moment, but I just wanted to show you how that functions on the recent files screen. You just simply click an item and it will load it up in the Revit interface. The most important thing to note here is that the interface changes. Okay, now this sample model is read-only, so I'm just going to click that continue opening the file here. But you'll notice that the interface changes because I'm now in the project environment. We're going to talk about this interface in a future video, but I do want to show you that all it's done is hidden the recent file screen, that home screen that we were on before. And you can get back to the home screen using this icon at the top of the screen here, or you can use the Control-D keyboard shortcut, and it will take you back there. Now that architectural model is also still open, and this button right here would toggle us back. So you can see how it's easy for you to switch between the two interfaces. Now, if you're done with a file and you close it, that will also return you back to the home screen. Okay, so the home screen is sort of the default landing page if you don't have anything open, or you can choose to toggle there. Now, the last thing I want to point out to you here on this home screen is there are some help links and community links down here. I welcome you to explore those on your own. Those are just web-based resources that you can explore to learn more about Revit. But right here is this item that says New Revit Home. And this is a little switch, and you can flip this switch and it will show you a more modern version of the Revit home screen. Now you can see that the left-hand side remains largely the same. It's really just the right-hand side that has changed. You get a different grouping of icons, and they give you some options for sorting them and grouping them either in a list view or in a grid view. So it gives you more control over the formatting of those recent files, but otherwise they function exactly the same. So going forward in the course, it's entirely up to you whether you want to use the new Revit home or the traditional Revit home. For now, I'm going to turn off the new Revit home and stick with the traditional one, but it's entirely up to you which one you want to use going forward.
In this video, I want to give you a quick tour of the Revit user interface. So the interface has lots of pieces, and I want to kind of name everything and just kind of give you a quick look around. Now, I currently have the Revit architectural sample file open, the one that ships with the US installation. You don't have to have the same file open as me. You can open any file you like, but if you want to access this file and you don't see it on your recent file screen, if it's not listed right here, then what you can do is you can go to the File menu and go highlight Open, come down here to Sample Files, and then you're going to access it right here, Snowden Towers Sample Architectural, and then you should see the same file as me. It's already installed as part of the software. Okay, now let's talk about the user interface. So let's start at the very top left-hand corner of the screen with the Quick Access toolbar. Now, the Quick Access toolbar can be mainly thought of as just a favorites bar. So there's a number of icons there for very common commands like new, open, save, undo, and redo. And you can even right-click and customize that toolbar to your liking and add and remove commands that you use frequently. Now, on the opposite side of the screen on the right from there, you will see a couple items that allow you access to your Autodesk account and the help system and the Autodesk App Store. If you need access to those items, that's where you will find them. In the middle at the top, you will see the name of the current project. So in my case, that says Snowden Towers Architectural Sample. So whatever project you have open, if you just glance at the top of your screen, you should see its name listed for you there, which can be helpful, especially if you have multiple projects open at the same time. Now, beneath all of that, running across the full width of the screen is the ribbon. Now, we're going to talk about the ribbon in more detail as the course progresses, but for now, just think of that as the main user interface for accessing the various commands and functions within Revit. Now, the first tab of the ribbon is the File menu, and if you click that, it opens up a pretty standard menu of file management commands, things like New, Open, Save, and Print. So anytime you want to do something that's file management related, then you might want to check the File menu, and there's a pretty good chance you'll find those commands there. Now, many of these work the same way. If you hover over the item with the little arrow next to it, it will expand a sub-menu with additional features. So you can see that New behaves that way, and Open, and so on. Now, down at the bottom of this menu is an options button. Now, we'll talk more about some of those options in future videos, but if you click that, it opens up a dialog where you can customize your Revit experience. And of course, you can exit Revit from this menu as well, but I'm not going to click that now. What I'm going to do instead is simply click off in white space to dismiss that menu. Now, getting back to my ribbon, notice that starting with the Architecture tab, most of the commands there are grayed out and unavailable. So the reason for that is that Revit is what we call context sensitive. And so what I mean by that is what will be available to you in the user interface will depend completely on what you're currently doing or what environment you're currently in. So the reason that most of these commands are grayed out for me is because the file that I have open is open to a sheet. Now, what do I mean by a sheet? Well, let me direct your attention to the project browser. And what you'll see here is a list of views and items that you can open within the current project. Now, I'm going to scroll down, and you can see there's quite a few entries in here, but I'm going to get down to this branch called Sheets right here. And then there are a number of sheets in this sample file. And if I continue to scroll down, notice that one of them comes up as bold, G000 cover in this case. That matches this tab right here, and that is the currently open view for this project. So the first thing that I want to point out there is that the currently open view will be bold in both the project browser and in the tab. Now, if I scroll back up to the top, you can open multiple views at the same time. So notice here, I've got this branch called floor plans, and then beneath that, I've got a number of floor plans, and I'm going to double click L1, which is going to open up the level 1 floor plan view. Now, if you're working in a different file than me, you can just open up any other view that you like. And what you'll see is that we now get a second tab here across the top. Notice that the cover sheet is still here, and I could click it and it would go back to that cover sheet, but I'm going to click back over here to the L1 floor plan. And notice that when I do that, if we direct our attention back to the ribbon, notice that all of the buttons are now available. Okay, so this is what I mean by context sensitive. In order to use most of those commands, you must be in a view that allows for those functions. So the next thing I want to direct your attention to is the properties palette. Now, this is directly above the project browser on my screen. And in this case, notice that at the top of the properties palette, there's an item here called the type selector, and it currently says floor plan. Now, the reason it says floor plan is because I'm not doing anything on screen right now. So the properties are reflecting the settings that pertain to the currently active view, which is floor plan L1. Now, notice that if I were to click back over here to the cover sheet, the properties palette would change to say sheet. And now we would be seeing the properties of that active sheet instead of the active floor plan. I'll click back to L1 and the floor plan properties. Now, the properties palette is another context-sensitive piece of the interface. So it's constantly changing, reacting to whatever it is you're doing. So for example, if I were to run a command, so let's go up here to the Architecture tab of the ribbon, and let's click this first button right here, the Wall tool. Now, it's not really important to me that you actually create a wall. I don't want to create a wall. I just simply want to execute the command and show you that the properties palette has changed yet again. And notice that now it's telling me about properties of this basic wall that I'm about to create. Now, in addition to that, we get some other changes that occur on the interface. Notice that the Modify tab itself has changed. It's got this bright green color now, and it says Modify Place Wall. And then beneath the ribbon, we have this new slot of options that has become available. This is called the Options bar. Now, again, it's not important that you know what all those options and settings are right now. We're going to talk about all these things in future videos. All I want you to see is the way the interface is changing depending on what it is you happen to be doing at any given time. Now, to cancel out of all of this and kind of reset, I'm going to come up here and click this Modify tool, this large pointer icon, and notice that that kind of resets the interface back, and now we're seeing the properties of the floor plan again, and we're no longer drawing a wall. Now, the view itself has some special characteristics. I want to direct your attention to the lower left-hand corner of the L1 view and notice this series of icons that appear down here at the bottom. This is called the View Control Bar. Now, if I were to click over to the cover sheet, you'll notice it does have a view control bar as well, but it's much more compressed. It only contains 2 icons versus the number of icons that appear on the L1 view, which is significantly more. And once again, we'll talk more about these functions in the future. Now, at the very bottom of the screen, we have the status bar. Now, on the far left-hand side of the status bar, we've got various text messages, which are giving us little cues about what to do next. So maybe the next thing that we can do on screen, or if my cursor happens to be highlighting something on the screen, then it will tell me some information about that object and so on. So that's kind of a little message area. Now, in the middle of the status bar, there are some settings that we'll talk about in future videos. And then over on the far right, there are what we call some selection toggles down here. These just toggle the behavior of selection modes, and selection will be a future topic as well. So finally, we have this little floating toolbar, which is currently over on the right-hand side of my screen. Notice that it is ghosted out until I get near it, and then there are some little drop-down menus that appear, and these are navigation tools, which is also the subject of a future video. So what I'm going to do is just sort of click an empty space to dismiss that menu for the time being. But you now have a pretty good idea of what all of the different parts of the user interface are called. And really, that was the main function of this video, was to name everything so that in future videos, when I'm referring to different parts of the interface, you'll have some familiarity with which items I'm referring to. In this video, I want to show you how you can change your display theme from light to dark. So Revit does have support for a dark mode theme, and it's relatively easy to change it if that is your preference. So I'm here in the sample model, which is included with the software. If you're not sure how to get to this model, I've covered that in some of the earlier videos, so you can go back and review that there. But what I want to do is go right to the options to talk about the theme here. So that's going to be the File menu, and then I'm going to come down here to the Options button. Now, in the options dialog, we've got lots of tabs and lots of settings that we can configure here. I want to jump right to colors, which is where we're going to find the active theme. So you can see it up here at the top, UI active theme. And there are actually 3 choices. Now, mine is currently set to use system setting, and then there's also dark and light. So there's really only the 2 choices, dark and light, but what use system setting does is it makes Revit match whatever you're doing in Windows. So it's going to match the OS. So if you go into your Windows settings and you make Windows itself dark mode, then Revit will also be dark mode and vice versa. So in my case, you can see that because use system setting is on, my Windows is set to light mode and it's matching that. Now, let me direct your attention to this area here, canvas colors. So notice that currently it's keyed into the light scheme, and then these are the colors being used for things like the background and selection and so on. If I come up here to the top and change my active UI to dark mode, let's say, notice that that also switches the canvas scheme to dark, and then it changes a number of these colors as well. And it sort of stands to reason that you would want different colors being used for those elements when you switch to dark mode so that they would be more legible on screen. Now, any of these can be customized if you wish. So if you don't like this particular color of purple or this particular color of green, you can click those buttons and change them to your own preferences. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to accept all of the defaults here. I've chosen dark at the top, and I'll click OK to see the result. And there we have Revit now in dark mode. Now, I should point out that in this current incarnation of dark mode, it only applies to what Revit calls the first level UI. Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, I can't really demonstrate that in a sheet view, so I'm currently on this cover sheet here. So what I'm going to do is double-click the L1 floor plan here on my project browser. That opens up this floor plan view. And now I can get to many of the buttons on my ribbon, and I'm going to click this wall tool right here. And that takes me into this wall command. Now, I'm not going to draw a wall or do anything in the wall, but I just want to simply click on this edit type button that appears here on properties next. And this is what I mean by first level UI. Notice that the type properties window that appears is not in dark mode. It is still in light mode. So I fully suspect that in future incarnations of this feature that they will apply dark mode to all of the levels of the UI, but in its current incarnation, it's only that top level. Now, my apologies in advance if you're a fan of dark mode and you don't like that behavior. All I can say is I do expect it to improve. So I'm going to cancel out of this. And then I'm going to click the modify tool here on the ribbon to cancel out of the wall tool without drawing any walls. And then I'm going to go back to the file menu, go back to options, and I personally prefer light mode. So I'm going to set it back to light mode. Now I could choose it explicitly right here, or because my Windows is still set to light mode, I can use system setting. And when I click OK, either way, my interface will go back to light mode. Now, one more thing I want to show you is we have what I would consider a in-between setting. So if you come over here to the View tab, on the far right, there's a button here called Canvas Theme. And if you click that, that will only toggle the canvas, the drawing windows, but notice that the rest of the UI will remain in light mode, or it would be reversed if we were in dark mode. So if I was in dark mode, my ribbons and other interface elements would be dark, but when I toggle the canvas itself would be light. So you have really what amounts to 4 different options then when you think about it, either all dark, all light, or the combo mode either way. So I encourage you to choose whatever one is your preference going forward. You're free to use whichever theme you prefer throughout the rest of the course. I personally prefer the light mode with the light canvas, so that's the mode that I'm going to switch to, and I'm going to leave mine set that way for the remainder of the course. In this video, we're going to talk about view navigation. So there's a variety of ways that we can either zoom or pan or orbit in 3D views, and I'd like to kind of walk through several of them with you. The simplest way that you can navigate is to use the wheel on your mouse. So in order to do that, you just simply roll the wheel up to zoom in or roll it down to zoom out. Now, in addition to rolling it, wherever your mouse pointer is also matters. So let me demonstrate that. Right now, my mouse pointer is in the middle of the screen. But if I move it over here to say where these historic photographs are, and then I start to roll in, notice that it's keeping that area of the view on screen as it zooms in. Okay, and I'll zoom back out again. And then I'm going to do the same thing down here with this project location map. Now, I don't have to click to select it. I just need to put my mouse in that general area and roll in, and you can see that it starts to focus in on that area. Now, once you've zoomed in on an area, if you want to adjust the screen slightly, recenter it, if you will, hold the wheel in instead of rolling it and then drag. Okay, so with it held in, it performs a panning operation, and we're able to pan in any direction we want and recenter the screen on this area. Okay, so those are the most fundamental ways that you can zoom and pan and focus in on any part of a particular view. Now, in addition to that, we've got several navigation commands available to us on the right-click menu. So if I right-click anywhere on the screen, you're going to see some zoom commands here. So we've got 3 of them. I'm going to start with the one in the middle here, zoom out 2 times, and that's pretty self-explanatory. It's exactly what it does. The one right above that was zoom in region. This one requires 2 clicks of the mouse. You get this magnifying glass, and then you click and click to make a rectangle around the part of the screen that you want to focus in on. Okay, so I'm focusing in on the project management firm on this title block here. If you want to go back to seeing the entire view, you can right-click again and choose Zoom to Fit. And that's exactly what it will do. It will make all the geometry fit the available screen. In addition to those functions, there is a previous pan zoom. And this is not just once, but you can run it several times, and it will go back through several steps of zooming and panning that you've done previously. And there's also a next option once you've done previous that would allow you to step forward and then back again. And then once again, I will do zoom to fit. Now, in addition to those right-click options, there's a navigation bar on the right-hand side of my screen. You can see it grayed out over there, but as I move my mouse closer to it, it lights up. And notice that there's a small drop-down menu available right here. And there are several options here, some of which we've already seen, like zoom in region, zoom out, and zoom to fit. But there are other choices on here as well. Now, I'd like to demonstrate this one, zoom all to fit. But in order for that one to be meaningful and to make sense, you need to have at least two views open simultaneously, because that command will do a zoom to fit, but it will do it on all open views instead of just the one. So let's get another view open here in order to demonstrate. Now I'm going to just simply open up the default 3D view, and I can get to it. The easiest way is using this icon up here at the top of the screen on the quick access toolbar called the default 3D view. It kind of looks like a little birdhouse. So I'm going to simply click that, and it's going to open up a new tab here labeled 3D. And you can see I'm now looking at a 3D view of the model. So now before I can show you zoom all to fit, I need to tile these two windows side by side. To do that, we're going to go to the View tab, and then we're going to click this Tile Views button right here, and it will put those two tabs next to one another in their own separate tiles. Now you can see that both views are a little bit off screen. So to correct that, we'll come back over here to this navigation bar. We'll click the little flyout menu that appears there, and now I'm going to choose Zoom All to Fit. And you will see that both sides are zoomed to fit their respective tiles. So that's the way that zoom all to fit works. Okay, now if you make changes to one of these views, like let's say I click over here in the 3D view, and then I zoom in and I hold the wheel down and I pan. And let's say I want to zoom all to fit again. Well, by the way, that little drop-down menu appears on both sides, so you don't have to click over into the other tab to get to it. There's a navigation bar in each of these windows. If I try to choose it again off the menu, nothing happens. So that's a weird little quirk about this menu. If it's already at the top of the pile, you've got to click the icon instead of choosing it from the menu. The only time you choose it from the menu is when you want to do something different. So zoom in region, for example, and then focus on the front of this building. But now the next time I wanted to do zoom in region, it wouldn't work. I would have to click it from the button. So again, it's a little quirky, but that's the way that particular menu behaves. Okay, so all of the zooming and panning that we've been doing, you could see it works in 2D views, it works in 3D views. But when you're in a 3D view, you have an additional option at your disposal. We could also change the orientation of the 3D view. We can orbit. Okay, so to start off with, I'm going to right click and choose zoom to fit so that we can see the entire 3D model. Next, instead of dragging the wheel, I'm going to hold the shift key down and drag the wheel. So let me show you. So hold down your shift key, push the wheel in, and then start to drag. And notice that that's going to orbit that 3D view. And not only are you able to orbit side to side, but you can also orbit up and down. So in other words, you've got a full 360 degrees of motion here, and you can change that orientation any way that you like. Now, if you happen to be zoomed in when you do this, it might be a little bit odd because things are kind of orbiting off the screen. So like we talked about with the zooming and panning, where you want to put the cursor to kind of center the screen, it doesn't work that way with 3D orbiting. But what you do instead is you simply select an element. So let's say I want to stay focused on this little park here in front of the building. So I'm going to select one of the trees in the middle of that park, and now I'm going to orbit. So you just click right on the tree and then hold the shift key down and drag the wheel. And notice that it now stays focused on that element as I spin it around. Okay, so it's just a slightly different way of doing it, but I highly recommend that you get in the habit of selecting something first before you orbit in 3D. You'll just get a lot more control. Now, in addition to using the wheel, there's also this view cube that's up here in the corner. Now, it might be ghosted out, so kind of move your mouse there and it'll come to full intensity. Now, that view cube's in a couple pieces. There's a little flat disc at the bottom. That's more of like a turntable effect where you would only be able to spin the model. You don't change the height. And then there's the cube itself. So let me show you the turntable first. Notice that that's going to kind of spin around. Now, it'll be a little easier to see if we zoom out first. Okay. And then let's spin it around. You see how it's not changing the height at all? Even if I drag up or down, it's still keeping that height stationary. But if you click and drag the cube instead, then it behaves like a full orbit. Now, even though this is possible, I personally think it's easier to hold the shift key in the wheel in that case. Now, the other really interesting thing about the view cube is it's got these little hotspots. So notice that there's a front face and a left and a top, and then even the corners are little hotspots. So what you can do is you can click one of those and it will spin the model around and focus in on that orientation. So it'll kind of make it match that orientation. Now, sometimes you got to click to kind of get it to do that because you could see it was sort of pausing there for a moment when I did. So if it doesn't seem to want to spin on its own, just sort of click. It's animating. And so sometimes the animation gets stuck and I find that I have to kind of click or pan or something to kind of get it unstuck. If you click one of these little hotspots at the corners, then it'll go back to being, a 3D view. And there's also a little home icon there too, which will go back to the default orientation of the 3D view. Now, what's interesting about this is if you select something first and then you click that same hotspot, it will focus in on what you've selected there. Okay, so it's similar to what we saw with dragging the wheel and orbiting. The view cube kind of behaves the same way. So I encourage you to spend a little bit more time practicing with each of the navigation tools. It's an important skill to kind of have under your belt because it makes it much easier for you to work in the software when you can easily get to the location of the model that you want to focus on. This video, I want to talk about a very important foundational skill, and that is object selection. Now, to help us with this, I'm in the architectural sample model that comes with the software, but you could really be in any project you like. As long as it's got some geometry in it, it should work just fine. But if you want to open up the architectural sample model that I'm in as well, you can get to it from the File menu, highlight Open, and then go to Sample Files, and then open up the architectural sample model. What I'm going to do is work in a floor plan for this example. So here under floor plans on the project browser, there's an L1 floor plan. I'm going to double click to open that up. And then I'm just going to put my mouse in the middle of the screen right here and roll a few clicks to zoom in a little bit more closely around the center of the screen. Okay, so selection is the first step in almost anything that you're going to do in Revit. So let's go through the various ways that we can select. Now let's start with the status bar in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. So notice that message there. It tells us that we can click to select, we can use the tab key to get alternates, or we can use the control and shift keys to help us select and deselect. So let's walk through each of those and I'll show you what that means. So let's start with click to select. First thing is, before you select anything, let's talk about pre-selection. So I'm going to move my mouse over this wall, but I'm not going to click yet. It will highlight that wall. It will give me some information in a tooltip. And notice that same information will appear on the status bar in the location where the message previously was about clicking to select and tabbing for alternates, right? It says walls, basic wall, exterior, and then some additional information after that. Now, what is that information? Well, if you watched an earlier video where we talked about the Revit hierarchy, that is an indication of the hierarchy of the element that I'm about to select. It is the walls category, the basic wall family, and then the rest of that message is the name of the type in this case. Now, if I move over to a different wall, say this one right here, again, I'll see a message that says walls, basic wall, and then this time it says a different name for the type. So what that's telling me is the first wall I highlighted is different than the second wall that I highlighted, but I'm getting the same basic information about each of those walls. If I click, it will select that wall. So now it's much more obvious because it's highlighted the entire wall there. So it's now selected. And in addition to seeing the message on my cursor there, notice that I'm seeing that same information now over on the properties palette, even when my mouse is moved away from the wall. So notice that same information is available here. Now, walls is the category, but that's going to be listed underneath the family and type, which appears on the type selector above. So we've got walls here with a quantity of 1. That's telling me I have 1 wall selected. And then above that, it's telling me that wall happens to be basic wall family and then party wall 6 1/8 inch for the type. If I select a different wall, it will deselect the first wall in favor of the second one that I select. Now, the information on the properties palette will be similar. It's still a basic wall. It's still walls category. There's still 1 wall selected, but now it's telling me that this is a different type, exterior 12 5/8 rain screen. So the type is going to vary as I make different selections, but the rest of the information is staying largely the same. And you can continue to do this with different walls throughout this floor plan, and you'll see slightly different information. Now, it's not just walls, of course. We can select anything. Now, notice also that if I select an empty white space, it deselects everything. Okay, so when you're making selections, every time you click, it's creating a new selection, including if you click an empty space, it's making a new empty selection in that case. Now, let's say we come over here to this dimension object instead. Well, when I hover over it, it tells me the same basic information. Dimensions category, linear dimension is the family, linear trebuchet is the type, okay? And when I select it, I'm going to see that same information appearing on properties palette. So that's the click to select part. Now, what about the control adds and shift unselects? Well, let's start with a selection of maybe this wall right here. And remember, that's that party wall type. I'm going to hold down the control key. Notice the small plus sign that appears next to my cursor. And then that means I'm in add mode now. And if I come over here and select this wall, you can see that that wall is also a party wall. Now, the only thing that changes on the properties palette is the quantity now says 2. So otherwise, those 2 walls are the same category, family, and type. I've got a third one right over here. And if I click that, it now says walls 3, but all 3 of those are party walls. If I add to it this wall, now you're going to see the quantity says 4, but notice that the type has changed to multiple types are selected. And that's because the 4 walls that I have selected don't all share the same type. So now it's not able to tell me one type or the other. It just says that there are multiples. What if you were to add a door to that selection? So I'm going to come over here and highlight this door 107B, and I'm going to control click it. And now it says multiple categories are selected on the properties palette. And then beneath that, it says common 5. Now you'll notice here that there are still some properties available on the properties palette. That's because there are some basic properties that are shared in common between both doors and walls. Not many, but there are a few. Well, what if you hold the control key and you add a dimension to the mix? Well, now it says common 6, but notice that I have no more common properties. So there isn't anything in common between the categories of wall, door, and dimension. So it's simply telling me the quantity in this case and nothing further. So as you make your selections, just be on the lookout for the different clues that you see available to you there on screen. And it kind of gives you some hints about what you're able to do with that selection. Now, with the control key, we were able to add to the selection. If you want to remove from the selection, we use the shift key. Notice now we'll get a little minus sign next to the cursor. And then I can click something to remove it. So that removes the dimension. I'm back to common 5. Then I'll remove this exterior wall and I'm back to common 4. Let's remove the door and I'm back to 3 party walls. Okay. If I click an empty space, it deselects everything. So those are the absolute basics of selection. But you recall that there was also the note that said we could tab for alternates. What does that mean? Well, the way this works is you start off by pre-highlighting something first. So let me put my mouse maybe over here next to this wall between these 2 restrooms. And then I'm going to press the tab key. Now, even though my mouse is favoring the wall, there was a plumbing fixture nearby. So when I tab, it sort of jumps over to that plumbing fixture. Now, if I tab again, it goes back to the wall. So depending on which object you want to select, you just tab until the one that you want is highlighted, and then you click. Now, it's very important that you understand that it's in that sequence. You highlight, you tab 1 or more times, and then you end with a click. So let's try that again, right? I'm going to click an empty space. I'm going to put my mouse in the same general area. I'm going to tab over, and this time I'm going to highlight the plumbing fixture and click, and I can select that plumbing fixture. Okay, so that's the first way that you can use the tab key. But there's an even more powerful way that you can use it. What if I hover over this wall instead? This time when I press tab, it will sense that there's another wall nearby connected in what Revit calls a chain. Now, a chain is two walls touching endpoint to endpoint. So now it's highlighting both of those walls. And if I click, I'm going to select the chain of walls. And over here, it says that there are now two walls selected. Now, there's lots of chain opportunities on this screen here. If I go to this exterior wall here, and I press the tab key, notice that the chain is going up to the left and it's going all the way down and around to the right. And if I were to click, it'll deselect the first chain and it will select the new chain instead. And you can see that that was 7 walls. Depending on your project and the configuration of your walls, you could select dozens, if not hundreds of walls with a single click using this method. So this can be a very powerful way to make what otherwise would be a very tedious selection. So definitely spend some time practicing the chain selection and the tab key, and don't get frustrated with it. I know that it can take a little practice to get it, but just keep reminding yourself, you highlight, then you tab, and then finally you click in order to make that selection. Now, what if you want to select a lot of stuff all at once? Well, using the Shift and Control keys and picking them one at a time is definitely not going to be the most efficient way to go. What you can do is, if you click and drag, you can make a box selection either going from the left to right or from right to left. When you go from left to right, it's got a solid edge. And when you go from right to left, it's got a dashed edge. What's the difference? The solid edge box must completely surround the items that you want to select. So let me demonstrate by starting here in empty space, and I'll slowly start to drag in this direction. Notice it didn't actually select that column until I completely surrounded it. I had to completely surround that plumbing fixture in order to get it. And then the bigger I make this box, the more elements will begin to be selected. And then when I let go, I now have 45 elements selected with a single click and drag operation. Now, let me contrast that to a crossing selection. So I'm going to click an empty space to deselect, and I'm going to start at the extreme corner of that first box that I made, click and hold down, and start dragging in the opposite direction from right to left. And notice that it's highlighting considerably more elements this time. And when I let go, instead of 46, this time I have 78. So in order to be selected with the dashed box, it just simply needs to touch that element and then it will be selected. So those are going to be much quicker ways to make selections of lots of elements. Now, you look at this selection and you say, what could I possibly want to do with a selection like this? Well, usually you're going to use the windows and crossing selections to get started, and then you're going to move on to a command here called filter. With filter, you can remove from the selection categories that you're not interested in. So let's say from this selection, I only wanted the walls in the area that I've selected. I could go to this filter button and notice all the categories that I've selected here. And each one lists with a count in the right-hand column. And there's lots of stuff here. Well, you can start unchecking the categories that you don't want, but more efficient is to do check none, then scroll down, locate the category or categories that you do want. So maybe I only want walls and doors, and then I click OK, and it will deselect everything except for walls and doors in that area. And if you compare that, there's 12 elements in my selection. If you compare that to clicking 12 times with the control key, then clearly I think that is a more efficient way to go. So that's a very powerful way to make selections. But there's just one more that I want to share with you, and that is selecting by type. So think of the method I just showed you with the filter tool as selecting by category, because you're making a big selection and then removing categories you don't want. Well, you can right-click an element as well. So if I right-click this door here, there's a select all instances option, and you've got a few different choices here. Visible in the view is probably the safest and the one that you're going to use the most often, but there also is this option for entire project. Let me show you visible in the view first. And over here, it tells me that there was only one door like that. So that was probably a bad choice. Let me try a different one. Let's try this door right here. Select all instances, visible in the view. There we go. That's a little bit more interesting. There are 12 of those doors. Okay. Now I'm going to right click again and choose entire project. And you see how that quantity jumps from 12 to 20. Now, there are only 12 visible in this view, but there are 20 throughout the entire model. So you just want to be careful when you make your choice there, because I probably wouldn't want to click delete right now or make any other drastic change to the selection of 20 elements, because I'd be changing 8 of them that I can't see on screen. Okay, at least with the 12 that I can see, I could react right away to the change I made. And if it was something I didn't like, I can undo. So I encourage you to experiment a little bit further with each of those selection methods. It's really important that you get comfortable with all of those different methods, because making selections is just a really important part of everything that you're going to do in Revit. And so the more comfortable you are quickly being able to strategize and make a good selection, just the easier that your modification tasks will go in general. In this video, I want to talk about some of the overall system-wide options that you can configure in Revit. I'm not actually in an exercise file. There's no need to have a file open for this topic. So I'm here on the home screen. If you want to customize the options, however, you need to be able to see the ribbon. So to see the ribbon, you can use this back button right here at the top of the home screen. Or you can open a file. It won't hurt anything if a file is open, but I'm going to simply do it this way. Then I'm going to go to the File menu, which is now available, and then choose the Options button, which is right here. So there are a number of tabs here in the Options dialog. And if you watched the video on changing your theme, then we've already explored the Colors tab in that previous video. So I'm going to skip over that now, obviously, and you can go back and watch that video if you want to learn more about themes. But here on the General tab, let's start right at the top where it says Notifications. This is probably the most important setting in this dialog, because it's talking about saves and save reminders. And you'll notice that mine is set to 30 minutes by default. Now that's the default setting that Revit uses. You can change it if you like right here. You can go as low as 15 minutes, or you can even turn it off altogether with no reminders. Now, I highly recommend that you leave the reminder turned on. 15 minutes might be a little too frequent. I think 30 is fine for most users. I really do not recommend no reminders. What is this doing exactly? Well, if 30 minutes elapse and you haven't saved, Revit will remind you that it's time to save. Now, if you think about how important that could be, if you let lots of time go by without a save, and then you should have some sort of a failure on your computer and the system closes or you lose power or something like that, you could lose a lot of work. So I can't emphasize enough how important it is to save regularly, and having a reminder to do that is just a really helpful way to make sure that you don't forget. So I'm going to leave mine set to 30 minutes. I recommend that you do the same, or that you configure an increment to your own liking, but I really don't recommend that you turn it off. You want to leave that set. Now, the next area is username. That is probably grayed out if you are logged into your Autodesk account. If for some reason you are not logged into your Autodesk account, there will be a button there that allows you to log in. Now, if you're on subscription, then you must be logged in order to access your Revit software. If you're not on subscription, then it's possible that you won't be logged in, and so you might see something different there. So just talk to whoever your support folks are to sort all that out if you see something different. I'm going to jump down to view options at the bottom of this screen next, and you'll notice that the default view discipline is coming in as coordination for me. And that's because I just installed Revit recently, and that's the default discipline. Now, my discipline is architectural. So pretty early on after installing the software, I recommend that you open up the default view discipline here and change it to whatever you identify yourself as. So for me, it's architectural. If you're working in another discipline, you can choose that. Now, what that does is it just sets the default discipline for any new view that you create. Now, you can always change the discipline of a view later. So if you forget to do this, it's not that big of a deal. But if you don't want to have to keep changing it after the fact, then the easiest way to prevent that is to just set your default here, and that establishes your preference going forward. So architectural for me. Next, I'm going to move on to the user interface tab here. And I just want to talk about these checkboxes at the top. Now, notice that all of them are checked for me except for this one at the very bottom, infrastructure tools. In this course, we're not going to do anything with the infrastructure tools, so leaving that one unchecked is perfectly fine. But I do recommend that you have all of the other ones checked just so that your screen matches mine more closely. However, it's possible that some of those might be unchecked for you, and that just simply controls which tabs are available on the ribbon in the background. So if there are certain disciplines that you don't care about, maybe you're not interested in the systems tab or something like that, you can uncheck it and simplify your interface a little bit with those choices. Okay, so again, those are your personal preferences. Feel free to change them if you like, but I recommend checking all of those boxes there. All right, so the next thing I want to do is skip down to hardware here. And what this is going to do is tell you whether or not your current system hardware meets the minimum requirements of Revit. Now, it's really only checking to see that you meet the minimum requirements. You might far exceed Revit's minimum requirements. It's not telling you anything about that, but you can see here that the computer that I'm working on has a nice green check mark for each of these items. So it supports the minimum requirements, which is generally a good thing. If yours does not look like this, then you might want to think twice about the computer you're using to run Revit on, because Revit is pretty robust and requires a computer with some pretty sophisticated hardware. So it's a really good idea that you make sure that your hardware tab here has a green light for each of those items, if you can at all manage it. All right, now this is related to the setting that we changed on the first tab for the discipline. This is a list of template files that will become available to you for creating new projects. And you can add to this list, you can remove from this list, and you can reshuffle the list and move it around. So you'll see this entry here at the top is the imperial template for me. I'm going to leave it set that way because I'm going to be working in imperial units. But if you prefer metric units, you could take the metric item, for example, and you could use this up arrow to move it to the top of the list. Whichever one is at the top of the list is your default template, but you can always access other templates as well. Now, if you're working in an office environment where you have a BIM manager that's configuring your system for you, it's possible that your office standard template might be listed there. So your screen might look a little different than mine. I don't recommend that you change it if you're in that scenario. Just leave it the way that your BIM manager has set it up, and you can certainly ask them if you have any questions about that. Now, there's a variety of other tabs here. I'm not going to go through all of them. You can explore some of them on your own if you like, but there are user configurable settings in all of those locations. But as you can see, there was just one or two things that I wanted to change here, but I did want you to be aware of this dialog and the fact that there are a number of settings that are global that affect your entire Revit experience. And so once you change them, you shouldn't need to change them again. Revit project files can be configured in one of two ways. They can be either single user files where only one user can access the file at a time, or you can set them up as a team project where multiple users can access and save changes to the file at the same time. Now, if you're working in a small firm on smaller projects, then single-use files could work just fine. But in larger projects or in larger project teams, single-use files will not be conducive to team collaboration. Therefore, in those cases, we're going to need to set up the files for multi-user access. Now, Revit's word for that is work sharing. So whenever you hear somebody talk about a work share enabled project or the work sharing concept in general, what they're talking about is simply team projects, projects where multiple users can access and save changes to the file at the same time. Now, in this course, we're going to be working exclusively with single-use files simply for convenience of working together and to ensure the simplest user experience. However, if you're working in a firm, there's a really good chance that you're going to be working in workshare projects more frequently, if not all of the time. So in this video, I simply wanted to talk about the concept and make sure that you're familiar with the terminology and also give you some tools to identify when you're working in one or the other type of project. So I don't have an exercise file for you in this video. Workshare projects don't lend themselves to being easily shared as exercise files. So simply watch my screen here. I'm going to give you the clues on how to identify what kind of project you're in, but there's really nothing for you to do in terms of following along in this video. So let's start with the recent file screen that you can see visible here on screen for me. I have a variety of files shown here. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is these little badges that you see here in the corners of the files. Now, I'm going to start with one of the files that doesn't have a badge at all. This sample file that is right here. If I hover over it, you'll notice that the saved path for that file is on my C drive. Now that's one of the sample files that's provided with the software, and it is a single user or standalone project. Only one user could access this file at a time. If I opened the file and then another user who had access to that same location tried to open the file, they would get a message that says the file's read-only and they have to wait until I'm done with it before they could save. That's what I mean by a standalone or a single user file. Now, next to that, I have this file here called Tower. This one is actually also a single use file, but it's stored in a cloud location. So the only difference between these two is where it lives. This one lives on my C drive. This one lives in the cloud. But in both cases, both of those files are standalone single user files. And again, if somebody else tried to access that file simultaneously, the second person would get the read-only message. The next two to the left are Workshare-enabled projects. So this one is a Workshare-enabled project that is using my local area network. So it has a main file that is saved on my network, and anyone with access to the same network as me would be able to access this file. Multiple users would be able to open it simultaneously, make changes, and save those changes to the master file, which we call a central file. So that master copy is called a central model, and it usually lives on a network server and is usually maintained by somebody in your IT department or your BIM manager or just somebody with knowledge of how to manage Workshare-enabled projects, and central models will usually have that responsibility. Now, the one next to it is also a Workshare-enabled project, but you'll notice the little superimposed cloud icon on its badge. So that is telling me that this Workshare-enabled project is saved in the cloud. So rather than saving it on my local area network, it is saved up in the cloud, but otherwise it is also a team project. So what this boils down to is, of the four options I've shown you here, it's really just the difference between team or non-team and then saved locally versus saved in the cloud. Okay, so when you combine those two possibilities with the other two possibilities, you get four total options, which is what I'm showing you here. Okay, so what I want to show you now is when you've identified that you have a Workshare-enabled project, how do you access it and how do you open it up? So if it's previously been opened, it's as simple as clicking it here on the recent file screen, and it will open it up and do everything correctly that you need to do. But what if you've never opened it before? Let's walk through that scenario. So let's say that you've just joined a project team and the manager of the project tells you where the project is located and gives you instructions on how to access it so that you can open it up and join the team. Well, that involves going to the open command over here, and then you will simply browse to the location of that file. Now, for me, that's on a D drive on this machine, and the D drive is simulating my office network in this scenario. So yours might be a different drive letter, or you might access it through a UNC path. So again, you'll get those instructions from your BIM manager or whoever's in charge of the project. Once you get there and you locate a Revit file, when you select it, the way that you can tell that this is a Workshare-enabled project is at the bottom of this dialog where it says work sharing. So notice that it says work sharing, and more importantly, there's two checkboxes that are lit up and available to check. Now, by default, it checks the correct one, which is create new local. In almost all circumstances, I would say 99.9% of the time, that's the correct option. You want to do create new local before you click open. So it'll already be checked. So you just simply need to verify that that box is checked and then move on to the step of open. In very rare instances, you might detach from central. Now notice if I check that, it unchecks create from local. So you can't do both. It's one or the other. And in even rarer instances, you might uncheck both. If you uncheck both, you are opening the central model, which is generally considered to be not recommended in almost all cases. So again, before you do that, please check with somebody in knowledge of the project at your firm before you do that in a real project. It's very serious. So in almost all cases, you're going to want to click Create New Local. It should already be checked, and then simply click Open. Now, it's possible you might see a message like this if you've already been in the project previously. This is simply asking me what to do with yesterday's local copy. So each morning you're going to create a new local copy, and then you can either overwrite yesterday's or you can keep yesterday's and append a timestamp to it. Now, I like to do that, but it really doesn't matter. It's a matter of personal preference in that option. So just pick either option, whichever one appeals to you, and then it's going to open up the project. Now, again, I didn't provide this as an exercise file, so you can't follow along, but what you'll be greeted with is something like this. It's going to open up as a Revit project. And then in all ways, now you're just working in Revit. So the only thing that was really different there is the way that you located and accessed the project and making sure that you were actually creating a local copy instead of working directly in the central model. Now, I just want to point out a few differences in the user interface once you're in a Workshare enabled project so that you can identify that you're here. So there are a few cues. On the view control bar, you will have this pop-up menu here, which was not available in a standalone project. So it looks like this little collection of colored cubes. And when I open that menu, it's got these options for work sets and checkout status and so on. Those are all Workshare enabled specific functions. Now, down here on the status bar is an option that says work set 1 for me. If you've got a pop-up menu here, and if it has any options at all, if it's not just simply grayed out, that means you're in a Workshare enabled project. Okay, so just the presence of that menu with anything on it at all tells you you're in a Workshare enabled project. The last cue or clue that you're in a Workshare enabled project is right up here on the quick access toolbar next to the save icon. You should see the synchronize and modify settings icon. If you have that icon, you are in a Workshare enabled project, because when we save our changes in a Workshare project, we're actually synchronizing those changes with the central model. So the command is slightly different than just a normal save. Okay. So if you see those icons scattered around the user interface, then you know you're in a Workshare project. If those icons are not there or they're grayed out, then that means you're in a standalone. And that's really all there is to it. So if you're asked to join a Workshare enabled project, then that's going to be how you do it and how you can identify that you're there. Now, the last thing I want to point out to you, I'm just going to go back to my home screen here, is what about these two cloud ones that I showed you at the start? How did we get to those? Well, that's slightly more complicated because you need to have access to the cloud project in the first place. So the way you would do that is to click over here on Autodesk Docs, and somebody in your firm would have had to invite you to the cloud-based project before you could start. And then up here, you would have to choose the account and project. So in this example, I'm going to choose the appropriate project here. What you see will vary depending on the setup of that project, but this is just an example. And then when I browse into the appropriate folder, this is that cloud model, that standalone model that was saved in the cloud. And you can see right here, it says it's a cloud model. So that's how I can tell it's not Workshared. This one says it's a Workshared cloud model. So it's going to very clearly tell you the difference there, whether it's standalone or Workshare. But otherwise, you just simply click on it to open that up, and everything else would be as I've already indicated to you. Now, if you want to learn more about work sharing, I have two courses here in the library that I would like to direct your attention to. If you're a user on a Workshare enabled project, then I encourage you to consider watching Revit Worksharing for Users when you're finished with this course. It will give you an overview of all the terminology and all the details of working in a Workshare enabled project. If your Workshare enabled projects are going to be stored in the cloud instead of locally on your local network server, then you might also want to consider BIM Collaborate Pro Essential Training, which talks about cloud-based functionality. In this video, we're going to create a new project file. Now, the word project and model are synonymous in this context. So when we look here on the home screen, you're going to see that it says models over here on the left, and it says models here under recent files. In both cases, model files are the same as project files. Now, in Windows Explorer, they're going to have an RVT extension. So the Revit file itself would have this RVT extension, and that's how you know it's a project file. And over here, it's simply referred to as a model. And to create one, I would click this new button right here, and that will open up the new project window. So hopefully that's not confusing, that both model and project really mean the same thing in this context. Okay, so once we're here in this dialog, the most important setting in here is choosing a template file. Now, what you see on this list might vary. This is dependent on what you've installed, what region you're in, what you configured in options. So let's not get too hung up on what is shown here in the list. What we're going to do instead is we're going to use this browse button. So I'm going to click on that, and I've got the US Imperial installation of Revit. So it takes me to this English Imperial folder here, and you can see that that folder contains a variety of template files. Now, as I mentioned, project files have an RVT extension, but notice that template files have a different extension, RTE. So when you create a file initially, it's going to be based on an RTE file, but then when you save that project, it becomes an RVT file. So the template is just the starting point for a project, and it can configure any number of things, all the different settings. It can be office standards, anything that you want to include in a template file. And the goal is, again, to just give a consistent starting point from one project to the next. And just looking at some of the names that you see in here, you can see that there's a lot of different ways you could approach that starting point. So there's one here for plumbing and mechanical. There's another for commercial. There's one down here for residential. So there's a lot of different possibilities. Now, the one that we're going to use in the projects in this course is called Default Multidiscipline. And when you select it, you'll see this little 3D icon over here on the preview window on the right-hand side. So that's how you'll know that you've gotten the correct thing. Now, in this course, you can work in either imperial units or metric units. So this one, Default Multidiscipline, is the imperial version of this template. If I go up one folder, that takes me to the templates folder with a number of different languages. If we go into the English folder, you're going to see all of the same templates here as metric versions. And if you would prefer to work in metric units, this is the one that you want to choose, Default Multidiscipline Metric. Notice it's got the same preview icon over here on the right. So on screen, I'm going to use the imperial version, but as I said, you are welcome to use the metric version if you prefer, and I'll refer to both units along the way. So I'm going to open that, and then I'm going to click OK here to create a new project based on that template. And if you're not finding either of these templates in the locations that I'm indicating, then I've provided copies of each of those with the exercise files in a folder called OTB. So there's some visual things that we see right here in the middle of the screen. So you've got these indicators around the four sides. These are elevation markers. Now, if I zoom in on some of these, you'll notice that those elevation markers already have sheet references in them. So this one at the top says that it's 1 on sheet A201, and this one says that it's 1 on sheet A203. Now, those sheets are already included over here on the project browser. So if I scroll down and locate the sheets branch, so here's sheet A201 and here's sheet A203, and you can see there's 2 additional elevation sheets here as well. In addition to the elevation markers that you see, there's this section marker running across the middle of the screen. Now, this one, if I zoom in, is not yet on a sheet. So notice it does not have a sheet reference filled in, and it's actually grayed out in this dashed line, indicating that it is a working view or a temporary view that's not really intended for a sheet. Now, we have these 2 dashed lines in the middle of the screen. Those are really just there for convenience, marking the center point of the view here, but they're also showing us where the origin point of this model is. Out here, we have this item, which is referred to as a scope box. Now, what a scope box does is it controls the size and scale of either a view or a datum element. We're going to talk about datum elements in the next few videos, levels and grids. So we'll discuss those more in the future. But the view itself here is being controlled by another one of these scope boxes. Now, the best way for me to show you that is to come up here to the quick access toolbar and click on this default 3D view icon at the top of the screen. So that's going to open up a 3D view. And here you can see that there's actually two of these green dash boxes. This inner one here is called grids and levels. And so that is meant to control the extent of the levels and any grids, which again, we're going to talk about shortly. But this one out here is labeled views overall. So here's how this works. If I were to select this scope box, you'll notice that it's got these series of grip controls on all of the different sides. If I were to drag one of those grips and resize the shape of that box, notice that if I go back to the floor plan, this floor plan has already recropped itself to match the size and shape of that scope box. Furthermore, if we were to open up one of these elevations, which I'm going to do by double-clicking this little triangle on the south elevation, notice that it also has been resized accordingly. So the purpose of a scope box is to give you one place to go to be able to modify the extents of lots of views all at once. And that just helps with a consistent sheet layout. So when you consider all of these sheets that I have down here at the bottom, if we needed to resize the viewport of one of them, there's a pretty good chance we might want to resize the viewport on several of them. This is a convenient way to do that, and it's already built right into this template. Now, I don't want to keep that change, so I'm going to come up here and click the undo button in order to resize that scope box back to its original configuration, and then I'm going to close the south elevation to return to the first floor plan. So those are just a few of the settings that are already here and configured in this template file. Now there's lots more. So I just want to point out that this was a multi-discipline template. So I've been focusing on architectural views because that's our focus here in this course. But if you scroll down, you'll notice that there are several other branches here: electrical, mechanical, plumbing, structural. So you can use this same template for any discipline as a starting point. Now, there's also some symbols here, a north arrow and a bar scale. So there's lots of different settings in this template, far too many for us to go through in exhaustive detail. But what I wanted you to see was just some of the things to be on the lookout for. Now, I promised you at the beginning that I would contrast this to a file created without a template. So if I come up here and highlight new from the file menu, slide over here to project, and then open up the drop-down list here and choose none, I'm going to click OK. It's going to ask me what units I want to use. I'll do imperial. You can do metric as well. And notice I get a blank screen. I don't get really any views at all. I get just one floor plan, one ceiling plan. I don't get any sheets. There's no symbols. So none of that setup. There's no scope box. None of that setup that I just showed you that was in the template comes across if you don't use a template. So using template files is the easiest way for you to get a good starting point on a project that matches whatever office standard or configuration that you're after. So I'm going to close this one without saving it. And this is going to be our starting point moving forward for the files that we're going to be building in subsequent videos. Now, if your office has its own custom template, then you would certainly use that for projects that you do within the office. But for purposes of what we're going to do here together in the course, I recommend that you work with this template and the files that I'm providing to get the best experience, but you are certainly welcome to use your own template if you prefer. In the previous video, we created a new project from one of the provided Autodesk templates. In this video, what I'd like to do is start configuring this project with the settings that we need for the project that we actually want to create going forward. Now, I've actually opened up both the imperial and the metric version of this project on my screen. You don't need to do that. You only need to work in whatever one of the two matches your unit preferences. I wanted you to see both on my screen, however, so that we can just see what the differences are between the two. And it is subtle. So going forward, it won't matter whether you're working in imperial or metric, because I will mention both units on screen. And what you're going to see here is that it's mainly the units that differ between these two. So the tab I have open right here is the imperial version of this file. So it's called Project Start. And what I'm generally going to do is name the metric files with an M prefix. So notice that this is the metric version of this file, and it says M_project start. And otherwise, it looks largely the same. The only real difference between these two files is the unit configuration and some of the content that's loaded. Now, we'll talk about the loaded content in future videos. So in this video, let me show you the units as a setting. So I'm going to go back to the Imperial file, click over here to Manage, and then to get to Units, it's on the Settings panel here, and there's a Units button right there called Project Units. Now, what I want to do is just point out a few of the units that are set here. For length, as an example, this file is in feet and fractional inches, and it's rounding off to the nearest 32nd of an inch. Now, you could change that level of rounding if you prefer. You could suppress 0 feet when they occur, when you're only showing inches, and you could use digit grouping, which means that it would show 1,000 for 1,000 versus just 1,000 without the comma if you turn that off. Okay, so those are some of the settings there. I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to cancel and accept those defaults. But let me just point out some of the other units that are in here. Notice that slope in the Imperial file is in rise over 12 inches of run. Okay, let me cancel that. Notice that volume is in cubic feet. Notice that area is in square feet. Okay, so let me cancel out of here and let's contrast that to what we see in the metric file. So I'm going to go to metric, go to manage, click on project units. Here's the length setting. It's now in millimeters with no rounding. You could change from millimeters to centimeters to meters, in which case you might want to change the level of rounding. You can also suppress trailing zeros, and you can also enable digit grouping if you prefer. I'm going to cancel that without making any changes. Notice that this time slope is in degrees instead of rise over run. Notice that volume is in meters cubed and area is in meters squared. So otherwise, we're looking at essentially the same thing for both of these files. Now I'm going to click back to the Imperial file, and the next thing I want to do is set the location of this file, and that's going to be in 2 steps. So in the first step, I'm going to set the location and the overall project information using a command here called project information. So when you click that, this is all just text-based information that pertains to the project as a whole. So there are some identity data fields up here at the top, which I'm going to skip over. And if I scroll down here to the bottom, you can see under other that there's a variety of additional fields. So just go ahead and fill this in with any information that you like. So I'm going to put in a project issue date and a status like design development. I'm going to give the client a name, put in a project name and a project number. Now I skipped over the project address, and the reason I did that is because this is a slightly different kind of field. Notice there's a small browse button here. That opens up a larger window, and this is a multi-line text field. So you can press the enter key to go to a new line, and you can type in as many lines as required, which is pretty common for an address field. When you're done with all of that, you can click OK, and where does that information show up? Well, if you watched the previous video, you may recall that this template that we started with contained a number of pre-made sheets. So what I'm going to do is scroll down here now to the Sheets branch of the project browser. It's right there. And I'm going to open up one of the elevation sheets, A202. So we talked about this elevation sheet in the previous video, and what I want to do is zoom in on the title block down here in the lower right-hand corner. So I'm just going to put my mouse in that general area and roll it in to zoom in, and notice all those fields that we just typed in the project information are already filled in here on this title block. More importantly, if I open up a second sheet, I'll just go to A203, notice that it also has the same information. So things like the name of the client, the name of the project, the date, the project number, these are global fields that will input all of the sheets. Now, if you discover an error here in the sheet, what you can do is actually click right on the sheet, then click again on that field, it's editable text, and you could modify it right here. So if I notice that the project number is in the wrong format, I can change it right here. That change will apply not only to this sheet, but it will also apply to this one, and it will also apply back here in the project information dialog. So it's not possible for those to get out of sync because it's the same information in all of those locations. So in a single location, you're basically editing all the sheets in the project. Now, there were some other fields on the sheet like who drew it and who checked it and the number itself. Those are all sheet by sheet. So some of the fields there are per sheet, where some of them, like the ones that we edited, are project-wide. Okay, now we just filled in project information, which included the project address, but I want to point out that the project address that we filled in is just text information. That doesn't actually change the location of the project. So if we were to do any kind of analysis like wind analysis or solar analysis or shadow studies, we would not be in the correct location in our project at the moment. So to set the actual physical location in the world, where you need to go is project location and then use the location button right here. That's going to open up this location and site dialog. Now, this is resizable. I've previously made mine a little bit larger. Notice you can just stretch here at the corner to resize it. So make it big enough that you can see the map. And then what you can do is use the project address field here to type in the location of this project. For this project, I'm using Boulder, Colorado. So I'm going to type that in and press enter. That's the same as clicking the search button here, and that will run a search, and it found two options, Boulder, Colorado or Boulder County. I'm going to click the first option, Boulder, Colorado, and it will take me to that location on the map. Now, this is probably sufficient if all I'm interested in is shadow studies or something like that. But if you want to get much more precise, you can take this push pin and you can drag it around, or you can type in a very specific address here, or even latitude and longitude, as you can see. So you can be as precise as need be for your circumstances, but just getting in the correct city is probably all that's required in most cases. But when you're done, just simply click OK to accept that change. So all that remains now is for us to save our changes. Now, rather than save over the existing file, I'm going to go to File, Save As, a project. I'm going to put it on my desktop, and I'll change the name and call it Headquarters. Now, there's lots of other settings that we could configure in the project, but that's enough to get us started and allow us to move on to the next step. In this video, I want to discuss two very important topics, saving and backups. So when you save your file, two things actually take place. Not only do you save and update the original file, but you're also creating backups. And I'd like to demonstrate how all of that works for you here. But the first thing and the most important thing is that you've got to be saving your file. So in order to take advantage of anything else that I'm going to discuss here in this video, saving is a must. And the most important thing that you need to know about Revit is it does not automatically save. So let me say that again. Revit does not automatically save. So if you don't personally click the save icon, type Control S, or go to File and choose Save, if you don't do one of those things, then your file is not saved. And should you crash, should the power go out, should something happen, you will be very unhappy because you will lose a lot of work. So it's very important that you understand that. So sometimes folks are surprised to hear that and they just assume that Revit would have an autosave. It does not. Okay. Well, what it has instead is a save reminder. Now, we've actually discussed the save reminder already in an earlier video when we talked about the options, but let me just remind you of where it is. If you go to the File menu, come down here to Options. At the top of the General tab of the Options dialog, under Notifications, you can see the Save Reminders. Now, as you can see, mine is currently set to 30 minutes. It is possible to choose a different increment down to 15 minutes or turn off the reminders. I don't recommend turning it off. And in fact, I think 30 minutes is correct for most users. So I'm not going to change anything there, and I will simply click OK. So what that actually means is if the amount of time that you've indicated in your save reminder expires, so in my case 30 minutes, and you haven't saved, then the next time you perform a command, Revit will actually interrupt you with a dialog that will tell you that it's time to save. So let me try and demonstrate that by running a command, say the wall command, and notice that I get this save reminder. So it doesn't really matter what command I ran. So the fact that I ran a wall command wasn't at issue. The fact that more than 30 minutes has elapsed since the last time I saved is what the issue is. And I now get this save reminder here. So there are a few options available here. The absolute correct option is the first one, save the project. You really don't want to do the other two, and you certainly don't want to get in the habit of clicking cancel. Unfortunately, I see a lot of folks get in that habit because they're annoyed that they were trying to draw a wall and Revit interrupted them with this message telling them that they need to save first. So the idea is that, oh, I'll cancel that and I'll save on my own later. But the trouble is that we often forget. So the whole idea behind the save reminder is it's interrupting you when you run a command because it knows it's got your attention. So it's trying to get your attention and do what's in your best interest, which is to save the project. So please don't get in the habit of clicking cancel. Don't turn off the reminders. Don't change the reminders. What you want to do is click this first option here, save the project. When you do, Revit will remember what you asked it to do, in this case, drawing a wall, and then you can go ahead and continue that command. Now, I'm just going to draw a little segment of a wall right there. Doesn't really matter where. So that's the basic idea behind the save reminder. So, of course, the biggest benefit of clicking save the project is that you've actually updated your saved version of the file. And so if something should happen, you've got a saved copy. But there are some additional benefits to doing that as well. And there are also some additional options that I want you to see when saving your project in the first place. So let's talk about some of those. And to do so, let's do a save as. So what I want to do is go to the file menu here, choose save as, and then project. And I'm going to put this on my desktop and I'll keep the same name. But before I click save, I want to come over here to options. So let's talk about some of these options here. So saving your project is important just because, right? That's the only way you're going to preserve your work. If you save before that 30 minutes elapses, you won't ever see that save reminder. And so you can avoid being annoyed by the dialogue interrupting your work. But beyond the fact that you just want to avoid the annoying dialogue, you're saving the project, which is important. But what you see here is that under save options, there's this maximum 20 right here. Now, what does that mean? Well, that is actually a number of backup copies that are also being created when you save the project. So if you get in the habit of saving regularly, not only are you potentially avoiding the save reminder dialog, not only are you updating your work frequently, but you're also generating backup copies. Now, 20 might be a bit excessive, so I am going to reduce that quantity. 3 is a more common number, so I'm going to change that to 3 in this case, and then I will come down here and click OK. Then I'll click save. And so all I've done really is relocate my file to my desktop and change the number of backups to 3. Okay, what does that mean exactly? Well, let me demonstrate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draw another wall right here. I'll cancel the wall command and I'm going to save again. Then I'm going to repeat that twice more. I'm going to draw a wall, click the modify tool to cancel, save again, and then one more time, modify tool, and let's save a third time. So I did 3 times because we asked for 3 backups. So now let's take a look at what we've actually done. Let's go to the file menu and let's choose open and then project. Let's go to our desktop if you're not already there. And what I want you to see is we now have our original file right here called headquarters. Notice that the preview over on the right shows a total of 4 walls. So if I move this out of the way, it matches what we see on screen there in the background. That is the latest version of this file. But notice that I have these 3 additional files here with numbered suffixes. So here is backup number 3. It only has 3 walls. Here's backup number 2. It only has 2 walls. And here's backup number 1. it has only one wall. Let me cancel this, and let's draw one more wall, click Modify, and let's save one more time. And now I'm going to go to File and choose Open, and now notice what happened. Backup 1 is no longer there. That's because we set our quantity to 3. So what 3 means is we're going to get up to 3 backups, but no more than that. And so it will always throw away the oldest version, number 1 in this case, and I'm left with 2, 3, and 4. And of course, the headquarters file represents the current state of the project. So if you get in the habit of saving often, not only are you keeping your file up to date and potentially avoiding the annoying save reminder dialog, but you are also getting several backup copies that you can fall back on should something occur where you need to restore an earlier version. Now, we set it to 3. You can set it to any quantity that meets your needs, but I think 3 is adequate in most cases. Now, I should point out that this backup mechanism that I'm discussing here is the way it works for standalone projects. If you're doing a Workshare-enabled project, a team project, which we talked about in an earlier video, the method is going to be slightly different for backups. You would need to go to the Collaborate tab and use the Restore Backup tool here in order to access backups, and they would be stored in a folder instead of having the numbered suffixes. So I'm not going to go through that process here. I just wanted to point it out to you and make mention that it is a little bit different, but Workshare-enabled projects are backing up as well. They just do it in a slightly different way. So I hope that this exercise has shown you just how important it is to save regularly. The takeaway from this video is save often, but please, 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 when you see the save reminder, don't get in the habit of clicking cancel. Please get in the habit of clicking save the project. That is absolutely the right thing to do anytime you see that dialog.
In this video, we're going to set up the basic levels for our project. It's one of the first tasks you typically do in any new project is establish the levels. And the levels simply represent the important vertical heights that are meaningful in your building. Now, the best way to set up levels is typically in an elevation or section view. In fact, it's not possible to work on levels in a floor plan because you have to be able to see the level. So I'll be able to demonstrate that by opening up a section to show you what I mean here. So there happens to be this section 1 running across my view here in this file, and I'm going to simply select that, right click, and choose Go to View. Alternatively, there's a working section branch here on the project browser. You could expand that, and there is section 1. You could just simply double click it there. So both methods would get you to the same place. So levels are one of 3 datum elements that we have available to us in Revit. They are levels, grids, and reference planes. And throughout the course, we'll talk about all 3, but we're starting here with levels. These 2 items right here are the levels, these dashed lines. Now, what you're actually seeing when you look at it in elevation or section is just the edge of that level, but really what it is a 3-dimensional plane. So if I were to go to the 3D view here, you can see the levels maybe a little bit more clearly and visualize conceptually what they are, because you'll notice that there's a plane here for the L1 and L2 levels, which are currently present in this file. Now I'm going to close my 3D view to go back to the section. So it is theoretically possible that you could manipulate your levels directly in 3D. Some people like to do it that way. I prefer to work here in the section. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I'm going to ignore levels 1 and 2 for the moment, and I'm going to show you how you can create your own levels. So that's on the Architecture tab, and we're going to click the Level tool right here, or you can use the keyboard shortcut LL. So the way this works is it's like drawing a line. You're going to pick 2 points. Now, one of the things you need to understand about levels is they must be parallel to the ground. So you can see that very clearly if you click your first point and then start to move your mouse. Notice that it doesn't matter where I move vertically. It's only going to allow me to draw this out horizontally. Now, you could draw it to the left or to the right. That doesn't matter, but it's going to be a horizontal plane is what you're going to be creating there. So I'm just going to click that second point maybe right there. Okay, so that is my first level. So let's create a second level. And what I want to show you is if you move your mouse nearby one of the endpoints of the existing level, it will sense where it is. You kind of get this little dashed extension line there. And if you click, that's going to keep those 2 points lined up with each other. And we can do that on both sides. So notice that it kind of senses it over there as well. And it even locks those points together. Okay, so now to demonstrate that, let me cancel out of the command. I'll do that with the modify tool here. I'm going to put my mouse kind of right about here in the middle of these two levels, and I'm going to roll to zoom in a few clicks there. Okay, I'm rolling the wheel up to zoom in there. Next, I'm going to come back and select one of the levels. It doesn't matter which one. And you'll notice these little open circles at both ends of the line. Okay, so there's one right there, and there's another one right here. Okay, if you click and drag that little open circle, notice that it doesn't drag just the one that you're dragging. It drags also the ones that are locked to it. Now, in this case, it's just 2 levels, but if you had 20 levels all locked together, then they would all stretch together as one with that simple modification. If you didn't want that behavior for some reason, you could unlock it and drag them independently, but that's what it does by default. And by the way, if you've previously unlocked it and you drag it back again, when it snaps back, it will relock itself. So it's real easy to change your mind on that behavior. So that's the basics of creating a level and controlling how long it is. But now let's look a little bit more at some of the other settings that are available to the level. Notice that there are labels on the right-hand side. We have control over that. So I'm going to click on the level itself, and you'll notice that there are these little checkboxes floating off to the left and to the right. Now, the one here on the right is already checked, indicating that we have a label on this side. The one here on the left is not checked. But if I check it, then suddenly I will get a label on that side, and I could have annotation on both ends. Or I could uncheck this one, and now I have annotation only on the left. Or I could change my mind, and in fact, you could turn off all the annotation if you wanted to, but rarely is that done. But I could change my mind and go back to annotation on the right. So it's up to you which side you want them on, but I'm going to leave both of mine set to the right there. Okay. That's a little bit about controlling the annotation. Now, the next thing I want to address is the color of that annotation. So notice that these two are black in color. However, if I hold the wheel of my mouse in and drag such that we can find the two existing levels that were already here in the file, L1 and L2, notice that their color is different. They are blue. So what does that mean? Well, it turns out that the blue color indicates that there are floor plans associated to those levels. And you can see that if you hover over the symbol, you'll get a tooltip that says, go to the view that corresponds to this level. Now, how exactly would you do that? You would just simply double click that blue symbol and it would open up that view. Notice that I'm now in the L2 architectural floor plan here, which is this view right here. Now, the other way that you can see that L3 and L4 don't have floor plans is notice that here under the floor plans branch, I only have the 2 floor plans. I don't have one for L3 and L4. So let's remedy that now. So I'm going to close the L2 architectural and then refocus my attention on just L3 and 4 here. And let's add some floor plans to those levels. So the way we do that is here on the View tab. There's a Plan Views dropdown. I'm going to open that up. There are a number of different floor plan types you can choose from. I'm going to choose floor plan in this case. And you can see L3 and L4 listed here. Now, it turns out that it's only showing L3 and L4 in this case because down here at the bottom, there's a checkbox that says do not duplicate existing views. And that's currently checked, which means that it is filtering out the views that already have floor plans. If you uncheck this, it would show all 4 of my levels. Now, I don't really want to add additional floor plans to L1 and L2, so I'm going to leave that checked. Click level 3, drag down to level 4, or you could just hold the shift key or the control key down to do that, and click OK. And that is going to create 2 floor plans. It actually opens up the last one, L4. We don't need to keep that open, so let's just close it. And then you can see right here, L3 and L4 have been created on the project browser. And of course, the colors of the symbols have now changed to that blue color to reflect that they now have floor plans. Now, the names, you'll notice, are a little different. When we created the floor plans for L3 and L4, it just used the same name as the level. But the other 2 floor plans have the architectural suffix at the end of their name. Well, it turns out that you can decide whether you want the names of your floor plans to match the names of the levels. It does that by default, but you don't have to accept that. So we can right-click one of these existing floor plan names here, L3, and I'm going to choose Rename. And then I don't actually want to name these the same as the other two because I want L3 and L4 to be roof plans. So this one is going to be low roof. And when I press enter, Revit will ask me if I would also like to rename the corresponding level. I'm going to answer yes here because I think it'll be useful to have that level name match that condition, the low roof floor plan. Now, it turns out you could do the level 4 the same way, or you could do it right here directly on the symbol. So if you click right on that L4 label, it makes it editable text, and we can call this one high roof. And it will ask the same question. I'll answer yes, and the floor plan will rename to match. Now, that is optional. Here, we've kept the names of the level and the floor plan connected to one another. So each time one of those gets renamed, it'll rename the other. But notice that here, the name of the level is just L2, but the name of the floor plan is L2 architectural. Once you've done that, then it's possible for the floor plans and the levels to have different names. So it really just depends on what your office standards call for or what the project needs dictate. So either one is perfectly fine. Now, I'm going to zoom out so that I can see all the levels, and I want to talk about the extents a little bit more. We've been dragging these manually, and that's fine, but I want to show you the behavior of L1 and L2 because they're a little bit different than what you were seeing there. If you click on them, the little open circle, first of all, is not at the end point like you'd expected. It's inset away from that a little bit, and if you try and drag it, nothing happens. And the reason for that is L2 and L1 are actually associated to something called a scope box. Now, what is a scope box? It's this thing right here, this dash box. Okay, and if I zoom out a little bit, you can see that it is exactly what it says it is. It's a box, and in fact, if we go to 3D, it is a three-dimensional box that has grip controls on all 6 sides. If you were to drag those grips, it will affect the extents of anything attached to it, which in this case is L1 and L2. So notice that here in the section view, the L1 and L2 extents have shortened when I shortened this scope box. Now we could stretch it in any view. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo those last 2 modifications to get it to go back to the original size. I don't really want to change the size of the scope box, but what I do want to do is take these 2 levels and I want to associate them to the same scope box so that we're controlling those the same way. And to do that, we just simply come over here to the scope box drop down here on extents. We choose grids and levels, which is the name of this scope box. And now they will share the same extents as the original 2. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to do is zoom in just a little bit here. And I want to make one more level, but this one I'm going to make as a copy from the existing level. Okay. So I'm just going to select level 1, go to the copy tool right here, click any start point, start moving the mouse straight down. And if you're working in the imperial file, type 5 and press enter. If you're working in the metric file, type 1500 millimeters, and then you can click the modify tool to cancel out. That creates L5. I'm going to click on it, click right on the name, and I'm going to rename that to top of footing. So again, remember, these are datum elements, and while they are really handy to establish the locations of floor plans, they also can be used for anything, any kind of geometry that you want to associate to a particular height. So top of footing in this case won't have a floor plan, but it will establish the locations of those footing elements. So that's just another way that you can use levels, and we'll see that as we progress through the course. The last thing that I want to do is adjust the heights of these other levels here. So I'm going to start with L2, click on it, click right on the number this time. So not the name, but the number. And in the imperial file, I'm going to type in 10. If you're working in metric, it's 3000. Then I'm going to select low roof and click right on the number. In the imperial file, I want this to be 12 foot 8 inches. Now there's 2 ways you can write that. 12 foot symbol 8 or 12 space 8. Either way, the first number is feet, the second number is inches. When you press enter, that will move that level down to that location. If you're working in metric, you want to put in 3,800 millimeters. Now, notice that the levels are overlapping one another now, making it a little bit difficult to see. Notice that there are these other little symbols here. So there's one right between the two pieces of text called add elbow. If you're having any difficulty finding that, just use your tab key. Each time you tab, it will highlight a different piece of the annotation there, and you want to make sure you're highlighting that little zigzag symbol. When you click it, it will create a little elbow in the level. Then you've got these little grip controls. You can drag those. And notice that that only affects the symbol. It does not affect the location of the level itself. That level is still at 12'8" or 3,800 millimeters. And for the final height, we're going to click in here. It's 20 feet in imperial or 6,000 millimeters in metric. And your final heights should look something like this in the imperial file. Or if you're working in the metric file, it should look like this.
In this video, we're going to lay out some grid elements. Grids are vertical datum elements that are used to locate other geometry. The most common uses for them is to locate structural geometry like columns and beams and so on. So it's not required that your project use grids, but they certainly can be helpful if you're going to have those kinds of structural elements. It's a great way to organize those elements. Now, I'm going to work here in this floor plan, and to help us get started, I've created some basic walls here to kind of represent the footprint of the building that we're after. Now, I did this just for convenience. It's not required that you have walls to start before you create the grids, but I just thought it would give us a little bit more focus while we're working here. So I do recommend that you continue in my exercise file rather than trying to use your own version for that reason. Now, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here so that we can get a better look at that building area. And then let's go ahead and get started creating our grids. So I'm going to come over here to the datum panel on the architecture tab and click the grid tool. And the first one I'm going to create kind of randomly. So I'm going to start down here beneath the building and then pull it up at an angle like so. And then I'll come over here and click the modify tool to cancel out. And the first thing I want to talk about is the naming of the grids. So notice that they do name automatically, and this one just named as grid 1. Now that seems like a perfectly logical name, makes perfect sense, but I just wanted to point that out. Now, I'm going to delete grid 1 because I don't really want it at an angle after all. And what I'm going to do is create a new one starting at the same basic location, but I want to pull it straight up this time, running vertically. Notice it's very easy to snap to a vertical, and click again. And here's what I wanted you to see about the naming. Notice that even though we've deleted grid 1, it doesn't reset the numbering. So Revit remembers that we last left off with grid 1, so that means that the next number in sequence ought to be grid 2. So I just wanted you to pay attention to that, because if you don't, you could end up having to do quite a bit of renumbering. Now, it turns out you don't even need to exit the command to change that value. You can just simply put your cursor over that number 2. It'll say edit parameter. Click right on it to make it editable text. And then you could type in another number or even a letter. So I'm going to type in capital A, press enter. And now I've effectively renamed that grid. Then I'm going to come down here and create a new grid that lines up laterally with grid A, pull that one straight up until it lines up laterally again at the top. And notice that that new one is now grid B. So this is why it's important to pay attention to what that name is at the start, because you can save yourself a lot of extra rework of having to rename them later. Now, I'm going to start kind of midway through the building here and pull it straight up until it snaps to A and B. And then I'll continue to create 2 more running across the horizontal direction of the building. Now, I'm going to go in the opposite direction now, starting down here at the bottom of the building and creating a grid that runs horizontally in that little wing down there at the bottom. And notice that this one comes in as grid F. And that's simply because it picks up where we left off at grid E here, and it keeps going. So I'm going to click right on F, change the name, put in whatever you like, including grid 1. So grid 1 is an option for me because I deleted the previous grid 1. So if grid 1 still existed, it wouldn't allow me to use that name. So for example, if I tried to rename 1 to capital A, that will generate a warning here which says that I need to add a unique name. Okay, so I'm going to cancel that and leave this as grid 1. So grid 2, I'm going to line up at both ends. Grid 3, I'm going to go the full length of the building here and line it up only on the left. And then grid 4, I'll do it up near the top, lined up on the left only as well. So that's all the grids I need. I'll click the Modify tool to cancel out. And now what I'd like to do is show you that these grid elements, even though I drew them in floor plan, they will show in other views. So if you watched the video on levels, grids are very similar to levels. They are datum elements. And the difference is where levels run horizontally through the building, grids run vertically. So if we zoom out just a touch here and kind of look at what we've got, down here at the bottom, I've got an elevation south, and it is looking up at the building this way. Over here, I have elevation east looking at the building off to the left. If I open either one of those elevations, I'm going to see some of the grids. So let me start by opening up the south elevation. You can double click the little triangle on that symbol to open it up. As an alternative, you could come over here to the project browser, expand elevations, building elevation, and then double click South Architectural to open that up. It's up to you which method you choose. Now, when I zoom in here, notice I'm only seeing the lettered grids. Okay, so that's because in order for a grid to display in a view, it must be perpendicular to the viewing plane. Okay, so let's do that again by going back to the level 1 architecture tab here, double click the east elevation or double click it here on browser, whichever one, and notice that we're only seeing the numbered grids here. And so going back to the floor plan, we can see why the numbered ones are perpendicular to the viewing plane of the east elevation, where the lettered ones are perpendicular to the viewing plane of the south elevation. So what this means is if you draw a grid that isn't perpendicular to either of those viewing planes, so in this case, grid 5 will not appear in either the south or the east elevation. In fact, the only way that you could get grid 5 to show in any elevation or section would be to create an elevation or section that was perpendicular to this grid. So that's just the rules of behavior for grid elements. So that is a potential limitation that you need to be aware of if you're creating grids and they're at non-perpendicular angles. They will not appear in certain elevations, and you'll need to be aware of that. Now, in this case, I don't need the grid 5, so I'm simply going to delete it. Now, as far as manipulating some of these grids, we've got a lot of the same controls and grip handles that we had when we worked with levels. So if you watch the video on levels, then some of this will be familiar. So what I'm going to do is start with grid 1 here, and notice that it is snapped to all the other numbered grids on the left-hand side and grid 2 on the right-hand side. So if I were to drag this little open circle, you can see that it affects both 1 and 2. If I do this one instead, you can see it affects all of the numbered grids together. Okay. The bubbles can be turned on either side. So I can check the box here to turn it on this side, turn it off on that side, and go back again by reversing that. So again, it's up to you what your preferences are. If you've got a lot of clutter in a tight area, you can add an elbow to adjust the position of the bubbles so that they don't overlap one another. If you want to remove that bubble, just simply drag this back to parallel and it will remove that. So those are some of the controls that we have available to us. Now, in this case, I left these unsnapped to one another. You can easily snap them together by dragging it over. It will lock, and now these would stretch together. So just some of the things that you can do to customize the configuration of those grids. So grids are not required for a project, but most commercial buildings will have grids. If you anticipate having a column layout, then you're probably going to want to use grids. And so as you can see, laying them out is a pretty straightforward affair. Just keep in mind some of those potential gotchas with viewing them in different views and with the way that they are named automatically. In this video, I want to discuss a really important concept in Revit, and that is one that I like to term either progressive refinement or sketch then modify. Now, these are both my descriptions for this concept, but the concept is really quite simple. In Revit, what you typically want to do when you're facing a layout task is you want to quickly and roughly lay out the geometry first, and then come back and slowly and progressively refine it into its more correct configuration. So you can think of that as you start with a really rough idea and then you progressively refine it, or you start with a really simple rough sketch and then you modify that sketch. So either way, with either description, and those are both my descriptions, they're not official Revit terminology by any stretch, but if you think of either of those two concepts, they're really describing the same thing, is that in Revit, the idea is we're not required to know all of the precise dimensions and locations of every element before we place them. We can start with whatever we do know, and then as more information becomes available to the design team, we slowly and surely massage and refine and change and transform the design to meet the newer requirements. So I want to demonstrate that process here, and I'm going to use a really simple example. I'm going to focus on these column grids that we have here. Now, if you watched the previous video where we placed those column grids, it might have surprised you that I was just sort of placing them randomly without really thinking too much about where they were. I didn't use any dimensions at all, any numbers at all. Well, that was intentional because, again, I was just sort of roughing out my idea that I needed grids in these approximate locations. And now what I'm going to do is come back and refine those positions. I'm going to take that sketch and modify it. Okay, I'm going to progressively refine that layout. So we're going to do that with a feature called temporary dimensions. Now, let me zoom in here a little bit so that we can kind of focus on the layout that we have here. And what temporary dimensions are is an on-screen control mechanism that allows you to select an element and then move its position using on-screen dimensions. So let me demonstrate by selecting grid A here. When I select grid A, you'll notice dimension string appears down near the bottom of the screen. It's called a temporary dimension because if I were to deselect grid A, which I will do by clicking an empty space, that dimension disappears. Therefore, it's temporary. So let's go ahead and reselect grid A again to bring that dimension back again. Now, it turns out there's actually two values there. There's a dimension measuring over to the wall on the left and another one to the wall on the right. And you could manipulate either value. Now, in my case, I know the value that I want for the dimension on the left. So that's the one that I'm going to modify, but you could modify either one. Revit doesn't care. Now, how do you make sure you're selecting the right value? It's kind of difficult to read down there. Well, move your mouse over the value itself. And before you click, notice that there's a box that surrounds that value. That's how you can tell which dimension you're editing in tight quarters here. So because there's two numbers and I want to just make sure I'm getting the right thing, I'm going to pay attention first to that box before I click. So when the box is highlighting the dimension on the left, I will click and that activates that value. And now I can type in the desired value instead. So what I want is for this grid line to be 4 inches or 100 millimeters off the inside face of the wall. Now, to get me to the correct location, I'm just simply going to do the math. The dimension is going to the center line of the wall at the moment, so I need to take half of the thickness of the wall and then add to it the additional value of 4 inches or 100 millimeters. So if you're working in the imperial file, we want a value of 10 inches. Now you can do that by putting in 10 and then the inch symbol, which is the double quote mark on your keyboard. If you're working in metric, use a value of 250 millimeters and then press enter. And when you do, notice that that will move grid A over to that new location that matches the dimension value that you asked for. If you click anywhere to deselect, the dimension disappears. So the temporary dimension was simply a means to an end. It allowed you to move that element. So let's repeat that with grid 1 now. So I'm going to select it. You can again see the two dimension values, and I want to use the same value again, but this time I want to edit the lower dimension instead of the upper one. So pay attention to which one's highlighting, click to select it. In Imperial, there's an alternative to using the double quote mark. You can instead do 0 space 10. So that's 0 feet and then 10 inches. It's the same thing. So 10-inch symbol, 0 space 10. It's going to get you the same place. And of course, in metric, continue with the value of 250. Okay, so those are the first two. Let me repeat with this one right here. And you can see it's quite a jumbled mess here. Now, you might be tempted to zoom in, but notice that when you zoom in, the dimensions don't really change, right? The size of everything is still the same. So that can be a little bit frustrating. So you really want to rely on that box that I was indicating to you. And in this case, I want the upper box. And that's how I can ensure that I'm selecting the correct one, 0 space 10 or 10 inches, 250 if you're working in metric. Okay, now I'm going to select this one here. And the dimension appears across the bottom of my screen there. And it's very clear now, because I'm zoomed in a little closer, that the witness line is in the center of the wall. Okay. But it turns out we can actually relocate that. So notice these little dots that appear on the witness lines. And if I put my mouse there, there's actually a tooltip that says move witness line. If you simply click the dot, that witness line will jump to a new location. It went to the inside face in this case. If I click it again, it goes to the outside face. One more time, it's back to center. And then one more time, I'm back to inside face. So just click it as many times as you need to get to the location you want. For me, that's the inside face. And now that means that instead of doing the math, I can just simply type in the distance I want, which in the imperial file is 4 inches. And in the metric file is 100 millimeters. Okay, so that's just an alternative way to achieve that. Okay. Now, let's say that you wanted to make that your default, okay? So rather than clicking the witness line grips, you wanted to make that setting permanent. You can go to the Manage tab, go to the Additional Settings dropdown, come down here to this Annotations flyout menu, and then slide over here to Temporary Dimensions. Here in Temporary Dimensions, you can see that there are 4 choices for the behavior of the wall's temporary dimensions. My personal preference is faces, but you're welcome to choose another option if you like. When I click OK there, notice that now if I select one of these grid lines, and let's just zoom in a little here to make sure that that's clear, notice it's referencing this wall up here and this wall down here, but importantly, look where the witness line grips are now. They are now at the faces of the wall. I can select this dimension and I can put in 4 inches or 100 millimeters and move the location of grid C. So the last one that I have to move is grid 3 here. I'm not even going to zoom in for that. And you'll now see that one move to its correct location. Now, there's one more that I want to move, and that's grid D. And when I select it, you'll notice that grid D is referencing the walls on left and right, but maybe I don't know either of those values. Maybe I actually know the distance off of grid C instead. Well, clicking the witness line grip, that trick I showed you before, is only going to go to the wall locations. It's not going to consider other geometry. So what you do instead is click and hold down that little dot, and now you can drag this anywhere that you like. And notice you're able to highlight grids, other walls, okay? And in this case, I'm going to highlight and then let go on grid C. Now I can activate this dimension and put in the value I want, which in the imperial file is 31 foot 8 inches. And if you're working in the metric file, it's 9,500 millimeters. Feel free to continue experimenting further in this file if you like, moving not only the grids, but you can also try manipulating some of the walls using temporary dimensions. Feel free to practice and experiment and explore. The temporary dimensions mechanism is a really important part of the Revit software, and the quicker that you get comfortable with that, the more beneficial that will become to you.
In this video, we're going to take a look at columns. Now, Revit has 2 kinds of columns. There are structural columns and architectural columns, both available on this little drop-down menu here. I'm going to start with the architectural columns. Now, it's defaulting to this round-shaped column, and I would actually prefer something rectangular. So if you go over to the Properties palette and click the Type selector at the top, you can see that there is another family loaded into this file called Rectangular Column. Choose the largest size, which in the Imperial file is 24 inches square, and in the metric file, it's 610 millimeters square.
Now, the way that this works is you can actually place these columns anywhere that you like. So I could just sort of place it there in free space. But if you look over here on the properties palette, there's this moves with grids feature and it's checked on by default. Now we want to leave that checked on. And the way that that works is if you snap to a grid intersection instead, that grid intersection will now have control over the location of the column. So let me demonstrate. Let's click the modify tool to cancel out of the command. I'm going to select grid 3 and I'm just going to drag that a little bit. Then I'll select grid B and I'll drag it a little bit. And notice that in both cases, the dragging of the column grids affected the location of the associated columns as well. Notice that this column was unaffected by the change because we did not snap it to the grids. So that's the difference in behavior depending on whether you snap to grids or not. So what I'm going to do is undo most of those changes. So I'm going to click the drop down here on the undo command and go back to the second column option. I'm going to leave change type alone because I want to start placing architectural columns a second time. And I want to make sure that I'm still using the rectangular column. So if you undid too far, just choose the rectangular column over again. Now this time I'm going to click the intersection at grids A and 4 and then zoom in a little so we can see more clearly what that did. Notice that the column not only associated with grid A4 as we would expect, but it also merged into the surrounding wall geometry. Now that's pretty nice even at this early schematic stage, but it's going to become even more powerful later on. Let me show you an illustration of how we're going to benefit from that in the future. So later, as the project progresses and we add more detail to the exterior walls and so on, the fact that we have this embedded column in here, notice that it's going to continue to embed in those walls and even take on the surrounding materials of those wall assemblies. So that's a really powerful benefit of this merge feature that we're getting really for free. All you need to do is just click near a wall and it will automatically take on that behavior. So that's just something that architectural columns do on their own. Okay, so let me zoom all the way out. And now that we know what we're going for here, I'm going to click on each of the grid intersections around the perimeter of the building. Now, don't do the ones in the middle. We're going to do something different there. So let's just click the modify tool to cancel out of the command. And now we're going to move on to structural columns. So the structural column tool should default to a steel shape, which will have the I shape to it. I'm going to accept that default column. If you want to change to a different type, you can, but I think I'm just going to stick with this standard I shape here. Now, many of the features of the structural columns are the same as the architectural. So we can place them freestanding anywhere in space. We could place them at a grid intersection. We've got the moves with grids feature, which would behave the same way. So all of those things I'm going to leave alone, and we could do the same as we did with the architectural. The only change I want to make is here on the options bar. Notice that there are two different ways that you can establish the height of this column. So it will default to the depth choice, but there's also a height choice. Now, if you leave it set to depth, what will happen is the column will actually go down from the level. It'll disappear from view, and that'll generate a warning. Okay. So if you want to avoid that, change it to height. And then you can even further establish the height either numerically right here, or you can use this drop down here and associate the height with one of your levels. So I'm going to choose level 2 in this case so that my columns will all start at level 1 and go up to level 2. The benefit of that is later, if we move the height of level 2, it will automatically adjust the height of all those associated columns. Now, as we did before, I could just click at a grid intersection and start placing these columns, but there's a much faster way with structural columns. Notice over here that we have two different multiple placement options, at grids and at columns. Let's start with at columns. I'll click the button, and the way that this works is you want to just click somewhere in empty space and drag a box from left to right that surrounds all of the architectural columns. Notice it's only highlighting the architectural columns, and when you let go on that selection window, it will ghost in a piece of steel in each of those locations. Assuming you're satisfied with that, you can click this finish button right here, and that will complete the change and very quickly add all of those columns. So I wish that the architectural columns had a similar piece of functionality because that's a much faster way to add these columns. Now, in addition to that, we can also add them at grid intersections. So let's choose the at grids option next. Typically, this works best with a crossing selection. So we're going to go right to left this time. So I'm going to start in this empty space right here, click and drag to the left until I've highlighted the 4 internal grids only. I'll let go, and it will ghost in a piece of steel in each of those locations. Now, even though there's 4 intersections there, it's only going to create 3 new columns because it's smart enough to figure out that we already had a column at grid 3.7 and C. So it won't double up and make a second column there. Let's click Finish. And we can click the Modify tool to complete the command. And then I can sort of prove that to you by making a window selection around just the piece of steel. And notice it says structural columns 1. So there's only 1 structural column in that location. Now, if you're seeing 2, it just means you made a bigger selection and it'll say multiple categories here. So make sure you're just windowing the steel to see that it's only 1. Okay, last thing I want to show you is the structural columns are directional, okay? Because they have the I shape and the flange and so forth, it matters which way they point. Well, there's a real easy way to reorient the columns. So I'm going to select the 2 here on the left and then simply tap my spacebar. When you do that, it will rotate the columns 90 degrees. So each time you tap the spacebar, it'll rotate an additional 90 degrees. Now, I'm doing it here with columns, but that feature works with all sorts of geometry. You can use the spacebar on columns, on windows, on doors, on furniture, on equipment, even walls. And it will either rotate in 90-degree increments or it will flip, kind of like a mirror command, the geometry in question. So I encourage you to try the spacebar in other scenarios as well. Just kind of keep that in mind, make a mental note to remember to do that. So that is placing columns, both structural and architectural. If you want to experiment further in this file, I welcome you to do so. In this video, we're going to pause a little bit on building our model and talk a little bit about file maintenance. So when we started this project, we used the default multidiscipline template that is included with Revit. Now, this is a decent starting point for the project, but the only thing about it is that because it's a multidiscipline template, the file size is maybe a little bit larger than what we would like to have for our simple architectural project here. So if you look over on the project browser, we've been focusing here on architectural views naturally. But if you scroll down, what you're going to see is that there are branches for several other disciplines in here as well. And if you expand any of these, like the electrical branch and then its floor plans, you'll notice that there are several views in here. So views can increase the file size, as can loaded families. So there's actually quite a bit of stuff in here that we're not going to use throughout this course. Because we're only going to be focused on architectural features, I thought it would be a good idea to take a moment and purge out all of the non-architectural items from this file. Now, it takes a little bit of time to do this because you want to do it thoughtfully. It is possible to just go to the purge unused command and just click all and purge everything. The trouble with doing that is you're probably going to purge too much. And then that means that there's going to be certain things that you're going to have to come back and reload again later. So what I want to do in this video is walk you through the process a little more systematically so that we're going to think about the things that we're going to purge and do it much more deliberately. So that will take a little bit more time than just purging everything, but I think it's worth the effort to do so. So I'll focus on the views first. So as I've already indicated, we've got lots of views here that we just don't need. Okay, so starting with electrical, expand everything, and you can do it manually the way I've done, or if I go to mechanical, you can right click the item and choose expand selected, and that will expand everything beneath mechanical. And I'll repeat for plumbing and I'll repeat for structural. So now you can see that there's at least a dozen views there that we're not using. Okay, so I'm going to select the L1 lighting plan first, scroll down to the structural plans, hold down my shift key and pick the L2 structural plan. So notice how that highlights everything in between the two things that I selected. And now I'll simply right-click and choose delete. So what that's going to do is it's going to remove all of those views. Okay, so that's the first thing I wanted to do. Now, we're going to talk about schedules later in the course, but there are some schedules for the other disciplines here as well that we can get rid of. So let's expand here. Everything under schedule typical we want to keep because those are all going to be useful to us architecturally. But if I look at the working branch, you can see several structural schedules right here. So I'm going to select this group of items and again, right click and delete. You don't really need this level schedule either. We can delete that. Let's keep these two working schedules, but I don't need any of the stuff in the none category. So I'm going to select all three of those and delete. So you can collapse the schedules view after you're done with that to keep things a little bit more tidy here. Now, there are some sheets here that we don't need. Now, many of them are empty, but let's get rid of them just the same. Any of the E sheets, so I'm going to hold the Shift key down and select those 4 E sheets, press the delete key. The M sheets, the P sheets, the S sheets, all of these can be deleted and press the delete key. So that gets rid of all of the views that we don't need. Now, the real work is going to take place under families. Now, there's 2 ways that you can remove the families that you don't want. You can do them from the families branch here and work your way systematically down the list. Now, I want to warn you, there are hundreds of items here. So this can take some time to do properly, okay? But you can go through category by category here on the families branch. Alternatively, you can use this tool on the Manage tab called Purge Unused. Now, I would prefer if the Purge Unused command had a slightly nicer interface. This isn't the most user-friendly tool in the world, but it does at least give you that high-level overview of everything that is purgeable in the project. And the nice thing about this command compared to the families branch is this will limit you only to things that are not being used. On the families branch, it's possible to actually delete something that is in use. It will generate a warning and tell you so, but you could potentially delete actual geometry in your model that way if you're not being careful. Now, notice down here at the bottom that it says there are 1,161 items that are purgeable in my file. Now, if you're working in the metric file, that quantity might be slightly different, but it's probably similar. So this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the video. If you wanted to just click OK here, you could, and it would purge all 1,100 items. But I think that's a little bit of overkill because you're probably going to purge things that you're going to need later. So what I would rather do instead, even though it takes more time, is go through each category systematically and grab the things that I know for sure that I don't want. So for me, I'm going to focus on all of the branches that are non-architectural in this exercise. So I'm going to start here at the very top. So unfortunately, we don't have the right-click option here where you can expand selected, so you'll have to do the expanding manually. So what I'm going to do is start here at the top where it says Views, and I'm just going to expand each of these items as an example to show you. Now, everything is currently checked, so here's the safest thing you can do. Click Check None. That's going to clear everything. Notice at the bottom now it says number of items checked, 0. Now we're going to check only those items that we want to purge. So I don't want anything electrical, mechanical, plumbing, right? So I'm going to keep the interior elevation because that's architectural, but I'm going to get rid of the lighting, the mechanical, the plumbing, the power. So I'm going to get rid of all of those. I'm going to keep building and wall section. Okay. So down here, it's going to tell me the total that I have checked. Now, if you just wanted to limit yourself to views, you click OK and you're done. But we are going to go a little bit further here. So air terminals. Here, I'm going to select the first item and then the last item and then check the box to add all of the air terminals. I'm going to skip annotation symbols for now, go to cable trays, and I will select all of the cable trays and check the box. Now, sometimes that will happen, what you see there at the top. So certain categories, you can't purge everything. You need to keep at least one type for each thing. So don't worry about it. If it grays the things out like that, we'll just accept that and leave it alone. Okay. So I'm going to expand the next ones down. You can see some of these have already checked, but I'll just check any that it additionally lets me do. Now, I want to keep casework. I want to keep ceilings. I want to keep columns. These columns are architectural columns. They're not the structural columns. So that's why I'm keeping those. But anything conduits, I don't need any of this. So all the conduit fittings, all of the conduits themselves. So you see how it's going to be a little bit of work here to go through this. Constructions, I don't need that. Cover type, that has to do with rebar. I don't need that. So I'm just kind of working my way down. We're going to keep curtain panels and curtain walls, detail items, division profiles, doors. Let's move on to duct insulation. And we'll get rid of both of those, or whichever one it lets me get rid of. Next, I'll go to the duct types and expand all of those. And I'm going to select everything and check. And again, it will keep the default ones. So that's perfectly fine. Electrical equipment. So this is a little tricky because it might be nice to keep some of this. Maybe the Ethernet switch could be useful, but I'll get rid of the other things. What about electrical fixtures? I think it'd be good to keep the duplex receptacle, so I won't purge that. I'm not going to worry about floors or furniture or generic models. I'm going to go to lighting devices next. Keeping lighting switches, good idea. What about light fixtures? Definitely want to keep that. Mechanical equipment, probably most of these things I can get rid of for an architectural project. We're going to keep parking. We'll move on to pipes and pipe insulation. And I'll select all of this and purge what it lets me purge. We're going to keep planting. We're going to keep plumbing fixtures, profiles, railings. I don't need the rebar shapes, and there are lots of them. Roofs I'm going to keep, site I'm going to keep, specialty equipment, stairs. What about structural? Any of this structural stuff, we did do some of the columns, so I'm going to keep some of the columns, but if you want, you can get rid of some of those. But all of this other structural stuff, you can expand and delete really most of this, because most of this will not affect us. So it will take a little bit of time here to get to some of these. And then you just select the one at the top, you scroll all the way down, and then check the box. And again, some of the items it will let you check and some it won't. So that leaves us with topo solid, which we're keeping, vertical circulation, walls, windows, and finally we can purge wires. Now there are some additional items down here. One category that I tend to like to look at is materials. So in this case, there really aren't that many materials that are purgeable. So that's actually a good thing. But watch what's going to happen when I click OK here. We're going to OK that, and it's going to purge, in my case, 430 items. So you should have had something similar. So that's not quite half of what was purgeable, but it's still a decent amount. So that is definitely going to contribute to the file size of this file. If I go to purge unuse again, check none again, scroll down and go to materials. Notice now that there are more items here. So sometimes when you purge an item, that frees up additional items that weren't previously purgeable. So now what I'm going to do is select all of the purgeable materials and get rid of those. And honestly, if you do it one more time, you're going to see the final thing is material assets, because material assets are used by materials. So what you have is this chain reaction where certain families use materials and then those materials use assets. And so it might take 3 stages of purging to get everything. Now, a final note on purging. Some people get really hung up on this. Like they spend a lot of time worrying about purging just absolutely everything. I think doing an overall purge like we've done right now for stuff that you know you're not going to use or need is a good idea, because it definitely reduces the file size, which can help with performance. But getting carried away with it and becoming a little too consumed with the task, that can be detrimental too. So don't get too hung up on it. Do a quick pass, purge what you can, and then just leave it alone, okay? And then maybe a few months later in the project, you do another round of purge, okay? But I wouldn't make it one of these things where you become obsessed with the task and you absolutely have to squeeze every kilobyte out of the file. Getting the file size down to a manageable size is a good thing, but not at the detriment of your overall productivity. In this video, I want to talk about an alternative way to execute your commands, and that's using the keyboard. So up until now, you've seen me click buttons on the ribbon to run various commands, and that's a perfectly valid way to work. But alternatively, many of the commands have keyboard shortcuts, and a lot of folks prefer to use their keyboard to execute the commands because it can often increase productivity. So as an example, many of the commands that we've already talked about have keyboard shortcuts, like the wall command. So if I want to run the wall command, I can type the letters WA, and then I'm drawing some walls. Or previously we did grids. So I could type GR, and that is the grid command, and I can create a grid. Now, previously we did the level command. The keyboard shortcut for that is LL, but when I try to type LL, nothing happens. And that's because I'm in a mode that doesn't allow me to draw levels. So just because you're running the keyboard shortcut doesn't necessarily mean you can run the command. And a clue is right here on the ribbon. Notice that the level command is grayed out. Okay, so it stands to reason that that wouldn't work. So all we're doing with the keyboard shortcuts is getting an alternative way to run the command. Now, how do I know what these commands are? For example, how do I know that the door command is DR and that the window command is WN? Well, I didn't have some big comprehensive list that I sat down and memorized. All I did was took advantage of the tooltips that appear on the ribbon. So if you hover over a command, you'll get a small tooltip. After a moment, it will expand to a slightly larger tooltip, which usually includes some sort of an illustration or sometimes an animation. But notice that next to the name of the command, in parentheses, it has two letters. That's the keyboard shortcut. So if I slide over to door, notice it's DR. And then window, WN, component is CM, column is CL. Now, when I get to commands like the roof by footprint or ceiling or floor, notice that they don't have anything there in parentheses. So what that's telling me is that there is no shortcut assigned to those commands by default. But if you want, you could add your own. So if you don't like one of the existing shortcuts, or if you want to add one to a command that doesn't have one, keyboard shortcuts can be customized. So go to the View tab. Click the User Interface dropdown. Keyboard Shortcuts is at the bottom of the menu here. And interestingly enough, if you look at its tooltip, it has its own keyboard shortcut, KS. So I could simply execute the command or type those letters, and I'm in this dialog here. Now, you can use this dialog to familiarize yourself with the keyboard shortcuts. Just kind of scroll through the list and you'll start to see the commands that have them. You can see there's a whole bunch of them right here that have keyboard shortcuts. So that's one way that you could use this. You could export the entire list to a text file and then format that nicely, print it out, and create yourself a little cheat sheet if you wanted to. I prefer to use the tooltips, as I said, but that is another option. And you can also use this dialog to customize the existing shortcuts. So there's an assign and remove button. So if I didn't want the scale command to be RE, I could remove it. If I wanted to add something to trim and extend multiple elements, I could type in the shortcut that I want here. The only thing you want to be careful about is not using the same shortcut more than once. So notice that AR is being used here. If I try and assign it to this one, it will warn me that it's currently in use. Now, it does say that duplicates are allowed, but I'm not really a fan of doing that. So personally, I think you should cancel there and try and find one that's not being used. But I'm not going to change anything. I'll just simply cancel there. But if you want to explore customizing your shortcuts, that is certainly something you can do. Now, some of the shortcuts use the Windows standard, and these are typically file management commands and other commands that are common across the Windows platform. Things like new, open, save, print, undo, redo, cut, copy, paste. They have the standard control key shortcuts. So control C for copy, control V for paste, control P for print, control S for save. Now, when you hover over one of those commands, it will tell you that in the parentheses. So you're still going to get the same information from a tooltip. It's just going to use the control shortcut instead of the two letters. Now, let me just make one other comment about the shortcuts, the Revit ones that use two letters. It's pretty important that you just type the two letters. Don't press the Enter key. Sometimes there's an instinct to follow the two letters with the Enter key. And if you do that in Revit, you're going to get unexpected results. For example, let's say I was trying to draw a wall. So I type WA, but then I press Enter. And suddenly the keyboard shortcuts command appears. And I may be wondering, what just happened? Okay. Well, the issue is that pressing the Enter key actually repeats the previous command. So if I right-click here on screen, we can see that another way. Repeat keyboard shortcuts is at the top of the list. So my last command is listed there as something that's repeatable. So let's say I did do WA and I'll draw a wall. I'll escape out of there. Right-click. Now the last command is the wall command. So if I do DR and press enter, I thought I was going to be drawing a door, but in fact, what I'm really doing is drawing a wall now because it ran the door command and then immediately canceled it and repeated the last command, which was wall. So something to be aware of. If you're in the habit of pressing enter after a shortcut, you really just need to work hard to break that habit. It's a muscle memory kind of thing. So if you're committed to using keyboard shortcuts, that's going to be something you're definitely going to want to get control over because otherwise you're just going to be frustrated. So from this point on, I will try to point out to you when shortcuts exist, but I will continue to show you where the commands are on the ribbons as well, and you can use whatever method suits your own personal preference.
Perhaps the most common element of any building is walls. So in this video, I'd like to introduce you to the wall tool, and we're going to focus mainly on the basic mechanics of drawing walls. So you can find the wall tool on the architecture tab. It's right here, or you can use the keyboard shortcut WA. Now, your interface will change. That takes you into wall creation mode. The most obvious thing that you see is the Modify Place Wall tab is now tinted in this greenish color. Next, right beneath that, you will see a series of shapes and controls. These are the shape of the walls that you're drawing. More on that in a few moments. Beneath the ribbon, you will see that the options bar has populated with lots of settings, starting with height and unconnected and location line and so on. And so we'll talk about a few of those. And then the last part of the interface that changes is on the properties palette. You can see that at the top of the properties palette, it says that we are currently drawing a basic wall, and it might say generic 8-inch if you're working in imperial or generic 200 if you're working in metric. So for this first example, we're not going to change anything. However, I do want to just point out these two buttons right here, auto join and lock. For this example, I want to make sure that neither of those is selected. Now you can tell if it's selected because when you click on it, it will change to this blue tinted color there. So you can see that only one of those can be selected at a time. But if you want neither of them to be selected, just click it again. So just make sure that neither of those is selected. Otherwise, the behavior on screen will be different than what I'm showing. And that's a more advanced feature that we're not going to get into right now. Okay, so how do you draw a wall? Well, it's really like just sketching lines. Okay, so every wall has two ends, and all you need to do is click a start point and click an end point, and you've created a wall. Now, the next thing you'll notice is that it's trying to create a second wall that starts where the first wall ended up, and you could click a third point or a fourth point or a fifth point. That sequence of walls is referred to in Revit as a chain. Now, there's two ways you can control the chain behavior in wall creation mode. One is with this checkbox right here. Notice that it is selected. If I deselect that, the next point I click will break the chain. I'm still in the wall tool, but now each time I create a wall, they're going to be completely independent. They won't be connected to the original. I never do that. I always leave chain turned on because if I want to draw a chain, I can easily do it. And if I want to break the chain, what you do instead is press your escape key once on your keyboard. Notice that that serves the same function. It disconnects me from the end of this wall, allows me to start creating a new chain, and I didn't have to check or uncheck the box in order to do it. So yes, you can uncheck the box, but I recommend just using the escape key. If you press escape twice, that takes you all the way out of the command. Okay, so keep in mind that if you're just trying to break the chain, only press the escape key one time. Multiple times will take you out of the command. So I'm going to go back into the wall tool, and now let's just look at some of the other shapes here. Most of these are self-explanatory. You could draw a rectangle. It's just two opposite corners. You could draw a polygon. That starts from the center, and then you're dragging out the shape of that polygon. The number of sides of the polygon would be indicated right here. So if I wanted to do an octagon, I can change that number. You can draw that polygon either to the vertex or to the side. So it just depends on which one of those you choose, inscribed or circumscribed. You can draw circles. There's arcs and ellipses. There's a variety of different shapes. Now, I'm going to go to this one here, start and radius arc. This one kind of works in a combination of drawing a straight line and drawing a curve, because you're going to draw the two endpoints of the arc first and then set the amount of curvature. And you do that either with the mouse on screen or by typing in a number. But what I wanted you to see is that you can actually draw these in chain as well. So when you're doing this, it'll even try to snap tangent if you pay attention to the little on-screen cues. Now, you're not required to draw a tangent. You could draw any shape you want there, and they will still be in chain. They just won't be tangent necessarily. Okay, I'm going to click the Modify tool to cancel out of there. Feel free to try any of the other shapes that you'd like to try, and I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory in terms of just following the kind of on-screen cues and so forth to be able to draw those different shapes. Now, I want to get rid of all these walls that we've drawn and draw some a little bit differently. And so that means that what I'm going to do is start out here in empty space. I'm going to click and start dragging a box until I've surrounded all of the walls. Now, you will notice that it's selecting more than just the walls. So you want to be careful here. Don't press delete yet. There's a filter button here on the ribbon. We're going to click that. We're going to click the check none button here, and then make sure you only select the walls checkbox. I've got 44. Your quantity will be different depending on how many walls you drew. When I click OK, only the 44 walls are selected for me. Now I'll press delete, and I won't lose any of the other items that were on screen. So it's kind of important. If you're getting error messages about deleting views and other things like that, then you want to cancel that or undo because you have too much selected. So make sure you're just deleting the walls. All right, so let me zoom back out here so I can see the full screen. Go back to my wall tool. And now what I want to do is I want to draw some walls that are just simple straight lines. So I'm going to draw one here that is maybe about 25 feet long in imperial. If this is metric, then that's going to be about 6,000, 7,000 millimeters, somewhere in that range. And then press escape once and then draw it again from here to here. Escape once from here to here. And let's continue that and create 5 separate walls here. And then let's draw one more over here that's in the opposite direction. And then let's click the Modify tool to get out of there. Now, what I want to focus on with these walls is the heights. Now, we're not seeing the heights here from a floor plan. So we're going to set those heights first here in the floor plan. And then we're going to look at a different view to understand how they're configured. So this first one and this second one here on the screen, I'm going to leave those largely the way they are. The first one, I'm going to leave it alone entirely. The second one, I just want to come down here and you can put in a different value for the property called unconnected height. Okay, so it's currently 20 feet in the imperial file, 6,000 millimeters in the metric file. And what I want to do is change that to 15 feet imperial or 4,500 millimeters if you're working in metric. So that's one way that you can set the height of the walls. You can just explicitly type it into that unconnected height property. Here's another way. I'm going to select this wall, the third one over, and instead of the top constraint being left at unconnected, notice that that's a drop-down menu, and there are other choices there. So we could make this third wall over go up to level 2. Now notice that the unconnected height is now grayed out at a fixed value. That fixed value is the distance between level 1 and level 2. Now I'm going to repeat that for the fourth wall over, make that one go up to L3, and the final one, make that one go up to L4. Okay, so I've now got these 5 horizontal walls, each set to a different height. Let's take a look at those directly, and we can do that by opening up this section view right here. Now, we've been in this view in previous videos, but the way you open it is to just simply select it, right-click, and choose Go to View. So now you can see that we've got our 4 levels, and if you watch the video on levels, then you understand how those were put together. And then we've got our 5 walls here and then our perpendicular one there, which we're going to look at in just a few moments. So let's start with these 2 on the left. These were both left set to unconnected. So you could now come over here and type in a different value, and go ahead and just put in any value you like. And notice that the height of that wall will change. And it only affects that one wall that you have selected. Now, contrast that to the behavior of these walls over here, the ones on the middle and the right. If I select L2, the second level, and I start to move that, notice that it adjusts the height of the wall that is attached to it. If I came in and selected another wall and also assigned that to L2, and then I move that level, you're going to see that both of those walls are adjusting. So being able to set the height of the walls relative to a level above is a very efficient way for you to control the heights of lots of walls in your project without having to select them one at a time and manually make those adjustments. So that's a design decision that you get to make with each wall that you place in your project. Okay. In addition to the heights, you can set offsets above and below those heights. So this one goes up to L3, but I could add, say, a 2-foot height offset or 600 millimeters in the metric file. Just zoom in just a touch here so you can see it a little better. And it's still being controlled by the height of L3. It's just that now it's also maintaining that additional offset above that level. You can do negative offsets as well, so it doesn't have to be a positive number. Now, for this final wall, I just want to show you one more feature that walls have. Their cross-section does not have to be vertical. That's the default, but you can choose also to make them slanted or even tapered. Now, we're going to talk about tapered walls later in the course, but for now, let's just do a quick slanted example. So for the cross-section property here, I'm going to change it from vertical to slanted. That gives us an angle from vertical parameter, and if I let the tooltip expand, you can see that that angle can be either positive or negative. So just simply type in the number of degrees that you want that wall to slope, and you'll see that it now slants along that angle. You can couple this with the height parameter that we just talked about. And so that wall could jump up to level 3, and notice it will still maintain the angle. Or we could drop it back down to level 2, and it will maintain that angle. And in fact, we can even introduce top and base offsets, and it will still maintain the angle. So feel free to experiment further in this file with any of those walls or any additional walls that you'd like to sketch and using any of those settings. Really, the goal is to just get comfortable with the basic function of the wall tool and the various settings that you can quickly manipulate on those wall properties. In this video, I want to dig a little deeper into some of the properties available on walls. Now, we're going to look at both instance properties and type properties in this video. So I'm in a really simple file for this purpose. It's just this little 4 walls creating this little box construction here. You'll notice from the note on screen that we're in an imperial file only for both the imperial and metric exercise files downloads. So even though the units are in imperial, we're not really going to be talking about numbers at all in this video, so it doesn't really matter, okay? But I have gone ahead and put in metric values in any of the dimensions just in case you happen to be working in metric. But please be advised that the file is in imperial units for both downloads. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. What I want to do is start in this first view that you see right here called Floor Plan Levels of Detail. And I'm just going to simply double click that to open it up. And it's a very simple view that's just showing a zoomed in corner of 2 of the walls where they come together. And the thing, of course, that you'll notice is that these walls are only showing their thickness, the outermost thickness of the walls, and none of the internal construction. Now, these are brick walls that have a masonry backup and insulation and so on. And so there's a variety of different layers of material in these walls, but we're not seeing any of that in the current view. So this is the first thing I wanted to talk about, levels of detail. This is a view level setting that you can apply to each view, and it controls the display of elements like walls and floors and roofs and so on. But we're looking at walls here. And it's this little pop-up menu right here down on the bottom of the screen. So this is the view control bar, and the second icon over controls the level of detail. Coarse is what we're seeing right now. That will only show the outermost thickness of that assembly. So regardless of how many layers of material are in that wall thickness, we're only seeing its full outer dimension. If you change to either medium or fine, then you're going to see all that internal layer structure. Now, in the case of walls, it doesn't matter whether you choose medium or fine, you're going to see the same thing. But notice that when I do, I'm now seeing lots of different materials. So there's some drywall, there's concrete masonry units, there's insulation, there's an air gap, there's brick. However, you might notice that it's a little strange because the brick and the drywall seem to be on the wrong sides of the building, but we'll get into that in just a few moments. Before I switch to that, though, let's talk about the line weights as they're displayed in this view. On my screen, you should be seeing that the outermost edge of the wall is a little bit bolder than the line work used to portray the inner layers. If you're not seeing that on your screen, if your screen looks more like this, then you've got something called thin lines turned on. And thin lines is persistent. Once you turn it on, it stays turned on until you turn it off. Now, I don't recommend that you have thin lines turned on for this video. In fact, I don't recommend that you have it turned on for this course. I'll tell you when to turn it on later in the course as a diagnostic tool. But for right now, I think it's going to display things much nicer if you leave thin lines turned off. Now, it's a matter of personal preference. If you prefer to have thin lines on, that's your choice. But I just wanted you to see the difference of what it would look like between the two. And certainly for this video, I think it will look a lot nicer if you leave the thin lines off. So anyway, that's what we're seeing here. So let's switch views. Let's go down to the floor plan wall types view next here. And in this view, we're seeing the full structure now, all four walls, and we're also seeing some dimensions. And I've also added some simple blue lines here that represent some of the concepts that I want to talk about. Now, these are just simple drafted lines. They're not part of the wall, but they will serve the purpose of illustrating the concepts that I want you to see here, okay? Let's start with this wall up here. We already mentioned that the brick is on the wrong side of the wall. Now, it would be a little strange to have the brick on the inside of the building and the drywall on the outside, so we should probably address that. Well, all you need to do is flip the orientation of the wall, and you can actually do that with this little control right here. When I do, that's exactly what it will do. The drywall is now on the bottom side of the wall, the brick's on the top side of the wall, but of course it only affected that one wall that I flipped. Each wall has its own orientation. That worked well because of a feature called location line. And the location line of that selected wall was right here along this dashed blue line. In other words, right along the center of the wall's geometry. So if you flip the wall along its center line, it flips in place and the dimensions of your building are unaffected. Well, let's contrast that to the behavior of this wall, which I intentionally set the location line to something else. So you'll notice that there's these two little grip controls at the ends of the wall there. And if I flip the orientation of this wall, notice that it now favors that inside edge of the wall instead when it flips. It had an impact on the overall dimension. So the building used to be 28 feet long. It's now 26 and some change. Okay, so it's gotten smaller. And it also had an impact on the way that the other two horizontal walls connect into it. So it was a more dramatic change. Now, that turns out that's not what I wanted because you can see the blue line here has been left behind and I really intended for it to stay over there. So let's undo that. And how would we do that differently? So location line is the feature that controls this. And it's not so much that there's a preferred location line. It's just a matter of sequence and strategy. Any location line is fine. And in fact, there are 6 of them available in Revit. So before we talk about what the strategy is to this wall, let's talk about the 6 location lines. So I'm going to jump to our last view here called section location lines. And you can see a little section cut of the wall. And I've gone ahead and highlighted the concrete masonry unit portion of the wall in this green color because that's what is considered the core of the wall. And what you'll notice is that there are 6 possible location line settings. Now, some are self-explanatory. Things like finish face interior, finish face exterior are just the outermost and the innermost faces of the wall. While center line is also fairly self-explanatory. That's literally the geometric center of the wall. But then if you consider the core, the green shaded area, you also have an inside face, an outside face, and a center line. So that's your 6 possible combinations. So I'm going to go ahead and close this view. That was just for information. And we can take any wall, I'll select this one, And using the location line dropdown here, we can choose any one of those 6 possibilities. Now, the reason you do that is twofold. You do it before changing the wall's orientation, because as we saw a moment ago, the wall behaved a little bit unexpectedly when we flipped it, when it had the wrong location line. Or you might also do that in a second scenario, which we'll look at next, which is changing the thickness of the wall. But let's start with this first scenario of changing the orientation. What we want to do is to get it to behave like this wall up at the top. So we're going to change it to wall center line first. That moves those little grip controls. Now I can change its orientation. It will flip in place. The overall location still matches this blue detail line. The dimensions are unchanged, 18 by 28. Now, if I wanted it to have finish face interior or finish face exterior, I could make that change after the fact and the wall won't shift. So you can have any location line you want, but just keep in mind that when you flip the orientation of the wall, it will flip around that location line. So it does matter that you choose the appropriate one for whatever behavior you want the wall to have. Now, keep in mind, you can always select a wall and move it later, okay? There's nothing preventing you from doing that. So if you accidentally have the wrong location line set, it's not a big deal. You can just move it back to where it needs to be. But if you want to control it without having to do the extra move, then think about your location line first, okay? Now, you'll probably notice I have some different dimensions on screen here. And I did that just as a way to illustrate that sometimes folks misinterpret the value or the function of the location line. The location line does not control dimensioning in any way. In fact, if you look at this dimension string here, you can see that we're able to dimension every single layer of the wall independently, regardless of location line. So location line has nothing to do with dimensioning. It has everything to do with either what I just showed you, changing the orientation, or let's look at one other option, changing the thickness of the wall. Now, thickness of the wall is not a property that's available here on the properties palette. The thickness of the wall is controlled by the type of wall that you assign to it, okay? So in this case, the exterior brick on CMU wall is controlling how thick that wall is. But if I open up the type selector, there are other choices available, such as this one, generic brick, which is significantly thinner. When I choose that, you will see the wall becomes thinner, but notice that once again, it has left this little blue line behind. That's the face that I had wanted it to maintain. It didn't do that. Why? Well, once again, it has to do with location line. So let me undo that. Select this wall. Now, first of all, we should probably fix the orientation, right? So let's do that first. Then I want to maintain that outermost face now. So I'm going to do location line, finish face exterior. Then when I change this to generic brick, it will shift in place, and notice that it will maintain that outside face. So that's the key, right? So you're thinking about the location line in those two scenarios, when you're changing the wall's orientation or when you're changing its thickness. There really isn't any other time that you need to be concerned about it, okay? So let me flip this last one, and then now let's direct our attention to type-based properties. So exactly what do I mean by type-based properties? Well, let's go ahead and do a quick demonstration here. You can select any one of these 3 masonry walls, so it doesn't matter which one. And I'm going to instead go to the Edit Type button this time, instead of trying to find the properties I want directly on the Properties palette. Now, when you get to the Edit Type window, it will look something like this. It may or may not be showing a preview over here. So there's a preview button down at the bottom that controls that. So let's go ahead and turn that on. I think that's helpful. And then I'm going to click this Edit Structure button right here. And if this is all compressed and hard to read, you can just sort of stretch this to make it a little bit more legible. So let's make a change that will be immediately obvious on screen. The first layer is selected here. It's called Finished Masonry. I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to keep doing that, delete, delete, delete for the 4 exterior layers on the exterior side of the wall. I'm going to leave everything else. Okay, so your preview should look like this, and let's click OK. Now, I'm going to get a couple warnings here because I had previously dimensioned those layers that I was deleting. So let's remove the references on those dimensions, and let's click OK here to say that we're fine, that the overrides don't apply anymore. Trust me, both of those are perfectly fine. And then let's click OK one more time. And this is what I wanted you to see. Notice that the change has applied to all 3 of the walls, regardless of the fact that I only had 1 wall selected. Now, that's pretty dramatic. So you want to make sure in your own projects that that's what you intended to do. So one fail-safe that you can do to help you in a situation like that is, instead of doing it the way I did, where you just sort of plow in there and you change an existing type, what we can do is undo that. Let's click that again. There we go. So click undo twice there, it looks like. Select the wall. And then this is the more standard best practice way to do it. Go to edit type, duplicate the wall first, and give it a unique name. So I'm just going to call this exterior CMU, remove the 2 on the end there, click OK. I'll click edit structure, make it a little wider again, and I'm going to repeat the same process. I'm going to remove those 4 exterior layers. Looks good, click OK again. I'll get the remove references and the OK, and it's talking about this dimension right here. Okay, so it just didn't make sense anymore because it was trying to dimension layers that no longer existed. Notice that the change only applied to this 1 wall. The difference is that now I can select these 2 walls and go to the type selector here, and my new wall type exists on the list, and I can choose it, and you'll see it applies to the other instances. The reason that's considered more of a best practice is we've preserved the original, which is this one right here. And so we now have both wall types available to us, and you could apply them as needed throughout your model. And it's a little bit less destructive, right? So I'm not saying you will never edit a type directly and make the change directly, but more often than not, you're going to do edit type duplicate first. But what's important for you to understand in this video isn't so much whether or not you edit the type and duplicate it or not duplicate it. It's that you understand the difference between instance and type-based properties. Instance-based properties, you have to select the object and interact directly on the properties palette. Type-based properties, you go to edit type, and it will potentially apply to multiple instances throughout the model, unless, of course, you do the duplicate first.
In this video, we're going to talk about snap behavior. There are 2 kinds of snapping that we have in Revit. We have increment snapping and we have object snapping. And so I'd like to illustrate both of those. And both of them are similar in a function. They help you build your model with more precision without necessarily having to input exact values in order to do so. So let's start with increment snapping. Stay zoomed out for this, because what I want to do is show you kind of a built-in behavior that we benefit from when we're just simply drawing things. Like, it really works with any geometry, but you're really going to see it with things like walls and lines when you're drawing those. So I'm going to start the wall command and just click anywhere to start drawing the wall. And then I'm going to slowly start moving over to the side here. So you're going to see a dimension appearing there on the screen. And notice that if I move slowly, the increment that that dimension is changing in is a fixed increment. So in my case, it's every 6 inches. Okay. Now, I'm going to roll the wheel down a few clicks to zoom out. And you'll notice that that has an impact on that snap increment. So now you'll see that the increment has changed to every 4 feet. Now, the increments are slightly different in the metric file, but you should witness the same behavior. The further out you're zoomed, it will use a much coarser increment, and the closer in you zoom, it'll use a much more detailed increment. So if I zoom the other way, and let's zoom in here close enough to begin seeing it. There you go. At that point now, notice that I'm getting every inch. And if I keep going even closer still, eventually it's going to get down to the 1/4 of an inch. And in the metric file, I believe it gets down to the millimeter or possibly even finer than that. So just zoom in and out to see this behavior. You don't even need to click and create the wall. You're just simply watching it on screen there. Now, the other benefit of this snapping behavior is if I see a value of 3'3" there, I can trust that value. So I'm going to click to place that wall. I'm going to double escape to get out of the command. I'm going to come back and click this little measure tool up here on the quick access toolbar. Think of this as like a tape measure. And then I'm going to click right here at the end of that wall, and then over here at the end of that wall, and you'll see that it's exactly 3'3" or whatever increment you set it to. So when you use that increment snapping behavior, it is accurate. Okay, so you can trust it. So that is one way that you could draw with precision. Now, the other thing I should point out is we just saw our first example of object snaps when I measured this object. That little purple square there at either end, those are object snaps. And that's how I knew I was snapping exactly to the endpoints of that wall. Now, I'm going to zoom out a little bit more here, and I'll go back to the wall command again. And we also have increment snaps for angles. So if you kind of watch the angles here, notice that I'm never getting fractional angles. Even though it's going to 2 decimal places, those 2 decimal places are always zeros because the default increment is every 1 degree. However, there are also some built-in angles which are useful to us. 45 degrees, 90 degrees, horizontal and vertical, right? So you can snap to any of those preset increments just simply by clicking when you see that little indicator on screen, or knowing that even if you're going at some random angle, you're never at a fractional degree, you're always at a whole degree increment, right? So those are the increment snaps. So those are kind of nice because if you set them to a value that you want as sort of your minimal, then you know that even if you eyeball something, it's going to be within that tolerance. Now, the last thing I want to talk about with increment snaps is if I start here, and I'm moving along, and you can see that it's giving me the fixed increments. Notice what happened, though, when it senses other geometry. So it will always try to snap to other geometry. And notice that that just goes down to this really fine fractional increment the minute I did that, right? So if I come over here a little further, right, go back right there, right? It goes really fine, and then really fine, or the same thing over here, really fine. So the increment snaps only apply when there's nothing else nearby that's more precise. So that's why I want you to think of it as kind of like the benchmark. That's sort of like the underlying minimum, but you can always snap with exact precision. If I wanted to line up with this wall precisely, I know I can do that because Revit's always on the lookout for those alignments. Okay. Now, this little assembly that I have down here is just for you to practice object snaps, and there are several of them. So I've already shown you endpoints, right? They use that little square symbol. You can also do midpoints. That's that little triangle symbol. You can also do tangent relationships. You can do quadrant relationships. You can do intersections. Intersections is like this little X right here. So you can see how it's doing the apparent intersection between the circle and the straight line. When you click, it has precisely snapped to that location. Okay. And there are a bunch of these. If you wanted to snap to the center of this circle, you can start right here on the circle itself, and then either right click, go to snap overrides and choose centers. And then it will find the center of that arc. And I'm starting right there. Or another way to get to that same thing is to use keyboard shortcuts. SC is snap to center, and it will snap right to that. Now, I've got a view over here called Snap Symbol Legend. And this is just sort of like a quick little cheat sheet that I threw together for you for the object snaps. It tells you the keyboard shortcuts in parentheses and then the symbols I've just drawn there with simple geometry. Okay. Now, you can configure the behavior of any of these snaps that we've witnessed so far. And to do that, that's on the Manage tab. And you're going to be looking for the snaps command, which is right here. And when you click that, the increments for linear dimensions are here. The increments for angular dimensions are here. All the object snaps are in the middle, including their keyboard shortcuts. If for some reason you don't want it to look for certain snaps, you can uncheck them. So if I didn't want it to look for tangents or I didn't want it to look for perpendiculars, you could uncheck those. I typically don't. I typically leave everything turned on, but that is an option that you have available. There are also some specialized snaps. And the last one that I want to show you is this one right here, snap mid between 2 points. So I'm going to cancel out of here. And then I'm going to start drawing a wall. And I want to start kind of right here in the middle between these two walls here. So you can either right click, snap overrides, snap mid between 2 points, or you can use the keyboard shortcut, which is S2. Either one. Pick your first point and your second point, and notice that it's going to automatically figure out where the midpoint is between those two clicks, and then I've drawn a wall that's halfway between those. Okay. So if you'd like to experiment further in this file, feel free to do so. You can try each of the object snaps, try changing the increment snaps, and just get a general feel for how the snap behavior functions.
When you're getting ready to begin certain modeling tasks, it can sometimes be really helpful to have a dedicated view just for the purpose of getting your modeling task done. We often refer to these as working views. So a working view is nothing special. It's just another view in your model. But what makes it special, what makes it different is you're setting up the configuration of that view specifically for the purposes of some behind the scenes task. In other words, this is a view that you keep private for yourself and your team, not one that you're going to share with any outside recipients. Another way you could think of it is if you were doing work in a workshop, you would probably show the people that come to visit you the final product you created in the workshop, and you wouldn't necessarily take them into the messy back room where all the dust and the tools were all laying around. So you can almost think of a working view that way. However you think about it, what I'd like to do in this video is just show you how to set up a quick working view, and I've got a very specific task in mind. In the next video, we're going to be laying out the wall geometry for the interior of a 2-bedroom condominium unit. You can see I've already created the exterior outline to get us started here, but what I would like to do is have a view that focuses right in on that geometry and makes it easier for us to perform that task. So that's going to be the subject of what we're going to do here together in this video. Now, the template we use to start with already contains some working views. So rather than start completely from scratch, we're going to repurpose the one that's already there. So we are here on the project browser, floor plans, architectural plan. But if you look a little bit further down here in the coordination branch, you will see floor plans working plan. If you expand that, there is a L1 and L2 working view. So we're going to do L1, the level 1 floor plan here, and I'm going to zoom in near the geometry. Now you can see that the walls are showing here, and they're showing their layered assembly structure. And if you watched an earlier video where we talked about that, you know what that represents. You know, there's the brick and the drywall and so forth. And I don't think for the purposes that we're going to be doing here in this layout task, it's going to really require any of that. So the first thing we're going to do is come down here to the view control bar, and we're going to set the display level here to coarse. Now, again, from that earlier video, you may remember that when you go to coarse level of detail, it hides all of that internal geometry. That just makes things a little bit simpler for us to work on. Now, the next thing I want to do is just keep it focused on this small area here. So if we zoom back out a little bit, what we can do is we can hide anything that's not pertinent to the task at hand. That includes these dashed boxes out here, which are scope boxes, this dashed line, which is a reference plane, these elevation and section symbols. And what you can do is just kind of start out here outside the model, click and drag until you're crossing through all of that geometry like so. Now, I want to hide not only the stuff I have selected, but anything that's like it. So we can do that by coming down here to this little pop-up on the view control bar. It's the temporary hide isolate pop-up. And there's a few different options, and one of them is hide category. If you choose hide category, it hides not only the things you selected, but everything else in that category. And therefore, it achieves exactly what I was looking for. Now, if you right-click anywhere and go to zoom to fit, it will zoom in nice and close on just our building geometry. And this is exactly what I was looking for. Just a nice, clean working view that shows me the outline of the building, and I can focus on doing that internal layout task. Now, the trouble is this is temporary hide isolate as indicated by this little label here in the upper corner. If I were to save this file, close it, and reopen it tomorrow, all of that stuff would come back again. So what I want to do is make that hidden geometry permanent in this view. So we can go right back to that little pop-up and choose apply hide isolate to the view. And the label disappears, but notice that it's still all hidden. We now have that nice clean view, and that's really all there is to it. Now, there's lots of other things you can do in a working view. This is not an exhaustive list by any chance, but I've specifically designed what I've chosen to do in this working view based on the task that I intend to use it for, which means that in the future, you might very well create multiple working views for different purposes. If you find yourself in that situation, simply right-click the view and you can go to this duplicate option and create another copy that you set up another way. So you could create one for laying out walls and another one for configuring the ceilings and another one for calculating areas and square footages, whatever you want. Okay, so you can have as many views as is necessary in order to help you perform the task at hand. In this video, we're going to perform the wall layout required for a small 2-bedroom condominium layout. So we're going to work with the wall tool, but we're going to approach it a little bit more systematically and strategically than we did in earlier videos on walls, because here we have a specific architectural layout in mind that we're trying to create. So we're going to use a process that I like to refer to as sketch, then modify, or I sometimes also refer to it as progressive refinement. Now, these are not official Revit terms, but it is an official Revit concept. In other words, you typically start off by laying out elements in approximate locations, roughly where they need to be. And then over time, as you learn more about your design and make more decisions, you slowly and progressively refine that layout to a more complete configuration. So Revit lends itself to that with a variety of tools, including some that we've already looked at, like temporary dimensions, and with a variety of other tools that we'll look at in the future. So let's start here in this working view that I'm in, L1 working, and the wall tool, or you can type WA. It defaults to the generic 8-inch wall, and I'm going to change that to the interior 4 7/8 inch partition if you're working in the imperial file, and if you're working in the metric file, that's going to be interior 123 millimeter partition. In either file, the next thing you want to do is start moving your mouse near the center line of this top wall here, and you'll notice a dimension will either appear going to the wall at the left or the wall at the right, depending on which one you're closer to. So it doesn't really matter where exactly you place this wall, but just so that it's kind of favoring the wall on the right there, you can click that first start point and you want to start moving your mouse down. Now, as we've already seen in earlier videos, you can draw this wall at any angle you like, but it should snap nicely to standard angles like 90 and 45 and so forth. So what we want to do is pull it straight down at a 90 degree, click somewhere, and then turn the corner also at 90 degrees, and then come again and click into the center line of this exterior wall over here. Now, when you do, that should give you this little boxed out corner there, and it should break the chain. Now, what do you do if it didn't break the chain? Let me show you that again. I'm going to start maybe right about here this time, and I'm going to come over to about that location, click a point, pull it straight down, but this time I'm going to stop at the face of the exterior wall and click, and you might have witnessed this with the earlier wall. So what happened in that case is, because I didn't go to the center line, it just defaults to continuing the chain. Now, it's no big deal. We've talked about chain before in a previous video. You can simply press the escape key one time, and that will break the chain, and then you can continue. So what we want to do is add another small space up here. So at the top of the plan, we're going to have a bedroom with a small toilet room next to it. We're going to have a walk-in closet right here, and then another toilet room here. And then for this bedroom down at the corner, we're just going to do a little L-shaped wall there to create a closet. Now, you'll notice that I didn't pay any attention to the exact positions of where I placed those walls. That was deliberate. This is the sketch part of the process. Your job is to just roughly get those walls in their approximate locations. Then we're going to click the modify tool to cancel out of the wall tool and move on to the modify part. So remember, the process is sketch, then modify. So how do we do that? Well, now we're going to fine tune the positions of all of these walls to meet our design needs. So I'm going to start with this wall right here, and you simply want to select it. And when you do, you should see some temporary dimensions appear on the left and the right. Now, we've encountered temporary dimensions before, but they're a very common tool, so it's worth repeating some of the basics here. The most important thing when working with temporary dimensions is making sure that you're clicking the number and not this little symbol down below it. If you click that, notice the tooltip says it's going to make that temporary dimension permanent. And if I click away from that wall, I now have a dimension there. Now that's useful, and in some cases that may be what you want, but that's not what we want right here. So I'm going to select this dimension, press the delete key, and then try again. I'm going to pick this wall, and what I want to do instead is click right on that numerical value instead. That will activate it as a piece of editable text, and now I will type in the value I want. Now, if you're working in the imperial file, you want 8 foot 1 inches. And again, you can either do 8 foot symbol 1 or 8 space 1. If you're working in the metric file, put in 2575, 2,575 millimeters. Notice that that will move the wall over to the right. Now, the next thing I want to do is set the size of the toilet room next to it. Here's a very common mistake. Folks say, well, I got a dimension right there. Let me just go ahead and edit that. And I'll put in 5 in the imperial file or 1525 in the metric file. And notice that the same wall moves back to in the other direction. That's because I had that wall selected. So let me do Control Z once to undo. And the most important thing to keep in mind about temporary dimensions is what you have selected is what will move. So it wasn't this wall that I wanted to move a second time. It was this one. So notice that when I pick that second wall, I get a new set of temporary dimensions. Now, another thing that I wanted to point out about temporary dimensions that you may have noticed on your own is they're kind of immune to zooming. So right now, it's a little difficult to read the number that's right here on the one on the left on my screen. So you might be tempted to zoom in and get a better look. But notice what happens when you zoom in. The size of the dimension text is unchanged. It just kind of continues to be the same pixel size on screen. So that's something you're just going to have to get used to with temporary dimensions. There's no way to zoom in or out on that text. It will always be a consistent size. Now, it is possible to go to the File menu, go to Options, and there's a setting under Temporary Dimensions in Options that allows you to change the size of that text. But again, it's a fixed size that will stay consistent as you zoom in or out. Okay, I'm going to leave mine the way it is because I'm content with the size of the text as it is, but I just wanted to show you that strange little anomaly there. So let me edit this value, the one on the left here, and in the imperial file, I'm going to make that 5. If you're working in metric, go with 1525. And let me zoom back out so I can see the whole plan here. Okay, so now I'm going to direct my attention to this wall. Now, this wall is a little bit different because, as you'll notice, as you move that wall, it stays connected to all of these other walls and they all shape and resize along with it. So that's why this sketch but modify approach is so effective, because simply moving a couple walls can have an impact on the majority of the layout in a floor plan. So it's a very powerful way to work. So let's select this wall and I'm going to use this top value here. And in the imperial file, I want it to be 10. In the metric file, that's 3000. So next I'm going to move over to this closet and I want the value here to be 5'3" in imperial or 1550 if you're working in metric. Again, remember to change selection to set the size of the bathroom. That's 5 foot imperial or 1525 in metric. Next, I'm going to direct my attention to this closet. So let's start with this small wall at the top here of the closet. It's a little bit too close to the wall above it. Now, we could type in this value right here if we knew what that distance is, but what I actually know is the distance from the exterior wall to the top surface of this wall. So you may recall that we've got these little grip controls on our temporary dimensions, and those can actually be moved around. Okay, so what I'm going to do is simply click that little dot, and you see how it jumps from the inside face to the middle. If I click it again, it jumps to the outside face. Now, if I click it one more time, it goes back to the inside. So each time you click, it jumps to a new location. So when it's at the location you want, you can then edit the value. And this is going to be 8'2" in imperial or 2500 in metric. And then I'll select this wall. And using that same technique, I can adjust that witness line to do the size of the closet. Now, in this case, as I've already indicated, if I zoom in, it doesn't increase the size of the text, but it might allow me to see the witness lines a little bit cleaner. So I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't ever zoom. I'm just simply saying that it won't affect the size of the text. But let's go ahead and click this one and then again, and then this is 2'8". And then I'll zoom back out. And now I need to set the size of this bedroom here. The trouble is, all of this is already sized correctly. This is all the correct size relative to each other. But I want to move them all together. But notice that when I make a selection of multiple objects, I'm not seeing any temporary dimensions. Well, it turns out that there's a button right here called Activate Controls and Dimensions. Yours might have been on already. This is a persistent control. So once you click it, it stays on until you turn it off. So just make sure that that's on. So I've done that. And now I get dimensions for that entire selection. Now, here's the thing. None of these is what I want to use. So notice that little grip control. And we've already talked about how you can click it and it will jump from center to face to face. Well, what we can also do is drag it. So I'm going to pick it up and drag it and then drop it onto the outside face right here. And that's the number I want to change. That is 12'7" in imperial or 3775 if you're working in metric. And that completes our basic layout of at least the left-hand side of our 2-bedroom condominium unit there.
In this video, we're going to continue with our 2-bedroom apartment unit layout, and I'm going to focus on the right-hand side of the plan, and I'm going to show you some different techniques this time. So we're going to focus on the modify tools. So if we come over here to the modify tab, you can see that there are several commands available to us. We've got move and copy and rotate and trim and extend. So we're going to look at a number of these here in this video. Now I'm going to start with the move tool right here. And the first thing I want to point out to you is that all of the tools in this little toolbox here have these animated tooltips. So I think it's worth taking a moment to watch the little animation. They can be very instructional in showing you how the command is intended to operate. So now that I've watched that little tooltip, I'm going to go ahead and click the move tool. And there's two ways you can deal with selection on many of these commands. You can either select the element first and then run the command, or you can do it after you've run the command. Now, in my case, in this first example, I did not select anything first. Therefore, the first thing the move command is asking me to do is to make a selection. Now, there was a tooltip on screen to that effect, but you can also see it down on the status bar in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. What it's telling me after the click to select and tab for alternates is that I can either use the enter or the space bar to finish the selection. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to select this wall right here. And then if I press either enter or space, that completes the selection and then moves me on to the next step of the command. The next step of the command is how far and in what direction you want to move it. So there's a number of ways you could do that. You could click points on screen. You can type in values. You can even use existing geometry to kind of set that distance. So let's say that I wanted to move this wall a distance that was equal to the width of this closet. So I could snap right to this endpoint right here, kind of drag over to this endpoint here and click again. And notice that it moves that wall. And of course, because it was connected to another wall, that other wall stays connected. Now that makes for a really narrow space there to the left. So perhaps I moved that a little bit too far. So I'm going to keep the wall selected, go right back to move. This time, it goes right to the second step of the move command, which is basically saying how far and where do you want to go, because it will assume that I'm trying to move the element I already had selected. So you can do the selection either way. I actually prefer this way. I like to make the selection first. I think that's a little bit more convenient, but it really is up to you which method you use. Now, this time I'm going to pick my start point right on the wall itself. I'm going to start moving horizontally to the right. And then as an alternative, you can type in your distance. So if I'm working in imperial, I'll type in 3 for 3 feet. If you're working in metric, you can do 900 millimeters. And you'll see that wall move over and reshape the spaces. Okay, so that's the real basics of the move command. Now I'm going to keep that wall selected and move to the copy command next, which is very similar to the move command. In fact, most of the prompts are the same. The only difference is instead of moving the original object, we're making a copy of it. And what I'm going to do is pick a start point. And this time I'm just simply going to eyeball the second point to create a copy of that wall right next to the first one. Now, look at my options bar and you'll see some checkboxes. And notice that I've got a checkbox in the multiple option. So what that means is that I'm actually in multiple copy mode, which means that if I came somewhere else and clicked and clicked and clicked, I'm creating multiple copies of that object. And you can make as many as you want. When you're done making copies, you can either press escape twice or click the modify tool to cancel. Now, I don't really need these walls over here, so I'm going to just select all 3 of them and press the delete key to get rid of them. There's also the delete command right here, this little red X. So either one does the same thing. Okay, so that's one of the options that's on the options bar. And the thing to be aware of with the options for these commands is they remain persistent. So the reason multiple was already turned on for me is because the last time I used the copy command, I checked the multiple option and Revit remembers that. The same is going to be true for the other commands. So for example, let's see what happens if we go back to this newly copied wall and try to move it. So I'm going to go to the move command and I'm going to try and move it down a little bit. Well, notice that it does sort of move it down, but it left it connected to the wall up above, okay? Because by default, that's the way the move command behaves. Well, if you go back to move, there's an option on the options bar called disjoin. If I check that, now what happens is if I pick the wall up and move it to a new location, it will disconnect itself from the previous wall. Now, the only thing I want to caution you on here is disjoin is a very specialized feature and it's useful in this situation, but a lot of times it can cause you a little bit of grief. So what I recommend that you do is go right back to the move command, uncheck disjoin, and then click the modified tool to cancel. This way, Revit will remember that disjoin was unchecked, and that will avoid some problems going forward in the future. And you might want to get in the habit of just doing that with any of the options that you don't want to be persistent. So disjoin is one of the ones that I find is particularly problematic. Okay, so let's move on to the next command that I want to show you, which is this one right here, the trim and extend to corner. It's got a keyboard shortcut of TR. So if you prefer, you can type those letters. So I'm going to go to that command, and the first way that I'll demonstrate it is over here in this bedroom. I'm going to select the horizontal wall right about there, and then this vertical wall right here. And what you'll see that it does is it actually trims off the part of the wall past where I selected it. Now, looking at that, that's probably not what I wanted. So let me reverse that by simply selecting two different walls this time to reclose up that cavity. So the way that this command works is you simply touch two objects, and based on the way that you select them and their current configuration, it will either trim their lengths down or it will extend their lengths out. So here's an example of when it would do extend. If I select this wall and then this wall, you'll see a little dashed line indicator of what the result is going to be, and it will extend those two walls together until they meet at a point there. Now, if you look at the status bar, you'll see that it says select the first line or wall to trim, and then it says click on the part you want to keep. This is important because it matters which side you click on. So let me click this wall here, and then if I click the bottom portion of this vertical line, I get one thing, Control Z to undo. If I pick the top portion, I get something else entirely. Control Z to undo. So just keep that in mind when you're using the trim and extend to a corner, that when you're trimming, it matters what side you click. Now, it doesn't really matter when you're extending because the wall is always going to get longer. Now, I want to make a little corridor here coming into the unit, and I want to base it off of this diagonal wall right here. So let me go to the modify tool to cancel, and I could do copy again, but there's another way to copy, and it's the offset tool. So the keyboard shortcut is OF. I'll go ahead and click that. And then there's some options on the options bar. So the first option is how far do you want to offset it? And you can put in any numerical value you want there. I'm going to put in 5 feet in imperial or 1,500 millimeters if you're working in metric. Now, right next to that is a copy checkbox. I want to make sure that's turned on. Otherwise, it will move the object rather than copy it. And then the way that this works is you can highlight an object and then just simply move the mouse to determine which side you want the offset to occur. So I want to make sure that I'm highlighting this diagonal wall and then move slightly so that it's offsetting it down. And then I'll click and it copies that wall down to make that little corridor. I'll cancel out of the command. I'll come back to trim and extend to a corner. I'll pick the newly copied diagonal wall. And then, very important, remember not to click the top half of this wall. You want to click the lower half so that it creates the correct corner condition like so. Now, you'll see here that this wall is a little too short. If I did trim and extend to corner, I'm not going to get what I want there. So I'm going to undo that. So instead, I'm going to shift to this trim and extend command. This one is a little bit different because you pick a boundary edge first. That's what you want to extend or trim to, and then the element you want to trim and extend. And in this case, it won't create an L condition, it'll create a T condition, and that's more appropriate for this situation. So let's click the modify tool to cancel out of there. I'm going to go to architecture and click wall, or you can type WA. I want to make sure I'm using the same wall type that we used for the other walls, and I'll just sort of box out a little pantry right here and a little utility room right here. And then I'll click the modify tool to cancel. So the next thing that I want to do is create an opening in this location here. So you might be tempted to go to trim and extend again, but the trouble is, remember that it's going to trim the entire wall and it's going to generate this warning here that says that it can't keep elements joined. So let me cancel that. So what we're going to do instead is use split element. SL is the shortcut. Now you can use this command in one of two ways depending on the setting of this delete intersegment checkbox. If it's unchecked, you can split at a point, then go to trim and extend and do the cleanup, and we could repeat it on the other side. Or if I undo twice, I can check the box, delete intersegment, and now I can simply click 2 points here, and it will trim out that little segment in between. And so at this point, there's some fine tuning to do. We can adjust the size of some of these rooms and manipulate some of these spaces a little bit further. And I welcome you to experiment more with the various modification tools that are in here and with the layout in general, just to get a little bit more practice in. In this video, we're going to add some doors and windows to our layout here. So I'm continuing in the 2-bedroom apartment unit, and I will start with doors. So on the architecture tab, I'm going to click the doors tool, or you can type DR, the keyboard shortcut. Now, the default door in the Imperial file is a door passage single flush door that is 36 inches wide by 84 inches tall. If you're working in the metric file, then it will be door passage single flush, and it will be 900 millimeters wide by 2100 millimeters tall. So in both cases, we're going to accept that default, and let's go ahead and place one of those doors. Now, on the status bar at the bottom of the screen, it says click on a wall to place a door. Doors and windows are wall-hosted elements. So before you can place them, you must designate which wall you want them hosted to. So notice that the door doesn't appear until I start to move my cursor over some eligible wall. Now, I could place it on any wall that I like. Revit doesn't much care, but it does need to be on a wall. Now, where we want to place this door is in the entrance to the condo here. So I'm going to highlight this little diagonal wall off to the right to begin placing that door. Now, notice that if you move the mouse very subtly, you can get it to flip either into or out of the space. So I want to make sure it's flipping into the space, and then I will click to place it. That will display a few temporary dimensions. So notice that temporary dimensions work on any object, not just walls, and we can manipulate them the same way we were able to manipulate things when we were working with them with walls. So what I want to do here is on the hinge side of this door, I want to snug it into that corner a little bit closer. So I'm going to use 4 inches in the Imperial file, or 100 millimeters if you're working in metric. So I want to make several other single swing doors, but I want to use a slightly smaller size. So I'm going to come over here to the type selector and notice that this particular door family has several sizes. So I'm going to drop down to one width smaller. So 30 by 84 if you're working in Imperial, or 750 by 2100 if you're working in metric. So I want to place one here in this utility room. I want to place one up here in this bathroom. And again, you can modify the jam there. So I'll go to 4 inches. I'm going to place one here in this bedroom. And again, modify that to 4 inches or 100 millimeters. I will place one here in this bathroom, but this one I'm going to leave centered. However, notice that it's swinging up. Well, maybe I want it to swing down. So if we look down at the status bar at the bottom of the screen, in addition to saying click on a wall to place the door, it also says use the space bar to flip left or right. So let's do that. Let's just tap the space bar and notice that each time you do, it will change the swing direction. When it's pointing down, I will click to place it in that space. Let's do one here in this walk-in closet, tapping the space bar to orient it the way I want. And then in this bedroom, tapping the space bar to orient the way that I want. And then I'll edit this value to 4 inches or 100 millimeters. So those are all the single flush swinging doors that I want. Now I want to add a double door down here in this patio pointing out. So coming out of the living room there's going to be a patio in the lower portion of the plan. Now, the only double door that I currently have loaded is this double flush door here. So for now, I'm going to choose that. And in the Imperial file, I'll choose the 72 by 84 inch size. If you're working in metric, use the 1800 by 2100 millimeter size, and just place it centered in this space and pointing out. Now, we'll think of that as a placeholder door, and what we'll do is we'll come back and swap that out with a more appropriate glass door later. But for now, that at least gets the plan correct. So we've got something there representing our intent. So that is all the doors that we can place currently based on what is loaded in this file from the original template. So if you want to load any additional doors, like the bifold doors for the closets or a sliding door for this closet down here, we're going to need to load those families in. So let's talk about how to do that now. So I'm going to click the Modify tool to cancel the command temporarily. And let's make one adjustment to the doors that we've already placed. If you zoom in here, you'll notice that several of them are shifted with respect to their walls. So I'm going to right-click one of these doors, go to Select All Instances Visible in the View. That selects all of them. And what controls that is this masonry frame feature right here. Simply uncheck that, and all the doors will shift and become centered in their walls instead. And I think that looks a lot better. Okay, so now let's move on to loading another door family. Doors and windows are loadable families, and that means that we can load in other families when we need to. So in this case, we need a bifold door for some of our closets and a sliding door for the closet down here in the lower portion of the plan. To get those doors, we're going to load those families in. So you can do that on the Insert tab in one of two ways. If you've installed the content library locally on your hard drive, you can use the Load Family button. If you haven't installed it locally, then you can still access the library from the cloud using the Load Autodesk Family tool here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click Load Autodesk Family, and that's going to display this interface. Now, using the globe here, you need to determine which library you want to load from. So I'm working in the United States Imperial, but if you're working in metric, you're going to want to choose the metric library instead. Both of them are organized in the same folder structure, so you should be seeing similar things when you do. So choose the library that's appropriate, and then over here, you should see a doors folder. So I'm going to click that, and you can see all the doors that are available here. Now, I could scroll through the list looking for the one that I want, but it might be a little easier to find if I switch to the residential folder next. That's going to simplify the list to just those doors that are residential in nature, and the one that I want is this one right here. It's an interior double sliding door. So I'm going to select that and click Load. And next, it will display this Specify Types window. So this window is used when there are lots of types to choose from, and it allows you to select just one or more of the types that you want to load. And in this case, we really only need one size, and it's this one right here. If you're working in Imperial, it's 72 by 84. If you're working in metric, go with the 1800 by 2100. So select the type that you want, click OK. That's going to load that family into the project. And now you can go back to architecture and click door or type DR, and it should be already loaded on your properties here. And you can simply place that door in the appropriate space, this closet here in the bottom of the plan. And that's really all there is to loading an external family. So let's repeat that process again, going back to Insert, back to Load Autodesk Family. And the bifold door is unfortunately not in either of the two libraries I pointed out to you, the US Imperial or the US Metric. So we can find it actually in the Australian library. So I'm going to go to the globe here, choose Australia as the region, go to Doors, and then you can see this bifold two-panel door right here. So I'm going to load that in. This one does not have a type catalog, so it doesn't prompt me to load types, which means that when we go to the doors command, notice that all of the types within that family loaded. In this case, there are 5 sizes. So we can choose any one of those sizes. So start with the largest size and place that one in this closet and this closet. Then we're going to zoom in here in the upper toilet room and open up the selector here and choose the smallest size. And we're going to place that one here. Now, you want to kind of place it carefully so that it goes in the center of that space. And it might do something like that. And if it does, you can just simply enter a new dimension to kind of shift it. So in the Imperial file, I went with 1 inch. In the metric file, that would be about 25 millimeters. Now I'm going to cancel out of the command, select the door, and there are grip controls here and here. So you can flip it left or right. you can flip it in or out of the space. So feel free to adjust and fine-tune it later. In fact, you can use the space bar and toggle through all of those options as well. So now that we've placed all the doors, placing windows is a breeze because it's exactly the same process. So to finish this up, I'm going to work with windows that are already loaded in this file, but you are welcome to go to Load Autodesk Family and choose other windows if you desire. But I'm going to click the Window tool, open up the type selector, and I'll work with this double casement window here. I'm going to take the largest size and place a couple of those in the bottom of the plan here in each of these spaces. And then I will take the next smallest size above that and place one of those here in the upper bedroom like so. So feel free to continue in this file and load any additional families that you'd like to experiment with and try placing them. If you don't have access to Load Autodesk Family or you have not installed the local library, then I have provided copies of the families that I used in the exercise files. They're in a folder called OTB. In this video, we're going to place some components in this 2-bedroom apartment unit. Now, just what exactly are components? Well, components can be anything, really. They are a number of different categories that are accessed through the component tool. So when you click the door tool or the window tool, you only get access to doors and windows respectively. But when you click the component tool, you're going to see that if you open up the type selector list, you're going to have items of a variety of categories available to you. So there are light fixtures in here, there are appliances, furniture, casework. There's a variety of different categories available. So components is really just a catch-all term for any number of elements that you can place in your model. So I'm going to start with this dishwasher family right here. There's only one size, so I'm going to choose that. And I'll start off outside the model over here. And what I want to show you is that it attaches it to the cursor, and you can simply place it wherever you want. And you can also change its orientation by tapping the spacebar. So as you tap the spacebar, it'll rotate in 90-degree increments. If your mouse happens to be highlighting something at a different orientation, like this angled wall, and you tap the spacebar, then the 90-degree increments will relate to that angled orientation. If you want to reset that, just move into empty space, tap it one more time, and it will go back to the default orientations. This even works on curved elements. So if I come over here and highlight this curved door swing and tap the space bar, notice that it's now matching that curvature that it inherited from the door swing. Pretty cool. I'm going to come out here in empty space and just tap the space bar again to reset the orientation. Now I'm going to change the orientation a few more times to flip it around this way. And then I'll come into this lower right-hand corner of the plan here, which is the kitchen, and highlight the bottom wall and click to place that dishwasher. I'm going to click the modify tool to cancel, and notice that there's a little built-in offset in that family to allow some clearance behind the unit, which is kind of a nice feature. Okay, so that's a really simple example of placing a component. Let's go right back to the component tool and place something else. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit on the list here, and there are a couple countertops. So it doesn't really matter which one you choose. I'm going to choose the one with a sinkhole like this. Tap the space bar a few times to spin it around, and then I'm going to place it on this exterior wall here next to the dishwasher. I'll click the modify tool to cancel, come back and select the countertop. Maybe zoom in a touch so we can see this a little better. Notice that it's got a variety of grip controls on the element. You can easily use these to resize this counter and make it stretch to the width of the room. Depending on the family that you bring in, each one has its own little special features and behaviors. So in that case, that one has an adjustable length. What else can we bring in? Let's go back to component one more time. And there's one more family that's already here in this file that I want to bring in, and that is a toilet fixture. So I'm going to open up the type selector once again. And instead of scrolling through the list and trying to find the toilet fixture, instead what I want to do is take advantage of the search at the top there. So you can notice that the search is active and you can type in anything you want. So toilet seems like a good search term. Let's try that. But unfortunately, that comes up with no matches. Now, what this does expose is that search is only as good as knowing what to search for. So you do kind of want to be familiar with the naming conventions in the file you're working in so that you can search for the appropriate thing. And it turns out in this case that the toilets are actually called water closets. So if you type in the word water, then you're going to see the various toilets that are available. Now, there's 3 of them. These 2 are a little bit more commercial. So let's stick with this first one here, which is more appropriate for a residential setting. I'm just going to choose the first item from that list, and you'll see that toilet fixture come in. Now, the orientation is already correct for this bathroom, so I'll place one here, and then in this other bathroom, I'll tap the space bar a few times, spin it around, and place it there. I'll click the Modify tool to cancel out. There may be other items in the component tool already that you can place, but let's move on to the next step, which is what to do when something that you want isn't already loaded in the file. So that's going to happen pretty frequently, and there's a variety of ways that you can access outside content and bring it into your project. So we're going to go to the Insert tab for this, and we're going to start with this Load Family tool right here. So when you click Load Family, it's going to browse out to your hard drive, and there's a pretty good chance you're going to see a screen that looks kind of like the one that I see here. And there's a single item in here, and if you hover over it, it says, if you're looking for Autodesk content, go to autodesk.com and download the Revit content, or you can use the Load Autodesk Family tool. So we're going to do both of those things, but I've already gone to autodesk.com and installed the library. So I've already done that first step. So I want to show you what that looks like should you decide to do that. If you haven't done that and you want to do that, then you will want to pause this video. You'll need to go download and install. It's going to take some time because it's a big download, but then you can come back and your screen should match mine more closely, or you could just watch what it looks like on my screen just to get an idea. It's up to you. So I'm going to click this little up button here, and that's going to take me to that library that I've downloaded and installed. And you can see it's organized into these folders, and these folders are just based on the different categories of the content items. So let's say that I wanted to place a furnace over here in this utility room. So I'm going to go to this mechanical folder, then architectural, then airside components, then finally furnaces, and there's a single furnace family right there. I'm going to open that up. Go back to architecture, click my component tool. When you load a family, it'll put it right on your cursor. So you shouldn't have to hunt for it. It should already be there. And I'll simply place it where I want it to go. Click the Modify tool to cancel. And it's really just that simple to access an item from the installed library and place it in your model. If you haven't installed the library and you don't want to do the download and install, I've provided copies of each of the families that I'm talking about here in this video. With the exercise files, they're in a folder called OTB, so you can load them from that location, and that would kind of simulate the same thing. What about the other option that it said there? It said we could use Load Autodesk Family. So I'm going to go to Insert, and we've actually looked at this tool in an earlier video, but let's look at it again. It's called Load Autodesk Family, and you can see the little cloud icon here. This is the exact same library that I just accessed, only stored in the cloud, which means you don't have to download and install it first, which is kind of a nice thing. Now, the first thing you always want to check is your locale settings. So I'm using English language and United States Imperial Library, but there are other libraries available. In fact, if you think back to the Doors and Windows video, we loaded a family from the Australia library. So it's perfectly fine to use other libraries if you wish, but I'm going to stick with United States Imperial for this example and just close out of there. The United States Imperial Library has 3,800 families in it. So there's an awful lot to choose from, and I certainly don't want to just sit here and scroll through the list. That'd take way too much time. There are folders we can browse over here, and if you look at them, they actually kind of match the folders that I just showed you in the installed library. In fact, here's mechanical, and when I click that, there's architectural, airside, and furnaces. And there's that same furnace family right there. So it's organized in exactly the same way. And if you're familiar with the library structure, you could just simply browse to it like I've done there. Alternatively, you can search for things. So notice that there's a search up here. This is something you can't do with the locally installed library. So this is one of the things I really like about Load Autodesk Family. So let's say I wanted to put a water heater in that utility room along with the furnace. All I need to do is type in that keyword, press enter, and it will go from 3,800 results down to 3. I can choose the one that I want, click load, and then it's going to load that item in. I can go back to architecture and component. It puts it on my cursor, and then I can place it where I want it to go. Now, another really nice feature of that technique is if I go back to Load Autodesk Family, let's clear the search right here. And this time I'm going to browse by category. So I want to bring in multiple items. So instead of searching for each one, what I want to do is limit the categories here to specialty equipment only. So I'm going to scroll down and locate specialty equipment. And that's because most appliances are part of the specialty equipment category. Now you can further specialize over here in the browse categories, because this is a lot of industrial stuff here, and I don't really want that. I want to stick with domestic maybe only, and then maybe even stick with just high or mid-range. So when I get down to the subcategory that I'm interested in, now I've only got 15 results. It's much easier to browse. So you could look through here and you could say, well, I want a gas range and a refrigerator and maybe a microwave oven. And the cool thing about doing it this way is you can select multiple items and download and install them at the same time. So you don't have to do these one at a time. And so that's another really nice feature of this cloud library. And then again, once you've done that, it's just a matter of going back to the component tool and finding the item and placing it where you want it to go. Let's reconsider this countertop that I have down here. When I placed it, it was fine, but it's a straight countertop, and I don't think that's really the right choice for this particular kitchen. So I'm going to go back to Load Autodesk Family one more time. I'm going to clear the search here by going to All Results and Any here at the top. So that gets me back to 3,800 items. And I'm going to type in counter at the top here and press enter. So now you can see there are quite a few items, but that's what I'm looking for right there is an L-shaped counter. I'm going to load that in. And now I can simply select this family, open up the type selector and change it to the L-shaped one, and you can see that it will swap it right in place there. Then I can select it. It's got similar little grip controls that the other one did, and I could start to stretch that. And there's even little controls to control where the sink is. Now, I prefer to do that numerically here on the properties palette. So if you type in a different number, it will shift that sink over. So I'll let you experiment with that to fine tune the position of that sink and the length of each leg of the L-shaped counter. But that's an example of where you could start with a placeholder and then just come back and swap it in with another family when you find a more appropriate choice. Let's say that you've explored the libraries and you're not finding what you're looking for. So what other options do you have? Well, of course, you can go out and search for something online. Now, there's lots of libraries online. Some are good, some are not so good. Some cost money, some are free. So you'll definitely want to do your due diligence to make sure that you're finding good quality content. But when you do, and once you've downloaded it to your local system, then it's just a matter of loading it like any other family. So to simulate that, I've placed a family in the exercise files folder, and all you need to do is go to Load Family. I'm going to go to Desktop, Exercise Files, Chapter 4, and I've got this bathtub family right here. We're going to load that in, go to the component tool. It comes in kind of small. So I'm going to change the size. You will notice that the sizes are in imperial units, and that's pretty typical of something you might download off the internet. You don't get to decide what units it's in. The person who created the family did. So if you're working in imperial, it might be a metric, and vice versa. If you're working in metric, it might be imperial. But don't worry, it's the size it is, right? So I'm going to choose the 60 by 30 size, which is the appropriate size for this plan. Tap the space bar a few times to flip it around and place it in a couple locations in the model, like so. Feel free to continue in this file, downloading and placing additional components. And when you're done, it should look something like this. When two walls touch one another, they usually join automatically, and typically the join condition that we get automatically is suitable in most cases. However, it's not always the case, and there are some times when we get an unacceptable wall join and we want to adjust it. In cases like that, we have the wall joins tool that we can use to help us adjust the default behavior. So to demonstrate the wall joins tool, I'm going to zoom in over here on the right-hand side of the plan, and I've got a few conditions where we can talk about this. So we're going to start with these walls here that enter into the suite. So these are masonry walls here, and they're butting into these stud walls here. And currently it's not displaying correctly. I would want the masonry wall to continue through and interrupt the stud wall. So we're going to use the wall joins tool to help us do that. Now the interface of this tool is a little tricky at first. So let's go ahead and click the tool and let me show you what I mean. When you first click it, it's not exactly obvious what you're supposed to do. Well, as you move your mouse nearby any intersection, it will highlight the intersection with this little box, and you can go to any intersection you like. So we want to highlight the first intersection that we want to work on, this one right here, and then click. When you click, that will activate a number of choices on the options bar. And then that's how you're going to cycle through the available options. So there's a next and previous button here and here, and you've got 3 different choices, butt, miter, and square off that you can use. So for this example, we're going to just focus on butt and miter. We'll talk about square off in just a few moments. But if I click miter, you could see what it's going to do. That's not really appropriate in this case. So I think the butt joint is definitely the appropriate way to go, but we're just getting the wrong butt joint. Well, all we need to do is click either next or previous, and it will cycle to another option. And in this case, that looks a lot better. So that's the one that I'm going to keep. Now, you would expect there to be an apply button or something like that, but we're done already. So if you wanted to get out of this command, you would just simply click your modify tool and there's nothing more to do. But you can also stay in the command and just simply shift focus from this intersection over to this intersection, and you can repeat the process. It's a butt joint. We click next, and there we go. So you can keep moving around the plan by choosing as many intersections as need attention. And then when you're done, that's when you click the modify tool to cancel out. Now, we had butt and miter, but there was also that square off option. So when would you use that? So let's do the wall joints tool one more time. And square off would come into place in cases like this, where you have an acute angle. So what I want to do is click the square off option, and already you can see that it has blunted that corner and applied the condition. Now, that's one possible option. If we click next, here's another possible option. Now, I think I like that one a little bit better. So that's the one I'm going to go with. And then I'm going to shift down to this intersection, square off. I can either do that or that. I think I like this one better, so that's the one I'm going to go with, and then I'll click my modify tool to finish. So you can see where we can use the edit wall joints tool to fine-tune the wall joints that we're getting by default. Now, there's one other option that we can do with wall joints that I don't really have a great example for here in this particular floor plan. I'm going to show it to you, but then I'll give you an illustration of a better example when I'm done. So let's say I take this wall right here, and you'll notice that there's these little dots at either end. Now, you can use those dots to actually adjust the length of the wall, right? So if I wanted to change the length of the wall, I can just simply drag that little dot. I'm going to undo that. Well, the other thing you can do with that little dot is you can right-click it and choose Disallow Join. Now, when you do that, if you pull this thing away or bring it back again, it will now completely ignore that other wall as if it wasn't even there. So disallow join is just that. It's no longer applying the join condition. Now, why would you do that? Well, maybe you want a butt condition, something like that. So maybe this is a demising wall and you don't want this one to clean up with it. So you could apply that condition to simulate that. Now, if you ever change your mind and you want to reverse it, there's a allow join icon that will appear next to that joint indicating that it's currently not allowed, and that will simply reverse the effect. So when would you use something like that? So here's a situation where it would be much more common. So here's a commercial floor plan with a curtain wall, and the default wall joins will typically try to join to where this red line is that I've drawn on top here, which means that it would look something like what you see on the left-hand side. But if you use disallow join, you can manually modify it so that the wall butts into the mullion instead of the wall itself and get the proper condition. So that's a more common example of when you would use that disallow join. So anytime you find yourself in a situation where the default wall joins are not giving you what you need or what you want, then you can use edit wall joins or disallow join to edit them to your liking. In this video, we're going to talk about one of the features that makes Revit so powerful, and that is constraints. So you can put a number of constraints on your model that allow you to lock in your design intent, and Revit will maintain those relationships or those rules as the project progresses. So there's lots of interesting ways that we can do this, and I think the easiest thing to do is to show you some examples so you can kind of get the idea. So I'm going to zoom in over here on the right-hand side of this plan, and I'm going to focus on this break room first. And let's say that it's important to me to establish the distance of this door off of this wall and then to constrain that, to lock that in, to prevent that from changing. So let me show you how we would do that. I'm going to come up here to the quick access toolbar and click the aligned dimension tool, or DI. And I'm going to start in the inside face of this wall for the first witness line. And the second witness line, I want to be on the door itself. So when you're moving over here, you want to try and locate the edge of the door. You can see it right there. So make sure it says doors and not wall. Click. And then I'll just click an empty white space to place that dimension. I'm going to click the modify tool to cancel out. And now I want to show you something that's interesting. Even though this is a permanent dimension, if you select the item that's being dimensioned, the door in this case, notice that in addition to getting the standard temporary dimensions here, it also activates the permanent dimension. So I actually use this technique quite a lot. So I actually prefer to draw my own dimensions and then use those as temporaries. And so if I click right here, I can activate that number. And let's say I wanted this distance to be 3 in imperial or 900 millimeters in metric. So I'm going to put that in, enter it, you'll see the door move to that position. But now it's important to my design that that door doesn't change, doesn't deviate from that location. So I'm going to come back and select the dimension, and there's a padlock right here. You just simply lock it. So what does that do? Well, now if you were to take this wall and you were to move it, and I'm just going to drag it a little bit, notice that the door moves with it. Okay, so you could move it left or right, but the door is going to move along with the wall. Now, in this case, that relationship is one-sided, meaning that if I tried to move the door, it won't let me. So the wall is driving the position of the door, but the door can't move unless the wall does, right? So that's what I mean by one-sided. So it really just depends on the two objects that you're constraining, whether or not it will generate that kind of relationship. Let's do another example. Here in Office 108, you can see I've got this window here, but the window is currently off-center, and maybe I want to center it in the room. Okay, so a real easy way to do that is with dimensions. So I'm going to go to Align Dimension yet again, or DI, and I'm going to start with 2 witness lines on the inside faces of the walls in the office, and then the third witness line is going to be the center of the window. So notice if you move your mouse near the center, you can highlight it. I'll click that as a witness line, click up here in empty white space to place the dimension, and you're looking for this EQ toggle next. It might be off screen, so pan slightly if you need to, or zoom, but you just simply want to click that little EQ, and when you do, notice that the window will snap into position and it's now exactly centered between those 2 walls. That is not a one-time modification, a one-time move. That is now a constraint. So I can demonstrate that by selecting one of the 2 walls and dragging it. And notice that when I do, the window also moves in order to maintain that centered relationship. So that's another example of a constraint that we can apply. Now, if I zoom out slightly here and pan, you'll see that there's a window across the way. And maybe I want that window to be lined up with the one that I just worked on. Okay, so there's a great tool to help me do that. It's on the Modify tab, and it's called Align. Okay, keyboard shortcut is AL. And with the Align tool, you select one object that you want to use as a reference and then another object that you want to move into alignment, right? So I'm going to start with the center line of that same window that we started with a minute ago. And that's going to establish the alignment reference. And then I want to come down here and pick the center line of the second window. And notice that it will move over and snap into alignment with the first one. So now those 2 windows are perfectly lined up. If I want to maintain that relationship, lock it in as a constraint, it gives me that option right here. And I can simply toggle that padlock, and now that relationship is established. Let's click the Modify tool to cancel. And actually what I've got now is a nested relationship, because this office up here with its 2 walls is still controlling the location of this window, which in turn is going to control the location of this window. Let me demonstrate. Let's take this wall here and move it back to its original position. And notice that not only does the window at the top move to stay centered in the room, but it also takes the one down below along for the ride. Okay, so pretty powerful stuff, right? So let's look at another example. For this one, we're going to move over to this side of the plan, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit so that you can see the 4 offices, the left side of the plan. Now notice currently the 4 offices are all random size, and each of their doors is in random locations. That's what I want to address now. So I'm going to start with this door down here at the bottom, and there's a dimension already there, and it's currently set to 6 inches in the imperial file or 150 millimeters in the metric file. I'm going to select that dimension, and what we did over here was we locked it, and you could do that here as well, but in order to get each of these at the same distance, you would have to then move those doors, lock them, move the door, lock them. Let me show you an alternative way to approach this. With that dimension selected, we can come up here to the ribbon, and there's a label option here. You can open up this list and choose a parameter to label that dimension with. Now, you'll notice I don't have any parameters at the moment. The only choice is none. Well, right next to the dropdown is a Create Parameter icon. I can click that. That displays the Global Parameter Properties dialog. Simply type in a name that you want this parameter to have. I'm going to call it Typical Door Jamb and click OK. You can tell when a dimension is labeled with a global parameter because this little pencil icon will appear next to it, indicating that there's a global parameter driving that dimension. And you'll also see it right here when it's selected. So now here's where it gets really interesting. I'm going to select this dimension, hold the Control key down, pick this one and this one. If you look at the Properties palette, it should say Dimensions 3. So now with those 3 dimensions selected, I'm going to open up the label dropdown and notice that there is a choice now because we've created a global parameter a moment ago. Typical Door Jamb. Let's select that. And notice what happens to the 3 doors. They all snap into position 6 inches away from their respective walls, and they're all displaying the little pencil icon now, indicating that they're being driven by a global parameter. If you click the little pencil, that displays the global parameters dialog, and you can edit the value. So consider what we have over here with the locked dimension. If you changed your design and you didn't want it to be 3 feet anymore, you wanted it to be 2 feet, what would you have to do? Well, you'd have to select the dimension, unlock it, move the door, then relock the dimension. With the global parameter, you simply edit the value. I'm going to put in 2 feet in imperial, or you can put in 600 millimeters in metric, click apply, and notice that all the doors will respond. So the global parameter in a lot of ways is a much more flexible way to do this because it allows you to lock in your intent, but it also gives you the flexibility to make changes to it later, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click OK here. So let's do one more example. I'm going to add another align dimension or DI. And I want to equalize the size of all those offices over there. Now, the best way to do that is to control where I place my witness line. So instead of wall faces, I think I'm going to get much better results using the core. And specifically, I'm going to use the center of core. Okay, so I'm going to choose center of core here. And this wall down here, the center of core is where the studs are. This one, this one, this one. So all the studs are the same in those 4 walls because they're right in the center. But notice that the studs on the exterior wall are offset, right? So this is how I'm going to ensure that all of those offices are equally spaced. I'll come outside the plan, click to place the dimension, toggle the equality, and just like that, you'll see that we now have all 4 of those offices equally spaced. And because the global parameter was still applied, all of the doors moved along with it. So now if you wanted to, you could go back and modify the global parameter and change the value, and all of those doors will adjust with respect to their now equally sized offices. So that's another nested relationship that we've kind of built in there. So the last thing I want to talk about in this video is how you identify where constraints are and how you modify them once they're there. So modifying them is easy if the dimension already exists. So the dimension is there, for example, in Office 108. And let's say I decided I didn't want that dimension to be there anymore. You can simply delete it. Now, here's where it gets interesting, though, because if you delete the dimension, you actually get a choice. You could simply delete the dimension by clicking OK and keep the constraint, or you could also unconstrain that relationship. Okay, so it's giving you the option to do one or the other. I'm going to click OK here. And what that does is that means that if I come back later and I move this wall, notice that it's still keeping that window in the center, even though the dimension is no longer there, right? So let's say that you encountered something like that and you found that confusing. So how would you be able to tell where the constraints in a model are? Well, there's a display mode that allows us to turn them on. And it's down here on the view control bar, and it's simply called Reveal Constraints. So we're going to click that icon right there. And that puts this red border around the screen. And now it's very obvious where all the constraints are because they show up in this bright red color. Furthermore, when you select one of those items, it will highlight the objects that are part of that constraint. So it becomes even easier for you to identify where these relationships are and which objects they apply to. Right? Now, the other thing you'll notice is there's some constraints that were in this model that weren't visible. They were here already when we started. So this is another nice way to use this tool, is to identify ones that you're not seeing that don't necessarily have dimensions associated with them. Now, earlier we deleted that dimension and we decided to keep the constraint. Let's say you changed your mind now. It's as simple as selecting the red dimension here and delete. And now this wall no longer drives the position of that window. Now, I did leave the alignment constraint, which means that if I move one of these windows, it will still move the other. So it's up to you which constraints you want to keep and which ones you want to remove. But reveal constraints is a great way for you to identify where they are and make those modifications. So constraints are a very powerful feature of Revit. They can be very useful in locking in your design intent, but I caution you to not get carried away. If you start locking everything and applying constraints to everything, you can get to a situation where you over-constrain the model. The good news is Revit will tell you when you've over-constrained and a message will pop up. It's not always the nicest message to get, but at least it does warn you. So I think in general, if you just have the strategy to constrain those things that are really important to the design and then try not to get carried away, I think you'll be perfectly fine. It's very common to need to access files that were created in other software when you're working in Revit. So in this video, I want to show you the process of working with an AutoCAD DWG file within our Revit project. Now I'm going to go to the Insert tab for this, and there's two ways that we could access a CAD file, and that is either using the link mechanism or the import mechanism. Now, import would embed the file directly in the Revit project with no connection to the original. So if you needed to update changes, you would need to remove the original version, delete it, and then re-import from the updated one. Compared to link, where the link would be maintained back to the original file, and so you would simply refresh the link and it would capture the latest changes. Generally speaking, linking is considered the best practice, and so unless somebody tells you otherwise, you should really always default to using link, but you can check with your CAD or BIM manager to be sure what's used in your own firm. I'm going to be demonstrating with Link CAD, and that button is right here. And the first thing I want to point out in this dialog is the file formats that are supported by this dialog. So notice that there are several different CAD formats supported. Now I'm going to leave it set to DWG, which is the AutoCAD file format, but you're welcome to explore the others on your own later if you wish. Now I'm going to select this AutoCAD floor plan file that I've provided with the exercise files at the top. Don't double click it, just simply single click on it. And there are three settings at the bottom of the dialog that I want to direct your attention to. Over here on the right, we have the positioning, which is set to origin to internal origin. I'm going to leave that just the way it is. In the middle, we have colors, which is currently set to preserve. I'm going to leave that set just the way it is. And then finally, over here on the left, we have this current view only checkbox. And for this example, I'm going to leave that unchecked. So let's go ahead and click open here, and you'll see the file appear. On my screen, it comes in this bright yellow color, and it's just a little bit off center. So let's think about those settings that I just pointed out to you in the dialog, starting with positioning, which was origin to internal origin. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here on the CAD file for this. Down at the bottom of the screen, there is this Reveal Hidden Elements icon. Go ahead and click that. And what you're going to see is these little symbols appear here in the middle of the screen. Those are indicating the Revit origin. So this is the origin of the Revit file. And then as you can see, that lined up with the origin of the AutoCAD file, which happened to be the lower left-hand corner of the floor plan. So when we choose origin to origin, it just simply lines those 2 points up. And in a lot of cases, that's going to be the appropriate way to link the files in order to get proper alignment. Now, in some cases, it won't be. So if the file comes in and it's not in the right location, you can choose a different option there. But I think defaulting to origin is not a bad option in many cases. Now, next, we had the colors. and I left it set to preserve. And as you can see, preserve doesn't look so nice on a light theme here in Revit. If you're using Revit's dark theme, then it probably looks just fine for you. Okay. So one option is that I could go to the View tab and I could toggle my canvas theme, and now it looks much better. So if you are comfortable working that way, then that will work perfectly fine. Now, the other option is that I could remove the link and relink it and invert the colors. And I'm going to show you that in just a moment. Before I do that, though, I want to talk about the last thing, which was the current view only setting. We left that unchecked. I'm going to open up a couple other views here and show you the result. Down here under coordination and floor plans, there's some working floor plans, and I've got this one called L1 working. I'm going to double click to open that up, and notice that the file displays here as well. Furthermore, if I go to the default 3D view, so the little birdhouse icon up here on the toolbar, that's going to open up the 3D view. And as you can see, the file shows here as well. I do want to stress that just because the file shows here in 3D doesn't mean that it all automatically became 3D geometry. Notice that it stayed flat and it's just a bunch of 2D line work that is sitting flat on the ground. Well, whatever the CAD file is that you bring in, it's going to come in as is. It's not going to automatically be converted to anything in Revit for you. That you would have to do on your own. That's a separate process. It's really important that you understand that if you're bringing in a 2D file, you get 2D line work in Revit. If you're bringing in 3D geometry from CAD, it'll stay 3D, but it's still going to be CAD 3D geometry. It won't become Revit elements like walls, doors, and windows. Now we understand those three settings. What I want to do is I'm going to go to the undo dropdown here, and I'm going to back all the way up to import vector data, and that's going to remove the file, reverse everything. I'm going to toggle my canvas theme back again because I prefer working on the light theme, and I'm going to bring the file in a second time and change a couple of those settings. So I'm going to go to Insert, go to Link CAD, select the floor plan again. I'm still going to do origin to origin, nothing wrong with that, but I'm going to change the colors to invert and turn on current view only. Now, if you're working in the Revit dark theme, don't invert the colors. Leave them set to preserve. Click open, and now you're going to see the difference, right? These colors are much easier to see on the light theme background, and this is the result of having checked current view only. If I click over here to the architectural floor plan, notice it doesn't display there. It's only displaying in my working floor plan here. If I go to 3D view, it's not displaying here as well. So the idea is that now the CAD file only displays in my working view, which I'm using it as a means to an end. It's going to be an underlay. And then when I'm done, none of the other views have it visible, so I don't have to worry about trying to hide it in all those other views. So that can be a good way to work if your intention for bringing the CAD file in is to use it as a basis for doing other design work, which is what I want to demonstrate for you now. So let's say that my designer worked in AutoCAD, and now I want to take their work and I want to start creating Revit geometry from it. Well, sadly, there's no button that's going to convert this CAD file to Revit geometry automatically. So that means I'm simply going to need to trace over this CAD file with Revit walls and doors and other elements, okay? Now, I know at first that sounds a little daunting, but it's actually not that bad. Let me show you. So I'm going to go to Architecture, go to the Wall tool. Let me choose generic 12-inch wall if you're working in Imperial. If you're working in metric, choose generic 300. And move your mouse near one of the exterior walls here. And you might need to zoom in to see it, but it will sense where the center is between the two parallel lines. And you can just click to start drawing that wall. And notice that it lines up perfectly. Now stop a little bit short of the corner, which I know is a little counterintuitive. Press escape once, so that's going to keep you in the command, but break the chain. And then it's much easier to sense the center line of the next wall if you do it that way. Press escape once. I'm going to change the wall type now from generic 12 to generic 5. Zoom in even closer, and I'm going to repeat that same basic process on some of these other walls. Press escape once, right? Find the center lines, press escape once. You're going to ignore doorways, okay? So doorways, we're going to deal with by placing actual Revit doors. So let me just go ahead and place a few of these walls. That's enough to get the point across. Now I'm going to go to trim and extend to corner. I'll trim up this corner. I'll trim up this corner. And then I'll use trim and extend multiple elements. Pick this as the boundary, extend this and this, click an empty space to reset. Click this as the boundary, click this and this, empty space to reset. This is the boundary, this and this, empty space. I'll click the modify tool to enter. All right, so there's some basic walls. Let me just throw a few doors in just to kind of make it look a little bit more complete. So I'm going to go to the door here. You can just use the default size that comes up, even though it's a little bit too large. I think it gets the point across. And I'm just going to place a few of these doors in here in various locations just to kind of get the basics down here. In this working view, it's a little bit cluttered, a little difficult to see what we've got. But notice if you switch over to the L1 architecture, it looks perfectly fine. If you go to 3D view, hold the shift key down and orbit, that looks perfectly fine as well. So the whole idea of working in the working view and doing current view only means that you can very easily use that as the basis for building your model, but then your other views, it automatically is not displaying. Now, the final thing I want you to see is the whole reason we chose link was because we wanted to maintain the ability to be able to refresh this CAD file. So how do you do that? So let's say that the designer sent me an update. Okay. So now how would I access that update? Go to the Manage tab. You're looking for the Manage Links dialog. I'll click that. Now there's lots of tabs in here. We're going to stay focused on CAD files. So I'm going to click over there. There is my floor plan right here. Down at the bottom of the screen, you can see a number of buttons. I could reload this link. I could unload this link. I could add another link, remove it if I didn't need it anymore. Now, if the original owner of this file not only sent an update, but they changed the name, or if somebody on your firm moved it to a different location, then instead of reload, you can choose reload from. That's what we're going to do here. And you can see I've got an updated version of the floor plan in the same folder. I'm going to choose that. I'm going to click open, OK, and then you can see the effect of the change. Now, once again, notice that the Revit geometry has not responded to this, so you would need to make a selection of the appropriate elements that have been affected by the change and simply modify them. But you can snap to the geometry in the CAD file, so it's pretty easy for you to update your Revit geometry to match the new CAD file. So that is an example of a workflow that allows a hybrid between some folks that are working in CAD and others that are working in Revit. So if you find yourself in that scenario, then you can use some version of that workflow as your basic procedure. In this video, we're going to look at another example of bringing in an AutoCAD file, but for a different purpose. So there's a number of reasons why you might bring in external files. And in this example, I want to bring in an AutoCAD file specifically for the purpose of using it to generate topography in my Revit project. So if you're working with a civil engineer in your projects, then there's a pretty good chance they're working with an AutoCAD-based product like Civil 3D or just the main version of AutoCAD. In that case, they might be generating the site plan information, the civil information, as a DWG file. So we talked about bringing in DWG files in an earlier video. Well, I want to show you that workflow here, very specifically related to the idea of using it to create topography, because some of the settings we're going to choose are going to be a little bit different. So let me come over here to the Insert tab, and I'm going to do Link CAD. And again, if you watched the earlier video about bringing in CAD, then you know that linking is considered the best practice. So I definitely want to use link here. Now, I've got a file called AutoCAD Site Plan, and I'm simply going to select it, not double click. If you double click, you'll miss the opportunity to configure the settings down below. Now, the settings remember the last settings you used. And the last time I was in this dialog, I was bringing in my floor plan in an earlier video. And one of the settings here that I absolutely need to change in order to use this AutoCAD file as topography is the current view only setting. If you choose current view only and your intention is to create topography from it, it will not work. Okay, so you must uncheck that. And the reason is that in order to create topography from the AutoCAD file, the polylines that are used to generate the contour lines need to remain in 3D. They need to remain at appropriate heights in 3 dimensions. Otherwise, we can't create topography from those elements. If you check current view only, it flattens everything out to a 2D kind of situation. So that's why we want to make sure that we uncheck this. Okay, so that's very important. Another setting that's very important to uncheck when you're bringing in large files like civil engineering information is the correct lines that are slightly off axis. Now, this is intended to assist you in files that are smaller in nature, like floor plans, details, and things like that, where something might have been drawn at 90 degrees, but Revit sees it as 89.999 degrees. Okay, so correcting that is what this checkbox is all about. Well, that's fine for rectilinear files or smaller scale files, but in a site plan, it might very deliberately be at 89.9 degrees because of the nature of that kind of drawing. So I recommend that in the case of site work, that you typically uncheck correct lines that are off axis. Okay, so more often than not, it'll do more damage than good. Okay, now units usually do the right thing when you bring in CAD files. In other words, Revit is usually pretty good about understanding what the units are of the file coming in. However, there may be instances when you need to change this. And if you bring it in and you suspect that things are not quite at the right setting, it came in a little too big or a little too small, then you can undo and try again by choosing the explicit unit. Now, the file that I'm bringing in here, I happen to know was generated in US survey feet. So if you want to be sure that it's going to interpret properly, you can go ahead and choose that import unit. It won't hurt anything by doing that. Okay, but if I want to make sure that it's using US survey feet when it comes in, then I can select that from the list there. Okay, so those are just some examples of some of the settings you might want to do a little differently when you're bringing in files specifically for the purpose of creating topography. Now, the rest of it, I'm going to leave the way it is. I'm going to invert the colors. I'm going to still use the origin. If we don't like the way it comes in, the physical location, we can always move it later. Okay, so let's see where it comes in with the origin, and then potentially move it. So I'm going to go ahead and click open here, and let's see what we get. So the first thing that happens is I get this warning down here at the bottom, and it says that none of the created elements are visible in this floor plan, and it suggests some things that I want to check. So this again has to do with the fact that this is civil engineering data. And most of the time, those contour lines are going to be set relative to sea level. Okay, and that's the case here. So all of the contour lines that I need to use to create that topography are way over my head right now, because they're set at a height that is much taller than what this particular floor plan is able to show. So what I usually recommend that you do is immediately go to a default 3D view, and that usually will expose the problem. Now, to really understand this better, you can actually use the view cube here, or just simply hold the shift key down and orbit, and then you can start to see what the issue is, right? So do you see how those contours are way above our head, right? So that's what the issue is in that situation. So I think the easiest way to deal with this is going to be to try going into either an elevation or a section view, because then we'll be able to see the height more clearly. Now, we could use any one of these elevations, but actually there's a working section already in this file, and I'm going to expand that branch, and it's called section 1, and I'm going to double click that to open it up. And what I like about using the working section is, as you can see, it's uncropped. Okay. If we had used one of the elevations, they would be cropped down to this rectangle here, and we still wouldn't be seeing the CAD file. So it gets frustrating if you don't open up the correct view. All right. So I'm going to select this, and what I really want to do is move it down. But of course, you can see that I won't be able to do that because it is pinned. Because remember, I chose that origin to origin option, and origin to origin automatically pins it. So simply unpin it, and then we can go to our move tool, and we're going to move this thing down. Now, you probably want to be somewhat scientific about this. So it's a really good idea if you can take a look at the CAD file and see what the contours are. I don't remember exactly, so I'm going to do it in 2 steps. I'm going to start anywhere here. I'm going to pull it straight down, And the contours are measured. This is an imperial file. Okay, so we're going to use imperial units here, even if you're working in metric. But the contours are at about 780 feet above sea level. So what I'm going to do is take my best guess here, and I'm going to use 780 feet. Now, if you're working in either file, I want you to type 780 and then the foot symbol. If you type the foot symbol, which is just the single quote next to your enter key, if you type that, regardless of what unit you're working in, Revit will understand that you mean feet. Okay? If you put in M, it would think you meant meters. If you put in MM, it would think you meant millimeters. If you put in the double quote, it thinks you mean inches. So using the unit designation is the way that you can tell it, I want to use this unit even though my project is set to something else. So even in the metric file, type in 780 feet, press enter, and it should get close, right? It should move down into this general location. Now I'm going to go back to the site plan. And what I'm hoping to be able to do is to see these contour labels. And you can see that I did remember correctly. It was 780 was one of the numbers there. If you got here and you realized that I was off, it was 790 or something, you could just simply return back to the section and just move it another 10 feet. Okay. But because I guessed correctly, there's nothing more for us to do there. Okay. So that's the basic process that you have to do. It's going to come in and it's going to be way over your head. So you just simply find a view that shows it. In this case, the combination of the 3D view and the section view were what we needed. And then you move it to a more favorable position for this project. So now that I've got this file positioned where I want, I'm ready to use it to start creating some topography. In this video, we're continuing where we left off in the previous one, and we're going to take the imported CAD file that represents the contour lines of our site and convert that to a topography element here in the Revit project. So to show you what we're starting with, this item right here is a linked CAD file. Now, the first thing is, if you're not able to select the linked CAD file, then you want to come up here to the selection dropdown under the modify tool and make sure that select links is turned on. If that is turned off, you won't be able to select it. Okay, so this file contains AutoCAD geometry that are just simply polylines that are set at certain heights. So the easiest way to see this would be to go to the 3D view. And then if we just kind of zoom in on an area here, you can see that there's a lot of line work here that represents those contour lines. And these are set at different heights physically in 3D space in order to represent those contours. What we want to do is take that geometry from the AutoCAD file and turn that into Revit topography. Now, I should probably show you what a Revit topography element looks like first, right? So just off to the side here, I'm going to create a really simple Revit topography. So I'm going to go to the Massing and Site tab. So I'm going to click this Topo Solid button here. And I'm simply going to draw a rectangle using this tool here. And it doesn't really matter what size you draw it at. So just sketch out any size rectangle, click Finish, and that creates this flat plane. But then what I want to do is use this Add Point tool here. And that puts me in kind of an edit mode. And I'm going to start off by placing a few points at the surface here. And I'm just going to kind of put a few random ones. Then I'm going to come over here to the Offset from Surface and put in a different height. Now, if you're working in the Imperial file, put in maybe 50 feet. And if you're working in the metric file, you could use about 15,000 millimeters. And then you want to just place several more points over here. Now, that's probably enough to give you the general idea. I'm going to click the Modify tool and escape out of there. But notice how that kind of created this hill here, and then Revit kind of adds in the contour lines along the way. So that's a topography element. Now, if you consider what we're trying to create over here, and imagine trying to create all of those points manually, it would take an enormous amount of time. So it is certainly not a task that you would want to do manually. So I'm going to select this Topo Solid over here and delete it. We don't need that one anymore. And what we're going to do instead is create the Topo Solid based on this CAD file. So let's go back to the Topo Solid tool. And this time we're going to use the drop-down menu, and we're going to choose the Create from Import option. So that puts us in the creation mode, but then we need to additionally select what kind of import we want to base this on. So there's two options, a CAD file or a CSV file. We obviously have a CAD file, so we're going to choose that. And then you can select your CAD file. And again, remember, you must have select links turned on in order for this to work. Okay, so if that's not turned on, then you won't be able to do what I'm doing right now, which is selecting that file. Now, my civil engineer gave me a really clean file where there's only a couple layers in the file, and I don't want to create points from the 0 layer, but I do want to create it from each of the topo layers, major and minor. If you're doing this with another CAD file, you could get a long list of layers here. And so you do want to make sure that you familiarize yourself with the layers in that CAD file first so that you can select only the layers that actually represent contour lines. You don't want it to create a bunch of false points on other geometry. But in this case, like I said, it's a very clean file, so we just need to select these two. So I'll go ahead and click OK on that. And this might take a little while. But actually, in this case, it wasn't that bad. Now, it is generating this warning here about some of the lines being slightly off axis. There are 6 of those. I think that is safe to ignore for this example. So I'm just going to click anywhere to dismiss that warning and ignore it. And you can see the result that we've created right here. Now, I'm going to reach in there and select the CAD file. And I want to hide that to kind of get it out of the way so that we're seeing only the topography that's left behind. So if you come down here to the little sunglasses on the view control bar, let's choose hide element. And that will put us in a temporary hide isolate mode where the CAD file is temporarily hidden and all we're seeing now is the topo solid object. So if you hold the shift key down and start to orbit around, you can see that this did a really nice job here. Now, if you want to see just how much work it did, you can actually select this, go to the Modify Sub-Elements tool, and you can see the tremendous amount of points that it created for you with that command. So naturally, we would not have wanted to create all of these points individually and manually. That would have been a very tedious and long task. So I'm going to just click the Modify tool here to cancel out. But of course, if there's any area of the topo that needs adjustment, you can go into that Modify mode that I just showed you there, and you can manipulate individual points. So that's certainly something that you can explore doing. At this point, the only thing I want to show you is it might look a little nicer if we turn on a shaded mode. So I'm going to click this little pop-up here, which has different display modes, turn on shading. Now everything is this kind of dull gray here, but you can actually select this. And instead of Topo Solid 1, we can choose one of the other types that's available in this file, like this one called Grassland. And when I choose that one, then it's going to apply grass on the top surface. So if I click away from it, you can see that's green. And then on the sides, it's still going to use the gray color because it's more of a earth down there. So it's possible to actually create a type that has multiple layers representing different layers of earth there. So that's the Topo Solid tool and generating it from an imported CAD file. So if you are working with a civil engineer, that is going to be the most efficient way to get your basic ground plane for your project. In this video, we're going to look at bringing in a CAD file, but controlling the way that it comes in, specifically its line weight settings. So sometimes you're bringing in a CAD file that you're going to keep as part of your document set. In cases like that, then it's going to matter what it actually looks like. If you're using it just to trace over or to generate topography, then it's not as important. But in the case of bringing in diagrams or details or things like that, then it might matter what the line weight settings are in the file coming in. And so that's what we want to look at here. Now, I'm in this simple file here, and I'm going to bring in a construction detail. It's probably not appropriate to do that in a floor plan. So let's create a view for this purpose. So I'm going to go to the View tab, and we're going to create a drafting view. Now, you need to give it a name, and then I'm going to assign it a scale. So if you're working in imperial, do 1.5 inch equals a foot. If you're working in metric, you can do 1 to 10. Now, a drafting view is just a blank sheet of paper. You can put anything you want here. It can be details, diagrams, sketches, illustrations, photographs, general notes, whatever. Anything that's not connected to the model. And what we're going to do is go to Insert and link a CAD file into this view. So let's click Link CAD. And then I want to bring in this file called AutoCAD Detail. And before we bring it in, I want to change some of the settings because the settings are configured for the last file that I brought in, which isn't really appropriate for this detail. So the first thing I want to change is the colors. I don't really want any of the colors for this file. I want to just force it to black and white. Next, we can bring in all the layers. That's fine. But I don't want it to use US survey feet. I'm going to go back to auto detect. I think that will work just fine for this detail. I don't need to worry about the units. I'm going to correct the lines that are off axis. That's optional, but it won't hurt anything. And then probably the most important thing is the positioning. The chances that the origin of this CAD file detail are in any kind of a useful location and that they match up to anything in the file I'm bringing it into, it's pretty slim. So I'm going to use one of the manual options here. And the one that I like for this purpose is manual center. Okay, so let me click open and show you what that does. So notice that manual center puts my cursor right in the center of the detail. And now I can just manually place it wherever I'd like it to go. So if we zoom in on this, you can see the problem that I want to solve in this video. Notice that it came in lifeless, right? Like there's just no punch to this detail whatsoever. Everything is very flat, okay? So what I want to do is preserve the line weight qualities, the line weight settings of that CAD file as it's coming across. And in order to do that in Revit, we use a mapping table. So where do we get to this mapping table? Well, it's on the Insert tab. On the Import panel, there's this tiny little button here, really easy to miss if you're not looking for it. It's called Import Line Weights. So you want to click that, and that will display this dialog. So this is just a simple mapping table. What you have on the left are the AutoCAD color numbers from AutoCAD, and on the right, you have the corresponding Revit line weight. Now, there are 255 entries here, so it could take some time to fill this table out. Before you embark on that, let me also point out the note at the bottom of the dialog. That note says these values only apply when the line weight in the CAD file is set to default. In other words, if somebody in the CAD file has set a line weight on a layer, Revit doesn't need to map anything because the line weight information is there. It will just simply use it. But if it's left set to default, that means there is no line weight, and that's when this table kicks in. So that's kind of important to understand. So you might want to get familiar with your CAD file before you go to the trouble of setting up this file here. All right, how does this work? You just type in the numbers, right? Now, of course, to do this properly, you would have to have some knowledge of the colors that are being used in that CAD file, and then you would just go through and map them to the desired line weight on the Revit side of things. Now, once you've done all that work, you can save it to a text file for reuse. And I've done that for us already, which means that we can load the file that I've already created, and that's going to save us a lot of effort here. So let's click load. It's going to recognize that I've made some changes here and ask if I want to save them. Not going to do that. I'll say no. And then there's this file here called detail line weights. That's the file that I'm going to load in, which will set my mapping properly. When we're all done here, if you want to reset back to your original, I do have a reset file that you can load in later to do that. Okay, but I'm going to click open here. And at first, it doesn't really look like it did very much. But if you scroll through here, you will start to see some entries have been changed. Okay, so it definitely brought in the required values. So let's click OK. But there's one more step. If you zoom in here, nothing has changed yet, which is a little disappointing considering that this is a link here. So what we actually have to do is go to Manage Links, CAD Formats. Let's remove the link, click OK, it disappears. And now I'm going to go right back to Link CAD, AutoCAD Detail, accept all the defaults because they match what I did a minute ago, click Open, click to place it on screen. And now you can see it has come in with those new line weights applied from the mapping table. So if you're planning to bring in CAD files that you want to use and have them based on some office standard, graphically speaking, then it's really important that you set up one or more of these mapping tables and you'll get much, much better results. So far in this chapter, we've been focused on bringing in AutoCAD files to Revit, but there are many file formats that are supported. In this video, I'd like to show you how we can bring in a PDF, which is another very popular format that's used in many industries, including architectural design. So we're going to go to the Insert tab, just like we did for CAD files, but this time, instead of doing Link CAD, we're going to do Link PDF. Now, you can link a PDF or you can import it. It's really up to you, but I still like link because it maintains a connection back to that PDF file. So if somebody updates the PDF, you can just simply reload it, which I think is always a valuable thing to be able to do. So you can see that I've provided a floor plan right here, and I'm going to go ahead and click open. And then when it starts to open this, it will preview it here. Okay, so in this case, this is a single sheet PDF. So you can see that it's page 1 of 1. There's a total of 1 page there. But if you have a multi-sheet PDF, then it would show you thumbnails of all the sheets. And unfortunately, with this command, you can only bring in 1 page at a time. So if you're trying to bring in all 10 pages of a 10-page multi-PDF, you're going to have to unfortunately do 10 links, 10 separate links, which is a little bit of a drag. But that's one of the only downsides. Otherwise, this feature works pretty well. Now, right here, we have a resolution. And I think in most cases, 150 to 300 is probably fine, but it really depends on what you're intending to do with this file. 600 is probably overkill in most cases, so I don't think I've ever used that. But for this, since it's a floor plan, I'm going to do 300, but I could probably get away with 150 in this case. But anyway, maybe a little trial and error there, but I think 300 will be okay. So let's click OK. And the next thing is it will ask me where I want to place this. Now, here's the only trouble with a PDF, okay? And actually, it's a similar concept with raster images. So we did link PDF, but you also have link image. Both of them would kind of come in the same way. They're really not to scale. So what happened here is the size of this, if I measure from corner to corner here, this size is just some number based on the sheet size, right? So that was 144, which in imperial means that it was based on 12 in some way. So it saw that image as being 12 inches across, and I think it just brought it in at a reference to that. Anyway, it's not to scale, right? And so that's a bit of an issue. So there's a couple dimensions here in this file. So what I want to show you next is how we can do 2 things. If the PDF is vector graphics, which this one is, you can snap to those vector graphics. Okay, so object snaps will work, and we can scale it to get it to the appropriate size, right? So those are the 2 things that I want to look at. Now, you can bring in any kind of PDF. So if you bring in just a text document, obviously that one's not going to be snappable, right? Because there's nothing to snap to. So it really just depends on the file and how it was created. Okay, so the first thing is, let's go ahead and select the PDF. And that snaps feature must be enabled. So let me try and take a measurement here. And notice it's not seeing any of the snap points in this file. Okay. However, if I select the PDF and then I click this toggle right here, enable snaps, and then try and take a measurement, now it's seeing them. So make sure that you do that first. So this bathroom right here is supposed to be an imperial about 5 feet wide, and it looks like it's double that. It looks like it's 10 feet right now. Okay. So the file is too big. Okay. Well, I'm not going to rely on that measurement. You could do that if you didn't have a choice. I'm going to rely on the dimension that's actually right here in the file. So vertically, it's got a dimension of 31'8" or 9652 if you're working in metric. That's the number that I'm going to use. So I'm going to select this file, go to the scale command here, or RE is the shortcut. And scale can be done in one of 2 ways. You can do a graphical scale or a numerical scale. So you would use numerical if you wanted to make it twice as big or half as big, right? If you knew the exact amount that you wanted to scale it by. We don't know the exact amount we want to scale by in this case. We know a distance in the PDF and then how big we want to make it. That's what graphical is. So we're going to leave it set to graphical. And we're going to pick our start point, which using the object snaps, I'm going to click this lower endpoint right here. Then I'm going to drag up to the opposite endpoint here, which is the other end of that dimension, and click again. So that's my reference distance. Now I simply start moving the mouse and you can see a temporary dimension, and I just type in the value that I want this to be. So I want it to be 31'8" if I'm working in imperial, or the 9652 if you're working in metric. So now let's just verify that with a measurement. So if I measure from here to here, you can see that it is 31 foot 8. If you can't see it there, you can also read the measurement right there. Okay. So that's really all there is to bringing in a PDF and then, of course, scaling it to make sure that it's the correct size if it represents model geometry.
In this video, we're going to continue looking at linking files, but we're going to shift our attention to linking Revit models. So it's often the case that project teams will have more than one Revit model, and in order to coordinate your efforts with the users in those other models, you can link them together. Now, this often happens in more complicated projects that have either multiple disciplines like architectural, structural, mechanical, plumbing. Each one of those disciplines would have their own model and they would link them together for coordination. So that's a very common scenario. We'll look at that scenario in the next video. In this video, we're going to look at another really common scenario, which is a multi-building campus situation. So this is where you just have 2 or 3 or 4 or more buildings on the same site, and you want to place them all together and position them relative to one another to coordinate your efforts there as well. So that's the example that we're going to look at here, albeit a very simple one of just putting a small outbuilding next to our building structure here. So what I'm going to do is go to the Insert tab, and the first button here is Link Revit, and I'll click that, and then we're going to link in this model here called Shed. Now, there are some positioning options here. In this video, we're just going to use the default, which is internal origin to internal origin. There are some others that you can explore on your own, but I want to keep this as simple as possible. So we're going to first bring it into the origin and see where it ends up. And as you can see, it's not in a very good spot. It's kind of right on top of our building. So now that we've done that, the next thing we're going to do is move and position it where it needs to go. So I've created these 2 reference planes off to the side here to indicate where this model needs to be. And all we need to do is click on it and move and rotate it to that new position. Now, if you're not able to select this link, if it's not highlighting and letting you select it, then you want to make sure that you come to this little drop down here on your modify tool and turn on select links. That has to be turned on in order for you to do the next step. So the first thing we're going to do is move it. So let's go to the move tool, and I'm going to use the lower right-hand corner as my base point of the move. Click that point. And then I'm going to snap that right to the intersection of these 2 reference planes over here, and I'm going to click that point. Then I will zoom in over on that location, and let's keep it selected and switch to rotate. I'm going to click anywhere on this little dot here to pick that up. That's the center of rotation. And I want to snap that right to the same endpoint as my starting point. Let's move straight up along that exterior wall there and set that as my starting angle. And then I want to tip it down and to the right here until it snaps to the reference plane. And that is my new rotation angle. So I'll zoom back out, and that is the desired position of this building. Now, in your own projects, somebody will have to figure out what that location is, and they can do that by any number of means using whatever design data is appropriate in your own project. So now that I've positioned that model where it needs to go, let me show you a few ways we can manage that link. Okay, so the first is to go to the Manage tab, and we've got the Manage Links button right here. So we're going to click that, and the first tab in this dialog is the Revit tab. So there's our shed model listed right there. It's currently set to a status of loaded. It's an overlay. There's the name of the file, and it's a relative path. Now, loaded is obvious because we can see the file on screen. If it was unloaded, it would disappear, and we would have to reload it in order to see it. The reference type can either be an attachment or an overlay. Ours is set to overlay. That's the default. That's the most common. But with attachment, what would happen is if the shed model had its own links, those links would follow all the way through to our top level host. With overlay, it leaves those links behind and only brings itself. Okay, so we're going to leave overlay. The path is showing up as just the file name right now. And that's because the path type is set to relative, but it could also be absolute. So if you change it to absolute, it writes the full path back to the drive letter. I personally prefer relative wherever possible. I think it's a little simpler. So that's what we're going to choose there. The only caution is just be careful if you ever move the files that you move both the host and the link in the same relative locations. You need to maintain the folder structure, otherwise it might break. Now, there are several buttons at the bottom that are grayed out. If you want to enable those buttons, you need to actually select the link, and you do that by clicking on it by name And then you can see that those buttons at the bottom become available: reload, unload, remove, and so on. Let's not click any of those. Let's just click OK. That's your Manage Links dialog. Now, the other way that you can manage Revit links, it has its own special method that other types of links don't have, and that's here on the project browser. So if we scroll all the way to the bottom of the project browser, there's a Revit links branch here. Expand it. And now you can see any links that you have indented beneath that branch. So the little blue arrow indicates that it is currently loaded. Fantastic. So those are a couple different ways we can access the linked models. And then, of course, if you right click on this entry, you can even do things like reload it, unload it, and so on. So what happens when that model changes? Because that's really the big benefit of using a link, is that if that model changes in any way, we can capture those changes by simply reloading the link. Now, to demonstrate that will be a little bit tricky, because normally you would have one person working on the host model that I'm in, the office building, and another person working on a shed on a different computer. In that scenario, they would simply save the file and I would reload it, and we would be able to see those changes immediately. If you have the ability to work with another person to try this out, then I encourage you to do that. Have the other person open up the shed model and work on their computer, and you work in your host, and then you can experiment with what happens when one of you saves and the other one reloads. Okay. If you're not in that scenario, then what you'll have to do is what I'm about to demonstrate here. I'm going to try to open up that shed model to make changes to it. So I'm going to go to the File menu and choose Open, and then in this folder, I'm going to choose the shed and I'm going to click Open. But that's going to tell me that that link is already open and I can't open it again, right? So it's telling me the only way I can do that is if I unload the link first. Okay, so that's just a limitation that we have with links. So I'm going to have to answer yes here. And then it's going to say, are you sure? You won't be able to undo this. That's fine. I'm going to click OK here, right? And that finally opens up the shed model. Now, what did that do back here in our office building model? Well, if I click on that, notice that it's no longer visible here. It's been unloaded, but it didn't get removed. It's not deleted. It's not gone. It's just simply sitting here unloaded. Notice the big red X is kind of a really nice graphical way of showing that. If you go to Manage Links, right here it says not loaded. Okay, so the link's still there. It's just simply not loaded. All right, fantastic. Let's switch back to the shed and do something to it. So what I want to do is just make a change that will be obvious when we load it back in. So I'm going to select maybe this door, and I'm going to change that to a double door. Now that should be pretty obvious when we load it back in. So that's all I really need to do. I'm going to save this file. But unfortunately, if I go back to here and I try to reload it, as I just indicated, if I select this and I choose reload, it's going to say you cannot reload it because it's already open, right? So I need to make sure that not only do I save it, I've got to close it here. Okay, so I'm going to X that out like so. And now that file is closed, which means I will now be able to reload it. So you can go back to Manage Links and do that, or you can right click it here and reload. It's just another way of doing it. That changes back to a blue arrow and the file loads, and you can now see that we have the double door. So we've captured those changes. Now, the alternative way that you could have done this is to close this file. And then when it asks you if you want to save, let's answer yes. Okay. And then what we can do is reopen the shed, make a change to it. So this time I will just copy this window. Okay. And then I'm going to close my shed, save it. And then when I reopen the host model, the original host model, it will automatically reload the latest changes. So notice that the third window is now there in the middle before. So those are a couple different ways that you can reload. So the only limitation was you can't have both your host and your link open together in the same session of Revit. If you're on two different computers, like I said, you can experiment with another coworker or a friend and try that out. Then you could experiment with it that way.
In this video, we're going to continue talking about linking Revit models. And if you watched the previous video, then I mentioned that there were two basic scenarios that were most common. One was a multi-building campus scenario, and that's what we demonstrated in the last video. And the other was a project that had multiple disciplines, and that's what I wanted to talk about here in this video. Now, when you have the multi-building campus scenario, you typically use an insertion point other than origin to origin because you don't want all your buildings to end up on top of each other. But in the discipline coordination that we're going to look at in this video, you do want everything to line up right on top of each other. So you're going to approach it slightly differently. So to help us with that, I'm in the Revit sample project. Now, you may recall a few chapters ago that we had this project open and we explored some of its features. So if you don't recall how to get here, this is included with your software, and you can get to it on the file menu from the open command from the sample folders that's in there. So I'm not providing it separately as an exercise file. You should have a copy already with your copy of Revit. What I'm going to do here is just open up the L1 floor plan. And this project actually has several links in it already. Okay, so let's just zoom in here a little bit. And you can see that I'm going to show you that in a couple ways. So one way that we can see that is to maybe put our mouse over one of these steel columns here. Now, it's initially highlighting the architectural column that surrounds it, but I'm going to press the Tab key. That goes to the grid line. Again, another grid line. And then one more time, you'll notice that it's highlighting a Revit link. And I'm going to click to select that. And notice that that highlights not just that piece of steel, but all of them. Okay, because what I've just selected is the structural model. Okay, so there's a structural model, there's an electrical model, there's a plumbing model. There's models for each discipline. There's even 2 architectural models in this file. So there's one for the existing facades on the front of the building that were the existing structures, and then the new construction behind is the building that I'm in right now. So another way to see this is to go to Manage and Manage Links. And what you're going to see is that there are a number of Revit links already here in this file. Now, let me widen this dialog just so that we can stretch it out and read those names a little better. Okay, so let's stretch this there. Okay, so these are each of the models that are already linked here. Every one of these models is using the origin to origin for the positioning, because the whole point of discipline coordination is you want all the models to fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. You want everything to just sort of slide in correctly in its proper location. So the easiest way to achieve that is using origin to origin. So what I want to do is, it's already done here, but we can actually drop one of these models and then do it again ourselves, right? So I'm going to do the structural model since that's the one that we just talked about. So I'll simply select it here and click Remove. Now, it's going to warn me that I can't use undo after doing this, so just be aware, but that's fine. We're not going to save this anyway, so we'll just click OK, and then let's click OK again. And now you're going to see that all of those steel columns disappear here in this view, right? So we no longer have the structural model for coordination at this point. So now what I want to do is add that link back again and use the origin to origin positioning. So we're going to go to Insert. We're going to Link Revit. Now, I want to make sure that I'm in the samples folder. You may not actually be here already. So I've put the path on my clipboard and I just want to show you where it is. So I'm going to paste that in right here. It's in your C drive or wherever you installed Revit, in the Program Files folder, Autodesk, then your Revit version, and finally samples. Okay, so that's the default location that these models are stored in. So I want to just make sure that I'm going there by entering that path. And then each of the models starts with the name Snowden Tower Sample, and then you've got the different disciplines. So the one that we want to attach in this case is the structural model. And there's these nice labels here in the preview to let you know that you're getting the correct one. So that just verifies that we're getting the structural model there. And here's that setting that we want to make sure that we've chosen. It should say internal origin to internal origin. So that's the correct choice to ensure that all of these models line up properly with one another. I'll click Open here. And you can already see that it's working in the background. But before we get there, we've got this nested link message here. And this we can safely ignore, but let me just explain to you what it means. It is telling us that the structural model that we're bringing in has links of its own. So if we were to open that structural model, you can see that it is linking to all of the other disciplines. And in fact, that's true really of all these models. Each one is linking to each other, okay? Because the folks on the structural team want to be able to coordinate their efforts with the other disciplines, and the folks in the other disciplines want to be able to coordinate with the structure. So everybody links to each other's models. And so that you don't end up with a bunch of redundant copies of everything all jumbled up on top of each other, this message just tells us that the nested links will be ignored. Okay. And that's perfectly fine. That's exactly what we want to happen here. So we're going to click close to dismiss that warning. And you can see that the structure came back in exactly the correct location. So if you want to experiment a little bit further with linking, and specifically with linking that has to do with discipline coordination, then I encourage you to spend some more time in this file and explore, because this is a really good example of discipline coordination using Revit linking. In this video, I've got a model with a link, and I want to position the link relative to the model that it's linked to. And in this case, the building model is down here in the lower right-hand corner. This is my little office building model. And then up here, I have this object, which is the linked site model. So inside that linked model is the site information. It's got a topo solid and a property line and so on. Now, at first, your instinct might be that you should move the building to the site. And there's a certain amount of logic to that. Makes a certain amount of sense. But because I'm in the building model file, I actually want to do the reverse. So I want to pick up this linked site model, and I want to move it over to the correct location relative to the building. Now, the reason why that's better is because by doing that, you're just simply moving the link. You're not actually changing anything in the site model. So you don't have to worry that you're changing the coordinate systems or the reference points or the survey or anything like that. You're just simply moving that link, and it will refresh in place, okay? So it's going to work perfectly fine. And the reason why that's valuable is if you consider all the project setup that we've got in this project template here, we have all these sheets already configured. We have these scope boxes here, the views, everything is already focused on a certain area. Imagine how much work it would be to try and move all of that over to the site. It doesn't make any sense to do it that way. Okay, so what you typically want to do is bring your site information in or your linked information in, and then move that to the host location. Now, I'm going to show you two methods to do that here in this video. I'm going to use the move and rotate command in method 1, and then I'm going to use the move and align command in method 2. And both methods work perfectly fine. You can use whichever one you like. It's up to you, but I just thought I would give you two options. So let's start with move and rotate. It'll involve a couple steps. Because we're zoomed out so far away, what I like to do is do a rough move first. So from this far away zoom, I'm going to go to my move tool, and I'm just going to pick a random start point right about there in the middle of the site, and then just kind of move that diagonally down in front of the building. Now, if you can't move along a diagonal, just look up here on the options bar. There's this checkbox called constrain. If that's turned on, you can only move horizontally or vertically. So you just want to uncheck that, make sure that's off, and then you should be able to move diagonally like so, and just kind of place that out in front of the building. So now you can zoom in a little bit more closely, and it's going to be a lot more comfortable to work because we can see things a little bit more clearly. The next thing is I want to know where the front door of the building is, because this sidewalk here, I want to go right up to the front door. Okay. Now, I can't really see that, so the next thing that I'm going to do is come down here to the view control bar and click the display modes pop up here, and I want to choose wireframe. I'm just going to do this temporarily, and that's going to make everything fully transparent, right? So now I can see right through the building, and there's the front door right there. So now I'm going to select the site model if it's not already selected, go back to the move tool, and I'm going to pick the midpoint at the end of that sidewalk. That's my start point of the move. And then you can even zoom in a little closer if you want here. And I want to snap that to the midpoint at the front door. So now we've lined up those two midpoints. And so now all we need to do is rotate it to get it to the correct orientation. Okay? So let's go to our rotate tool. But here's the trouble. If you start to rotate right now, you're going to mess up that movement that you just did. And the reason for that is only evident if you zoom all the way out. So let's zoom all the way out here. And notice the dashed box that surrounds the site model. when you go to the rotate command, whatever you have selected, it puts a bounding box around the whole thing. And then it just sort of drops this little dot in the middle of that box. And that's the center of rotation. Now, you can rotate around that point if you want to, but often it's not a very convenient spot. So there's a number of ways you can pick up that dot and move it. You can click it, you can drag it, you can tap the space bar, or you can use this place button here on the options bar. It doesn't matter which one of those you choose. Just pick that dot up, and then let me zoom back in, and I'm going to put it down right there at that midpoint. So now I'll be rotating around that location, and it will keep the site model right where it needs to go. So with rotate, I can do a start angle along some existing vector here. So I'm just going to go along the sidewalk here, and then you just sort of swing it here until it snaps to the building. And just like that, we've now corrected the orientation to match the front of the building. And if you zoom out, you can see that our site now matches the building geometry correctly. Okay, so that is the first method for moving and aligning that. Now I'm going to undo just a couple steps here. Back to when we were sitting out here kind of randomly. And as an alternative, instead of using rotate, you can use the align tool. Like I said, it's 50-50. It's up to you which one you want, but I just thought I would show you two options. So let's go to the align tool, or AL. I'm going to pick the front face of the building here as my alignment reference, and then the edge of the sidewalk. That will align and rotate it for us, but we still will need to do one final movement. Select it, go to the move command, and then go from midpoint to midpoint. And you might need to type SM to get it to sense the midpoint, and you're right back in the same place. So either one of those methods works perfectly fine, but now we've got our site model positioned correctly relative to our building, at least here in floor plan. There is one more thing we want to check. So I'm going to go to the south elevation here. And what you're going to notice is that we still need to do one more movement, and that's in the vertical direction. So obviously we don't want our building to be underneath our site. That doesn't seem very correct to me. But all that's required here to fix this is to just simply move this vertically in this elevation view. Now you can do it with the move command. I prefer to use the align command. So I'm going to go to align, and I'm going to highlight my L1 as the reference. And then I'm going to use the project level here in the linked model as the object to move. And now that completes the modification. And if I look at this in 3D, you can see that our building is now sitting correctly on its site. In this video, we're going to establish a shared coordinate system. Now, what exactly do we mean by a shared coordinate system? Well, it's a concept that we use when we have linked files. And what we want to do is take the independent coordinate systems of the individual models and consolidate them together into a single shared coordinate system. So each model has its own coordinate system, its own origin, and its own position in the world. And usually these are completely independent of other models. Once you start linking those models together, however, you can decide that you want one of those coordinate systems for one of the models to be, think of it as the dominant one, and then you can copy that coordinate system and overwrite the coordinate systems in the other models. By doing that, then what you're doing is essentially giving each model an awareness of its position in the world relative to the other models. And it becomes a really handy tool to help us make sure that our models are lined up with one another correctly and that they're easy to keep coordinated. So what I have here to help us demonstrate this is three models. We're in a model called office building. And so that's the actual model geometry here of the building itself. But then we've got a link here for the site information and a separate link right here for this little shed building. Okay, so at the moment, each of these models is completely separate from one another in terms of its coordinate systems. Like they each have their own separate coordinate system that doesn't know anything about the others. So if we wanted to establish links in one of the other models, we'd really have to set the whole thing up over again manually. And it might be a little error prone to try and get everything to sit on the site correctly. By establishing a shared coordinate system, we can do that much more efficiently. So the first thing we have to decide is which of these three models do we want to use as the coordinate system to copy to the others, right? So which one's going to be the dominant, I like to think of it as. Now, for me, I personally think the site makes the most amount of sense for that, because the site is really what's being shared by the other buildings on the site. So I typically like to do that. So I'm going to start by selecting the site. And then if you go over to the properties palette, you can see that it is a linked Revit model. And then I'm going to scroll down here, and you're going to see at the bottom an item that says shared site, and there's a button that says currently not shared. You can click that button, and that takes us to the shared coordinates dialog. So here it offers us two options. We can either publish or acquire the coordinate system. And again, it depends on what your aim is here. Do you want to take the coordinate system of the site model and use that as the dominant coordinate system, or do you want to overwrite the coordinate system within the site model? Well, in this case, I want the site model to dominate. Therefore, I want to acquire its coordinates into the office building model. So remember, everything is relative to where you are. And so I'm in the office building model right now. I've selected a link, and I'm going to copy the coordinates out of that link by acquiring them and apply them to this current model that I'm in, the office building. And I'll just simply click reconcile here to complete that operation. When I do that, this now says default site instead of not shared. So if it says here anything other than not shared, then you know that there is a shared coordinate system established. Now, that only applies to two of the three models. So the site and the office building now share a coordinate system. But what about our outbuilding over here? Well, we also need to repeat those steps for that building. So notice when I select it, it says not shared as well. I'm going to click it, but this one I'm going to do a little differently. Because if I acquire that coordinate system, then it's just going to overwrite the office building yet again. That's not what I want. What I want to do instead is take the coordinates that are now in my office building, which came originally from the site model, and I want to push those to the shed model. So we do that with publish, and I'll click reconcile again. So now you can see the button has changed. All right, so we're almost there. But there's one last very important step. We must save our work here. Now, in order to do this, you need to have write access to all the models, because you're not only going to be saving the current model, the office building, but you'll also be saving the shed and the site model as well. So I'm going to come up here to the quick access toolbar and click the save icon, or you can do Control S. And when I do, it's going to alert me that the current position in the shed model has changed. So this is what I was talking about. Until you save both the host model, office building, and the links, it's not permanent. So you need to click this option here to save that new position back to the link. And it will actually overwrite that linked model with this new information. If you choose do not save or disable shared positioning, it's going to undo everything we did. So we want to choose the save option right there. So that's it. We've now established shared coordinates. Now, what does that do for us? Well, let's take a look at some of the things we can do. I'm going to go to the File menu here and choose Close. That's going to close my office building model. You may recall from an earlier video that you can't have both a host and a link open at the same time in the same session of Revit. So the easiest way to prevent that is to just close the model. Okay, so now I'm going to open up my site model. So I'm going to go to Open here. And in the Chapter 5 folder, I'm going to choose the building site. But before I do, I just want to point out a few things to you. Remember that we saved our office building and we saved our shed building. So you can see that here because both of them have a backup file now. Okay, so when we did that save operation, it didn't just save the office building, it actually saved the shed as well. All right, let's select the building site. Let's open it up. And I'm going to zoom in just a touch here. And here is the benefit of a shared coordinate system. I'm going to go to Insert, Link Revit. I'm going to locate the office building. And instead of using the other positioning options that we've been looking at up until now, I'm going to switch this to Auto by Shared Coordinates. When I do and I click Open, the office building model will come in in precisely the right location. Now, it is warning me that there's a nested link that's going to be left behind. Perfectly fine. Let me click close there and notice that the office building drops in exactly the correct location. Now, I could repeat that with the shed model. Shared coordinates, click open, and it will come in the correct place as well. So now all the buildings on this campus know about each other and they're all fully coordinated. Now, let me close this model. I'm doing that with Control W, the keyboard shortcut, or you can go to File, Close. I'm going to save it. And now I'm going to go to Open, and I'm going to do one last example. I'm going to open the shed model. And here I'm going to go to Insert, Link Revit, pick the office building by shared coordinates, click open. Now, initially, it's going to look like it's coming in the wrong spot, but that's only because it needs us to confirm this message, which again is about nested links. As soon as I close that, that will correct the orientation and location of the office building. And you can see that it came in oriented correctly relative to the shed model. This is the advantage of shared coordinates. Once you've established each of the building's positions on the site, shared coordinates takes care of the rest. You can easily cross-link all of the other files and everything will come in correctly and stay up to date. Now, one last thing I want to point out to you is if you are setting up a shared coordinate system with a model that has geo-referenced coordinates, those coordinates will come across in Revit. So there's an example of that in the out-of-the-box Revit sample model. Now, we've opened up the sample model previously here in this course. I welcome you to open it up directly and see this for yourself. And when you do, what you want to do is go to the Manage tab. Then on the Manage tab, you want to click the Location button. And then when you go to the Location button, you will see here that for the location of that file, it is going to show you a geo-referenced coordinate system, which happens to be in Pennsylvania in the United States. So that sample model that comes with the software has a true geo-referenced physical location. And if you acquire shared coordinates from a model that's been geo-referenced, it will also acquire those geo-referenced coordinates. The file that we were working on just now is not geo-referenced, so it doesn't do that, but the sample model is one that you can look at to see an example of that.
In this video, we're going to talk about managing links. Now, I'm starting without an exercise file loaded because I want to actually show you the process when I open the file. The file that I'm going to open will have a problem with some of its links, and I want you to see that problem occur together. So here on the home screen, I'm going to click the Open button under Models. And in the Chapter 5 Exercise Files folder, I'm going to choose the file that I want to open, Manage Links, or mmanage links if you're working in Metric. Now, when the file opens, it will display with this unresolved references warning. So there are two options here. You can open Manage Links to correct the problem, or you could just ignore it and continue. Now, since this is a video about managing links, I think the appropriate choice is the first one, to open the Manage Links dialog to correct the problem. But of course, in your own projects, if you're not ready to deal with the link issues just yet, you can always ignore it. So this dialog will never prevent you from actually opening the file, but it is suggesting that you might want to take a look at the links and see what the issues are. So when the dialog opens, it takes me to the Revit tab here, and you can see that there are two links in this file. So the building site link here, the first one, is loading just fine. So notice its status says that it's loaded here and there are no issues. But it's this second file here called Workshop, which currently says that the status is not found. So that is the issue. Now, why is it not found? There could be a number of reasons for that. So perhaps the file has been deleted. Perhaps it's been moved. It might have been renamed, right? So all of these are potential issues. Perhaps the drive that the file is stored on is no longer attached to your computer. It could be a network drive that you no longer have access to. So there isn't just one solution to solving the problem, but this flags that there is that issue, and those are all the things you might want to investigate. So the first thing I want to typically look at is what is the saved path. So this is looking for this file in a folder that's one step up from the current folder called Project Links. So down at the bottom of the screen, there are some buttons to manage this link. We could either do reload from or reload to try and reload the link. Now, reload is typically what you would want to try and do here, but of course, it would still generate the same warning because it's not finding
the location of that file. So reload's probably not going to work. Unload is grayed out because it's already unloaded, but in the case of the building site, we could select that and choose unload. Add just adds an entirely new link, so that's obviously not going to solve the problem that we have here. If you've decided that you no longer want the workshop, that even though it's not found, it's actually not necessary, then you could just simply remove it, and that would prevent the warning from displaying the next time you open this file. So if the file is no longer necessary, that's probably a good idea. But in this case, let's say that we do want the file. So we want to click reload from to try and locate it in whatever location it's currently in. So when you click this, that's taking me to the Chapter 5 folder. And if I go up one step, here in my exercise files folder, notice I do not have a subfolder called project links. So that's why this file is not found. Okay, so perhaps the folder was deleted or renamed. Well, there is a links folder here. So why don't we take a look in there? So I'm going to double click there, and that's where we will find this workshop file. So it looks as though that folder was simply renamed in this case, and that is what has caused the issue here. So I can select the file, I can click open. That satisfies the link and Revit here, and you can see it. The status now currently says that it is loaded, and it writes the new path in that new location. So I'll click OK. And you'll see this small little outbuilding appear right here. Let's zoom in to get a better look. So you can see that's a version of our shed file, slightly different than the one that we were using previously. And now everything appears to be working correctly. So that is how you can deal with a situation where you get that dialog at the start that tells you that there is a problem with one or more of your linked files. Now, the solution here is pretty simple. It was just in a different folder, but as I said, it could be any number of other issues. The file could be renamed, have been deleted, the drive letter that it's on could no longer be available, and so on. So you might have to investigate some other issues if you run into this problem on your own. Now, I'm going to go to the Manage tab here and go back to Manage Links. And let's talk about a few other items in this dialog. So it doesn't really matter which one of the links I focus on here. So I'll just click the workshop again. And the two things I want to talk about is the path type here, which is two choices, relative and absolute, and then the reference type in a moment. So what does relative and absolute mean? Well, that has to do with the saved path in the file. So right now it's a relative path. So you can see that the path starts with two dots. That just means go back one folder and then go from there to the links folder and then the name of the file. If I change this to absolute, it will write the entire path all the way back to the drive letter. Now, some folks prefer absolute paths. I personally prefer relative paths, but it is a matter of preference. Both kinds of paths can break, but I think relative paths tend to be a little bit more stable because you can actually move the entire project structure around without breaking the links as long as all the relative folders remain intact. Okay, so that's the path type. What about reference type? Well, there's also two choices there as well. So there's overlay and attachment. Now, the default is overlay, and that is the simplest form of link. When you set up a link as an overlay, it only considers the file that you're bringing in and not any of that file's own links. So if we were to link in the workshop and it had a link of its own, with overlay, it will ignore that link and leave it behind. If you change this to attachment, however, then it would not only bring in the workshop, but it would bring in the workshop's own nested links. So I have an example of that to show you with the building site, actually. So what I'm going to do is I want to just move this out of the way here, and I want you to focus over here on the left-hand side of the site. Okay, kind of near this tree on the far left. So what we're going to do is point to a different version of the building site. And that building site has its own nested link in it. And when we change the reference type to attachment, it will bring that link across. Okay, so I've got building site selected here. I'm going to choose reload from, and then I'm going to go up one step here, back to the Chapter 5 folder. The name of the file is called alt site, alt for alternate. And I'm going to choose that and click open. Now, if I click OK here, you're going to see that it comes in, and notice that it brings along this second building here, this nested link that's inside of it. Now, the reason it brought that nested link is if we were to open the alt site file directly and go to manage links, you would find that the link in that file is set to attachment. So it's not important whether it's set to attachment here. It's not alt site that needs to be attachment. It's the links within alt site that are set to attachment. And that's why we're seeing it through here. Now, the manage links dialog doesn't really clearly show that there's a nested link. So let me show you another way that we can manage our links. If you scroll all the way down on the project browser, you will see a Revit links branch here on project browser. Beneath that, you will have each of our links with this little blue arrow next to them. The blue arrow indicates that they are currently loaded. At the start of the video, had we looked over here, we would have seen a red X next to workshop. So when workshop was not found, it would have been unloaded. Now notice that alt site also has a little plus sign next to it. So if I click that, you can see that it expands forward, and there's the nested attachment right there called Outbuilding. So the browser shows it a little bit nicer in terms of the hierarchy and the structure than what we see in the Manage Links dialog. Now, in the browser, you can also right-click and get to many of the same options that we saw in the Manage Links dialogues. We can reload, we can unload, we can reload from. So there's a lot of those same choices there. So really it is your preference whether or not you want to access the manage functions from the dialog or from the right click. Now, the last thing I want to show you is I'm going to right click Revit links directly. So not any of the links beneath it, but the actual Revit links branch. There's another way to get to the Manage Links dialog. And we've been focusing on the Revit tab here in this video, but any other linked file that you create will also show in this dialog. So this is kind of like the master control panel for anything that's linked. So you've got IFC formats and CAD formats, you've got point clouds, topography, coordination models, PDFs. So in some of the earlier videos in this chapter, we've looked at some of those other formats. So feel free to explore in any of those sample files as well, or on your own files, to manage those links through that dialog. Architectural design frequently makes use of repetitive elements. And when you have such elements in Revit, you can use a tool called groups to help you manage them. So to demonstrate, I'm going to be working with this 2-bedroom apartment unit layout here. And what I want to do is group it so that we can make multiple copies of it. And the advantage of grouping something first is that if you then come back and make a modification to one of the instances of that group, that modification will apply to all instances. So it just becomes a very useful way for you to manage those repetitive design elements. So let's go ahead and get started here by making a selection of everything that we see on screen. So I'm going to start down here at the bottom right-hand corner and drag a crossing selection around all of the geometry. Now, just to verify, you should see a quantity of 115 over here on the properties palette. Okay, so there are 115 elements in my selection. So now I'm going to go to the Create Group button here on the ribbon, or you can type GP. Now, notice that the dialog that appears says create a model group and an attached detail group. Now, why is that? Well, let me just move this out of the way here. And what we have in our selection is model geometry, which includes categories like walls, doors, windows, rooms. But we also have detail geometry, which includes the room tags, the door tags, and the window tags, those little symbols with the text in them, right? Those are all what we call detailing. So those kinds of elements can't be together in the same group. So the way that Revit manages this is we have 2 groups, one containing each class of element. So for the model geometry, I'm just going to call that 2-bedroom unit. And for the attached detail group, since all it contains is tags, I'll just simply call that tags. And I'll click OK. So it's not really that important what you name those things, just as long as you use a nice descriptive name that makes sense to you and your team. Now, you can tell that you have a group because you'll get this dashed box around it. So notice the outline here on the edge. Now, what I'm going to do is click away from it to deselect everything, and then I'm going to move back and start to highlight it, and you're going to see that dash box appear. And it's going to tell you that that's a model group. Now, if you click to select, notice that selects only the model geometry. All of the tags are not selected because those tags are in a separate group called a detail group. So let's click away from it to deselect and start moving nearby this window tag. And notice we get a separate dashed box, and that tells us that's an attached detail group. Now, you can tell that it's an attached detail group when you click on it because it will have this little paperclip icon here in the middle indicating that it is attached. Okay, so that's what we created when we did the group command. Now let's, see some of the things we can do with this. First of all, I want to add another instance of this model group. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit and maybe pan over here to give myself some room. And the way that you add another one is to scroll down on the project browser, and we're going to locate the groups branch here, and I'm going to expand that, and then scroll down further, and you'll see both a detail branch and a model branch. And then I'm going to expand that model branch because that's where my 2-bedroom unit is. Now, you may be surprised that the detail branch is not expandable. So where did those tags go? Where did that tag detail group go? Well, because it's an attached detail group, it's actually indented beneath its parent model group right here. So you can see that the hierarchy is established there to let you know that tags relies on that parent group of 2-bedroom unit. So what I'm going to do is just simply drag and drop 2-bedroom unit from the browser somewhere in the drawing window. And then I'll just click over here to the right to place it next to the first one. Now I'm going to click the modify tool to cancel. I'm just going to make the one copy there. Come back and select that model group. And the next thing I want to point out to you is this little symbol here in the middle. So you can see there's a little dot here and then an X and a Y. That indicates the insertion point of this group, or the origin point of this group. So I'm going to click that and drag it because it's kind of sitting randomly in the middle there. And I think a more useful location for it would be up here at the middle of the exterior wall. So now you can see it's right in that location. And if I zoom out and come back and select this first instance, notice that it is moved in that one as well. So that's the first example of being able to make a modification to one instance of the group and having it apply to all instances. Now, what's the advantage of having done that? Well, let's zoom out a little further and give ourselves some more room over here to the right. Let's drag in another copy of 2-bedroom unit. And now notice that we're dropping it in relative to that new location of the insertion point rather than that random center point. So if you create a group and you want to relocate the insertion point, it's pretty easy to do. So I'm going to go ahead and click the modify tool to cancel there. Now, you'll notice that these two instances here do not have any tags. So when we drag them in, it just brought in the model groups. Now, to add the tags, the attached detail groups, the process is a little different. So instead of drag and drop, we're going to select the ones that we want to add the tags to, both of these on the right here. And then I'm going to click the Attach Detail Groups button. So that's up here on the ribbon. In this dialog, you'll see any attached detail groups that are available. We only have the one, so we're going to check that one and click OK. And that will add a set of tags to each of those instances. Now, I'm going to zoom in over here on the original copy, the very first group that we created, and the entry space. And notice the number of the entry is entry 101. And the doors surrounding it are 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so just kind of make a mental note of that. Now we're going to move over here to the entry of the middle group and notice that this is entry 110 with doors 14, 15, and 20. And then if I come over here, it's entry 133 with doors 26, 27, and 32. So what is that telling us there? Well, even though these are groups, the individual elements within the groups are seen as unique elements within your Revit model. So Revit doesn't just create some sort of amorphous element now called a group. It actually recognizes the presence of those individual doors, windows, rooms, walls, and so on inside the group. Now, you may be then wondering, well, why is this tag B, and this one is also B over here for this window. Why didn't it work for the windows when it did for the doors in the rooms? Well, that's just simply a different kind of tag that we're using for the windows. So in the case of the windows, instead of asking the question, what is your number? It's asking the question, what kind of window are you? But I can show you that if you were to hover over the window, press tab and click on it, scroll down a little bit, that's window mark 100. And if I come over to this one, tab in and click it, that's mark 103. So those two are unique windows. It's just that the tag is not reporting that information. The tag is instead reporting what kind of window it is. And you can see that by tabbing in, clicking edit type, scrolling down, and there's the type mark right there. So that's what's going on with the different tags. So that's a nice benefit of the groups, is that even though these are in groups, each of the elements is considered a unique thing in your model. So now let's talk about changing the group, right? So it doesn't matter which one you select, but select one of the instances of the model group. And now I want to make some variation. So to do that, I'm going to click the Edit Group tool here, or EG. That tints the background of the screen in this yellow color and puts me in group edit mode. And what I can do here now is make some changes. Now I'm going to do a really simple change. I'm just going to select this window at the top, copy it down to the bedroom down below, click modify, and that's all I want to do. I'm going to click finish. When I do, I want you to watch the right and the left instance of the bedroom and see what happens. And notice that even though we were only editing the one in the middle, the two bedrooms on either side also got the window. That's what we're doing when we create groups. That's the benefit. That's the reason why you want to create groups. A change made to one is going to apply to all of them. Now, you may be wondering where the tag is. Well, remember, the tag is in a separate group. So in order to get that tag to appear on the new window, you would need to edit that attached detail group and add it. So let's do edit group. To add it, we're going to use the tag tool here, tag by category. I don't want a leader, so I'm going to uncheck the leader, and I'm just going to touch this window. Now, be careful, because if you just go right in and click it, it'll actually try and tag the group itself. Press your tab key to get to the window, and then you can tag it. Click finish, and you're going to see it add that tag to the other two windows on the other side. Okay? So let's do one more modification. In addition to being able to modify and have it applied to all the groups, maybe instead of updating them all, you want to try a variation. So I'm going to select one of the instances of my model group. And again, it doesn't matter which one. I'm going to go to edit type this time. And up here at the top, we just have the one type, the original one that we created, 2-bedroom unit. So I'm going to duplicate that and give this a new name, and click OK. So it doesn't really matter what you call the second one. It's up to you. And then I'm going to immediately edit that group. Now here, I'm going to take this window at the bottom of the plan and change that to a bay window to match the neighboring space over here. So now it looks like that. And then I'm going to select this window that we copied a moment ago, and I'm going to delete it. Now, you may be seeing already over here on the left-hand side that the tag already deleted. So unlike adding, where you had to specifically edit the group to add the tag, when you delete the host, the tag doesn't have a choice but being deleted. So in the case of delete, we don't need to do that extra edit. Let's click finish here. And now notice that the changes do not apply to the other groups. And that's because this one is the one that I've called alternate windows, where this one is still the original. But now I could select one or both of these, and I could change them to the alternate one, and it will swap out in place. So that gives you a way to do variations. So if you want to have 2 or 3 different variations of each apartment unit, you can mix and match throughout your design. So I encourage you to experiment further here in this file and kind of get comfortable with the group functionality. We've really just scratched the surface, but there's just so many possibilities for this tool. And it is a really great tool to use for any repetitive elements that you might have throughout your design. Once you've created a group, it's a pretty easy matter to duplicate it a few times and create really an entire floor plan layout. So what I'm going to do here is take my 2-bedroom unit and make a few copies of it to create the entire floor plate for a condominium building here. So I'm going to zoom in just a touch here and select this instance of the model group. So this is the 2-bedroom unit down here. And the way that I'm going to make my copies is using the mirror tool. Now, Revit actually has 2 mirror tools. So if we look on the Modify tab, there is mirror pick axis and mirror draw axis. Now, we're going to do both of them, but I'm going to start with mirror pick axis. MM is the shortcut. And the way this tool works is you simply select some element in the model that you want to use as the axis of reflection. And so for me, that's going to be this wall at the top of the plan here. And I'll click that. And after a moment or two, it will generate the copy of the model group and also generate a warning. Now, you want to be careful here if you want to actually read this warning, because if you click anywhere on screen, the warning will disappear. Okay, so these warnings down here in the corner with the yellow background, they disappear if you click anywhere. But what it's saying is that highlighted walls overlap. And then it goes on to tell you some of the consequences of that situation. But I'm going to just click anywhere now. And of course, you can see what I meant with the warning. It dismisses it. It also deselects the group here. And then I'm going to zoom in that situation. And even without all of the potential downsides that the warning was alerting us to, you can see it just doesn't look right. Okay, so it's clear that there's something going on here. So how do we fix this? Is there a solution? And it turns out that there is, and it's one of my favorite features of groups. So here's all you need to do. Hover over one of the model groups. It doesn't really matter which one. Press the Tab key, and that will jump to the next one. Press the Tab key again, and that will reach inside of the group and allow you to click and select the wall that's inside that group element. Once you've got it selected, you can either click this little icon right here, which says group member, or you can just simply press your delete key. Either way, that will exclude that item from one of the instances of the groups. Now, to show you that, what I'm going to do is temporarily pull these two apart. So I'm going to select the group here at the top. I'm going to go to my move command. I'm going to click anywhere to start, pull it up any random amount, and click. That will generate another one of those warnings down at the bottom, which we can safely ignore. So let's just click anywhere to dismiss it. And notice the result of what we did was that the wall in one of the groups has been removed. So it literally removes that instance. Now, it still knows of that wall. So if you move your mouse near the edge of the group, it will highlight and you could see that wall ghosted in. And you could even tab in and select it and restore that element using this icon that we used to remove it in the first place. So that would be one option. The other option would be to just select the group and then choose Restore All Selected. Now, the caution with Restore All Selected is that restores everything you've excluded. So if you've excluded 2, 3, 4, 5 different elements, with Restore All, it brings them all back. Okay, where if you tab in, you can do them individually if you want to. Now, I'm going to undo once, twice to get that back again, but that is not only excluding an element from an instance of the group, but also how you would restore it. So now that we've done that, we've got half the plan taken care of. Let's zoom out here. And now we're going to look at the other mirror tool. Okay, so this time what I'd like you to do is select both model groups. So I'm using my control key there. And I want to also select the attached detail group on the one down at the bottom. So the easiest way to get to it is this window tag over here. Hold the control key and click it. So you should see 3 here for your selection. When I've got those 3 elements selected, we certainly could use mirror pick axis again because we happen to have this reference plane here in the middle of the screen, but I actually don't want to use that reference plane. What I want to do instead is show you the draw axis tool. Okay, so it's just another way to mirror. So we're going to do mirror draw axis, or DM. And the way this works is you just simply click somewhere on screen. So I'll click right about here and then start pulling the mouse in the direction that you want your axis of reflection. So for us, that's going to be straight up vertically. and then just click anywhere to create that axis of reflection. So it's kind of like a virtual axis of reflection, and you'll see everything will mirror around that location. Now, once we've done that, I want to pull these together and kind of tighten up that space in between. Now, if you're not seeing a bunch of dimensions on screen like I am, come over here to the ribbon and click this Activate Controls icon. Okay, so when you toggle that on, you should be seeing lots of dimensions. And the dimension that I want to modify is this one down here toward the bottom, which is giving us the distance between the group on the left and the right. So I'm going to click right in that label, and I'm going to change it to 10 if you're working in imperial, or 3000 if you're working in metric, and then press enter. Now, when I do that, you're going to see a really strange behavior happen with the attached detail group. So this is kind of a interesting and slightly unexpected behavior, but here's basically what's happening. So the rooms have these room labels, and we haven't really talked about rooms yet, but rooms are special in a variety of ways in Revit. And we are going to discuss them in a future video. But in general, what you need to know right now about room tags is room tags get unhappy when they're outside of their parent room. To solve that, you can turn on the leader, okay? So Revit is trying to do this for us automatically, as you can see. So all of the room tags you can see have just sprouted these leaders. The trouble is when we did the move, it got confused over the position. And so the tags are still outside of their rooms somehow. So to solve that, what we're going to do, like the workaround that I'm going to use to get around that problem, is to just select that attached detail group and delete it. And then I'm going to add it back again. And in fact, I'm going to add it to all 3 instances that don't have tags by selecting them with the control key, clicking attach detail groups, and then I'll check the tags box here and click OK. And that should take care of the problem. Okay, so these new instances of the attached detail groups are now correctly situated on top of their respective rooms. So it's a little bit of a strange behavior there, but rather than panic, it was a pretty easy workaround to solve it. So now we've got the overall layout, and it was just a matter of doing a few quick duplicates with the mirror commands. And of course, there are some additional things that would happen here. You can box in some stairwells and some elevators and so forth. But you could see where if you're working with groups, you can very quickly create the majority of a floor plan layout just simply by copying and mirroring those groups around.